Bro, I'm too loud, hold on. Bro, on Sims, I keep talking about Sims, but for good reason. We're at 91 bucks on fees earned. This feels pretty good. I don't know. Obviously, 91 bucks for like, are we at a couple weeks? Alone is not a operation that would fund itself, right? But we're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it. It's going up and up. It's going up and up. I gotta get specimens room. There's specimens room. How many keys can I buy? I've got $11 from a trade. It's almost a. I almost got enough for 3, but I really only have enough for 2. What if I sell some? Do I have any keys to sell? Anyway, Sims is going amazing, I think, so far. And then YouTube also going amazing, I think. We're doing good, man. We're less than 100 monetization, right? I'm just talking with the music. Whatever, the real star will be in a minute. This is a bonus day. Why? I don't know. I don't have anything to do today. So, figure I might as well stream. Well, I do have projects I could be finishing. I have a lot of them I could be doing. Am I streaming to procrastinate? I don't think so. I don't feel like I'm doing that. What's that, Mike? I don't feel like I'm doing that. I just figured, I don't know, man. I know some people are, having some rough times that could definitely use entertainment. So, I'm just trying to be there as that option, you know? That's it. Really. I got a lot of these keys I could sell. I could sell my own keys. Holy moly. If I sold one of my own keys, but I've been buying in on myself. If I sold my own keys, what do I get? Hold on. I bought my own. I've been trying to buy my own keys. 11 bucks. I think I bought them for that. Every time my keys drop down to like $11, I buy my own key. I want to get like 10 of them. I want to get like 10 of them. I don't know what I'm doing tonight. I gotta come up with a plan. We could try some old Japanese games. We could react to stuff. I mean, really, the options. This stream has a lot of versatility, I think, right? I would like to try some Japanese games, and we could do that. Do let's try a game segment. Maybe do that in a little bit. Maybe open with React, and then we'll do that later. If you want to see, I have a lot of my like PlayStation games listed here. I'll show you. I'll link it in the chat. There. It's like all my emulated games. You can look at PlayStation and see all the games we have there we could play. The only thing is a lot of them are RPGs or like adventure games, so you can't beat them in a day. But there's a lot of interesting games there people might be interested in. Any of them are, I can play any of them. Isn't that a cool thing about this channel? We can play anything that's Japanese that exists if we want to. I got no problem, man. We play anything. Nothing is too hard for us here. Like, there is no game that would be well, that's not totally true. There's a couple of games where I'd have to do research because they're like weird, like they're written weird or something. I might have to do some research. But otherwise, in general, there's nothing we can't handle. Like, I know lots of people get afraid of like games with a lot of text. I don't, right? I love those games. I love games with pages of text. Let me turn leave it up for a bit. We're still in the intro. I love those games. 90% text in a spreadsheet? Give me that. If it's cool, anyway. There's this game I want to try. Oh, maybe we'll try it tonight. I don't know. About, okay, so there's that. Oh, maybe we could play the Evangelion game. We play the Evangelion sim game. That could be fun. Maybe he'll be into that. I don't know. We could play Pachinko. I was looking at the PS2 ones. We play Pachinko. I got a bunch of Pachinko games. There's the one Pachinko RPG game. We do that, where you like go around, trying to become a Pachinko hustler. Like there's an RPG mode for it. I'm trying to remember which one it is. We play the Pachinko RPG game. It's a Pachinko game, but it has like this story mode where you like buy stuff, you know, you like buy your house, you buy your, you get a little apartment and you can furnish it, and then you just go playing Pachinko to make money. And there's like the story, right? It was pretty fun, honestly, for a little side thing. That could be good. Pachinko maybe? What else are the options? I mean, like I said, anything on there is an option. The Pachinko RPG is not a bad idea, because we could just play it for a bit, turn it on, turn it off. Oh yeah, the other game I want to play is the Kenron Butosai, which translates to the Mars Daybreak. It's a real-time simulation adventure game. The title, spiritual successor to Gun Parade March. That's cool. Gun Parade March, which I have also, was on PlayStation. They made a sequel also, Gun Parade Orchestra. The idea was like the Earth is being attacked with a Skull Crusher. I didn't join Sims, so I just live vicariously through Craig's account. How we doing now? We're doing pretty good, man. On Sims, we're doing pretty good. So like, let me turn the music down a little bit to talk about that. We're doing pretty good. I can give you scores. I mean, my prices. Hold on. I have one room that's worth $14.49, the main room. Pretty awesome, right? And how many keys and stuff we got? Like, what other information can we brag about? 60 keys. I own 8 of those, I think. So it's not mostly me. I do own a chunk, because, you know, to make a profit on myself. It would be bizarre if I didn't own a chunk, right? That would mean I don't have faith in myself. But anyways, and then we have another room, Carl's room, 368 in that one. If the percentages are like 300% on one, gain 549% on Carl's room. Now the thing is, the price isn't just what's good for me. The trades are. So like a lot of market activity is what's really good, and I think we're doing pretty good. In one room we got like 8 pages of trades, and the other one we got like 5. So every time a trade happens, I make 5%. That's what we want. We want market activity to go back and forth. That's what I want anyway, to make money. For the people that invest in me, I want it to go up, of course, right? But for me to actually make money, I want both ways. I want everything. I want just people trading. You started with $30, right? Yeah. You want to know my portfolio's worth and stuff? Hold on. My portfolio's worth $385. So if I sold off all okay, so like the assets I have are keys, right? They're keys to people's rooms. If I sold them all, then I wouldn't really make 380. It would go down as I sold some of them, because some of them I have doubles, right? So it'd be like, I don't know, $300, something like this would be more realistic. I don't know what it would be, you know? I don't know what it would be. It would, as I would sell them, it would go down, right? So like, if I have a bunch of keys like of myself, selling them all off would drop the price, so I wouldn't really make the full price. I would make like I'm saying, like $300 I think is probably what I have there if I really wanted to liquidate it. And then $91 is how much I made in trades in my rooms, which I feel is pretty good. We've been at it, what, a couple weeks now? I feel like we're doing pretty good for a couple weeks, man. Obviously, the place is a little tiny place right now, so like, the fact that we're doing this good in a tiny little like experiment, yeah, I think it's aiming for high things, man. Like, imagine if we get a chunk of people there. Could make a lot of money, man. But I don't know. I'm just having the main reason I love the site is because I can do a stream there that's like unrestrained, like, you know what I mean? I can watch movies, I can hang out, I can say anything. I never have to feel like I have to censor myself. If I can't say something on YouTube, I'll just say it there, you know what I mean? And for that, that's awesome to me. Also, I don't mind if people restream any of the rooms. If like you guys want to like you have a key and you want to restream for the people that don't have a key on Discord or whatever, I don't care. Whatever. You know, like that's fine with me. Pretty good, I think so. Yeah. I don't really believe in intellectual property. You can rip me off all you want when it comes to ideas and stuff. Why don't I care? I don't really believe in it. I don't really think it. Here's the thing. I believe in practicing what I believe in, right? And I don't really believe in IP, so I don't. I'd be a hypocrite if I cared about it. I'd be a hypocrite. I believe that, like, if you rip me off, it would just make my audience grow. Because, like, people be like, where's that come from? That's a cool thing. So, that's what I believe happens, really, when people, like, do that. I think it grows the overall market, and that's good. I like the GUI, the GUI. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, the website is very confident, man. Which is why, another reason I leaped at the thing. Like, I know I kind of leaped at it. Like, some people might be like when I found out about the opportunity, I immediately, you know, started streaming there regularly. But that's also because I've had like a track record where I was on Twitch originally. I went to Kick. I went to this website called Party that existed for like a month. I guess it's still around. I've been like a tumbleweed when it comes to streaming. So it was very easy for me to do it. But also the competency of the guy and the place makes me like, bro, this place has a real shot. And I think I'm pretty good at like estimating that. Because like I figured out Kick was a scam. And I figured out Kick was a scam. I had a meeting with the main guy at Kick. Isn't that crazy? Little old me, had a personal meeting with the head of Kick. Because the motherfucker stole my presentation on their stupid talk show. And so I ended up having a meeting with the head of Kick and having him like, what can we do to make you happy? Like, talking to me. Isn't that crazy? That did happen. It was at the time. So anyway, my point is, I'm pretty good at spotting phony, fake liar people. And this guy that runs Sims, I've been giving him ideas and things, and he just implements them. Like, the stream key used to pop up when you would open your room, and I said, hey, can you hide that like a password? Did it like immediately. He upped the bit rate in my rooms when I asked him to. Like, he's a totally confident guy. And he seeks me out to ask me questions about what's going on. Should have sued him, maybe not. No, sued Kick. Skull Crusher, you don't know about the Kick story? I can show you the thing. I think Kick was worried about that. I think that's why they stopped talking to me. So what happened with Kick? Let's do you want to learn the Kick story real quick? A lot of my regulars already know it, so I don't tell it too much. But so like, to summarize real quick, and I'll show you some important things. Sure? Nice. Okay, nice. So I started on Twitch. Let's use one of the, I don't know which setup I should use. I don't really have a plan today. No, not this one. I want to use the old face. There we go. I want to use this one. Yeah. Not this one though. I guess this one. I guess it's fine. It's fine. Okay. So we started on Twitch, and Twitch is kind of okay. I don't know what you know about it or what you care about Twitch. I don't know if you have any history there. It's okay, but like, a lot of people there are really political, and I'm like anti-political, you know? So I didn't quite fit in there. And so eventually, like, I made some friends, people hosted me. That's the only way you grow on Twitch, is people hosting you. So I did have some friends, I did get hosted sometimes. I was doing alright, but I just didn't kind of like the place, you know? Like, because it was way too political. People would get mad at me for like saying the wrong thing. And it wasn't the nicest atmosphere when it came to like making friends with the people that, like, the higher I went in Twitch, the worse the political shit was. You know what I mean? At the lowest level I was at, it was fine. There was a lot of cool people. But as you go up the chain, it gets worse. Like, the people that, like, to be a streamer, you gotta network with people, right? You gotta know a lot. You gotta, like schmooze a little bit. You gotta make friends. I try to make friends with people I like. I don't play any fake games. I don't believe in that. But you have to do it no matter what, because it's like the only way to grow, really, on these platforms outside of YouTube or TikTok or something. So anyway, as I went up, I was like, this kind of sucks. So I saw Kick, and I'm like, bro, yeah, you have to make friends. But there are different ways to do it, right? There's dishonest people that are like manipulative, and then there's like just like making friends with people, which is what I try to do. Like, I look for people that I'm like, this is a good stream, or this is a funny person, or whatever, and then try to be that, like, you know, see if I want to be their friend, see if they want to be my friend. And a lot of times people are cool, so, you know, it works out pretty good a lot of times. But eventually I reached a point on Twitch where I was like at a plateau, you know? And then I saw Kick, and I'm like, I can say anything there, is what I thought. I realized it was backed by a casino, because everybody knows that, right? I'm not stupid. And I am from Las Vegas too, so it's like I'm not a moron. I get it could be the casino connection could be a problem. But I said, well, both could be true. Maybe they want to make it work too, is what I was thinking, you know? So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try it. And we went there, we moved all the way there. I brought my Twitch audience. I've always had kind of the same size audience, like an average of like 20, something like this. But I think I don't think that's too bad, because I've moved a lot, you know, so it's like I have diehard people, which is cool. So anyways, we moved to Kick, and we tried to get noticed there. It's pretty tough. Kick, what happens in Kick is either staff notices you or they don't. And what I did was we figured that out somewhere along the way, and so we started like trying to get the staff's attention. I email the Twitter account, or not email, DM the Twitter account. We start doing titles to try to grab their attention. The title that actually worked was, what's the deal with this front page? What's the deal, like a Seinfeld bit? What's the deal with this front page? That was the title. And then somebody comes in, this guy, staff member, comes in the chat and goes, what's the deal? What's the deal with our front page? And I go, yeah, is there something, is there something wrong with your front page? And I go, yeah, man. Yeah, there is. I'm not on it. And he goes, and he sits in chat for a while, right, talking to me, and then he goes, check the front page. And then we're up there. Which is pretty nice of him, right? That's how I got noticed originally. Then a couple weeks later, I called my shot on Discord. I did the big fat Gambino, the Hambino, calling his shot, and I said, we're getting kick pick. We're getting kick pick. I can find the message maybe. I don't know if I got a screenshot of it. Let me see. Check the Discord, so I'm gonna find it. This isn't a huge point, but I think it's important. Hold on. And I want to brag real quick. Okay, so look, I don't think this doxes me anyway. Hold on. Let me get the picture on. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, check it. What? Come back. There. This was, you can see the date, 2/1/2024. I'm calling my shot, I say, right? I linked kick pick. And then check this out. This would be February 5th, 2004. So that'd be 4 days later, right? Check it out. Bro, right there, we got it. We did kick pick. What kick pick was they gave me 100 subs, put me on front page for like an hour. It was pretty sick, honestly. But the issue with Kick is it's all done that way, though. It's all like based on who the staff likes. That's the issue with it. But anyway, we did it, right? Yeah, it was awesome. People seem to get a bunch of subs on there. Sure, yeah. So they gave us 100 subs, which was like, what is that? Like $500? Pretty awesome. The guy, the head guy, the Eddie guy, I don't know if you know about him or not, but he would come by my chat at this point pretty regularly, and he would give me subs too. If you look at like my, hold on, pull it up. If you look at my, Kick page, which, you know, is dead now, but you look at my Kick page here. If you look at the lifetime gifters, hold on, I gotta move the thing over. If you look at the lifetime gifters, check this out. You've got Koji, long-standing viewer, but then Eddie gave me 130, and that's the Kick 100 there. So there was we made it basically, right? We became a Kick favorite, and that was pretty cool. The issue though is there's not really any viewership. I'm gonna change the music real quick. There's not really any viewership. There's not really any real viewership there. So what you end up getting by being on front page is just like, okay, there was like 3 types of people I'd say you got on front page. You got people that were mad at Stake, so they were like just angry people. You got bots, which I to this day I don't know if Kick is in charge of those. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what's going on there. I think there's a possibility they're doing that intentionally, and they're connected to and yada yada. But the third one was other streamers. So those are the 3 things. So this visual is too crazy. Other streamers from the website, right? But that's who you got from front page. You got angry people that are mad as hell because they got ripped off on the website, on the gambling website. You got bots, tons of them, lots of them, shit ton of bots, and you got the other streamers. So I made a lot of friends on Kick, and I got annoyed with the way they were running things. I said, hey man, but this site needs some work. So I did a couple things. We built a website to replace the front page as like an alternative to the front page, like for people that, because I noticed like not everybody gets the same favor. So I was like, well, what if we make like an alternative, bro? Like what if we just sort our own front page? And we made it. It's a website. Made our own web page. Every one of these people here personally asked me to join, or I asked them, like I scouted them. Now the website doesn't totally work anymore. You notice he's missing screenshots of here. Because over time they like redid their API and stuff and it broke it, and I don't really have a reason. We don't really have a reason to want to fix it. So we haven't really fixed it. But it had features they don't have, like you can search by title, which is not something you can do on Kick, which was a big deal to me. For some reason, if you go to Kick, you can't search people's titles in the search bar. I don't know what's wrong with them, why they don't let you do that, but you can't. I saw some of that cringe guy, Marsh, fighting with them. I don't know, Marsh? I don't know that guy. Who was he fighting with? I'd like to know more about that. So anyways, we made that website. That was pretty cool. I'm pretty proud of this, right? But and then I had another idea too. So the head guy, Eddie, he was doing this thing called Kick Talk. And so I was like, bro, I could get on there. I got ideas and things. I could make a presentation. I could get on there, right? That's what I'm thinking to myself. I can do it. Why not? I got ideas in this old noggin. So I tried to start coming up with an idea, and then I came up with an idea, and then I came up with a presentation, and I started pitching the presentation to basically anyone that would listen. I did the presentation over and over and over again. I just like I got good at it, you know. I just kept practicing it, and I ended up showing it to 2 different staff members, as well as Eddie himself. Even Eddie saw my presentation. Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, sure, yeah. And then you know what happened. Well, okay, so in around that time, I talked to one of the staff members, the guy that likes me, the guy that started putting me on front page. I talked to him, and I tell him, hey, bro, the game categories on Kick kind of suck. So what I'm going to do is I got this idea, and I want to try to prove it works. After I pitched my presentation, this was my second stage of my idea, which was prove my idea works. You'll see my ideas in a second. I don't want to spoil it yet. It's in the evidence video about what happened. So I don't want to spoil the idea yet. You'll hear the idea in a second. But I want to prove my idea worked. So I went to the category that was the retro category, and I said I'm going to build up this category. I'm going to make it a working category where people go to look for people playing games. If you're playing games, go to retro. And I told Eddie that too. Eddie came in on my chat. No way they just stole your idea. Well, well, it was pretty crazy. I mean, I'm serious. The whole like, man, streaming is wild. Like lots of people. I don't know, man. Like I don't think I'm any big deal or anything, but I've had a crazy adventure streaming for sure. Definitely. It's been pretty crazy, but this part was like a movie almost. So like yeah, so anyways, I pitched the thing to every staff member. I pitched it to staff member and Eddie, and I tell them I'm going to the retro category because I think that I need to prove my ideas. I need to prove they work. I'm always a believer in that. So I go to Kick and I go to the retro category and I start streaming there, and I started networking with the people there, right? And I meet this guy. I'm gonna show you him in a second. I meet this individual, and he's doing retro a lot too. And I tell him, hey bro, how about we work together, you and me, and we build this place up. Now you can already kind of see now that you know later in the story where this is gonna go, right? And so I'm like, hey man, and he's like, yeah, let's do it. Right? He loves the idea, I guess. So he loves all my ideas. A little too much. Should we get what I'm saying? This guy loved my ideas, all right. So much so that you know he. Anyways, I'll show you his channel real quick. This individual here. This individual here. This individual here. This individual here. Let me turn the music off real quick so you can see his stream. This individual here. This individual here.
I was like, I can show you the cards I got though. I have them in my bag upstairs if you want to see them.
So this guy, this motherfucker, this guy, he starts watching my stream too. He's in my stream like every night. Every single night he's in there watching, and like if I mentioned his name, he would speak up. He would be like, hey, you know, like I could just say his name and he would say something. He lurked a lot, like he wouldn't talk, but he was in there a lot. And so one day I found out he one Kick Talk, and I was pretty hype about that because at this point I think you made a better homepage. Yeah, we did. Yeah. One part at one point I'm like well, I mean, I think it's great, right? At this point, I think it's great. I think it's awesome he's getting on Kick Talk. I think it shows I have a chance to get on Kick Talk, I think. Foolish. Little did I know. So anyways, I find out he goes on Kick Talk. I host him, right? I go in there and I'm like, and he says, hey man, thank you. Yeah, I congratulate him. I say, congratulations on getting Kick Talk. He goes, thank you. I know I got some ideas to tell him. I know about your idea too. I'm gonna make sure he hears about that. They hear about that. And I'm like, that's awesome. Okay, he's gonna pitch my idea, give me credit. I don't know where the rest of his ideas went. Okay, this motherfucker. I don't know where the rest of his ideas went. But let me turn this out.
Yeah, so I handed it right over to you.
This is the actual Kick Talk episode. I've clipped it down to just the parts that are important. He doesn't have other ideas. You can watch the original if you Like this mustache motherfucker in the corner here tried to say, oh, why is the screen like that? Hold on. What am I? Is it fine now? This guy right here tried to say that. Oh, it's the background, I guess. What is it? I guess it's fine. I don't know. Anyway, trying to say that he had like all these other ideas. He doesn't. This is when the off time where he pitches the idea. This is where he does it. I just cut down extra shit where it wasn't really relevant, and I also had plenty of evidence that I cut on the cutting room floor too. So just put those out there. Check this out.
Cool. So what I wanted to talk about, categories on Kick, right? I'd love to talk about that. I've been talking to other people in the retro community for this interview, like Alex is playing.
Now notice that. I've been talking to other people. Again, the mustache guy in retrospect, I mean later on, when I give him shit about this, he says, he gave you credit. He did. And I'm like, what? He says, I know you're a retro person. And I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Fantastic streamer, Retro Matt. Razor Red recently has been...
He mentions 4 people by name or 3 people by name. Had plenty of opportunity here to mention my name. Does not mention my name. And I'm supposed to take, he said retro people, the people in the retro community.
You like Alex's, right? I'd love to talk about that.
That's my shout
talking to
out.
other people in the retro community.
Talking to other people in the retro community. That's supposed to be my shout out. That's what I'm supposed to be happy with.
For this interview, like Alex is playing, fantastic streamer.
And then says a bunch of his friends.
Retro Matt. Razor Red recently has been coming into that category as
And
well,
says his
bringing all
goddamn
that hype
friends.
with it. But I'd love to talk to you about is, Eddie, you always talk about cross-pollination of communities, right? You're always looking for,
Remember the word cross-pollination. Check this out.
from a viewer psychology point of view, what keeps the viewer there after they're done watching their favorite streamer? What keeps them on the platform? And from a streamer point of view, they're always concerned about discoverability. And Andrew, as well, you talk about, you want Kick to be the next Netflix. Who?
Now, he is right about this. This mustache motherfucker is a Hollywood guy. And he does want to make Kick into his own TV studio. He really does. It's all he wants. I think he got burned by Hollywood, right? By TV. He was like a TV executive, TV producer. I think he got burned, and now he wants to make his own TV network, and that's what he really wants to do with Kick. That's his real goal. Timu Jacksepticeye, I sure.
Of the live streaming service, and I think there's so much of their model that can be adopted in the sense of genres.
I think you do it into genre.
So, grouping, for instance, like, all the fighting games together.
I think you go with genres. Let's go with fighting games because that's an easy one.
And I know fighting games, so I can give you a pitch on this.
Right? Because at the moment, 95% of gaming categories are being buried.
No incentive to game anything but the top couple of games.
They're dead.
All the gaming categories are basically dead.
They're 20 pages down along.
The way it is currently, they only get people in for that game. No cross-pollination, no sideways growth.
So if you're a streamer who loves Mario 64, you're far better streaming it in retro, which I'm a part of, which is like a genre, right? Because there's that cross-pollination of communities.
Because genres have more natural cross-pollination, I believe, and interest.
And
More like Hacksepticeye because he's a freaking hack. What's up, Dingus?
streamers who can find you.
Dingus, you missed Chivalry yesterday. It was pretty fun. We did it, I think we're going to make it a Simps thing where we play games every Sunday now, in the morning like that, because Max came through, a couple other people came through, a lot of trades, a lot of keys were bought. I like 10 people, I like 10 Carl keys. So I think we're going to make it every Sunday. We're going to stream games like that on Simps, like everybody that's on there. I think there's more that we know. Chance of cross-pollination. Play it like Chivalry or whatever game. Between genre streams than there is the same game.
So I guess my question is, have you thought about having a homepage where you have all the different genres?
Now, if you notice, this part of the idea gets lost in the shuffle a little bit. People think the whole idea, like later on, Mustache Guy gives me a lot of hassle about the idea. He's like, you're just saying categories. Everybody's had that idea, but this is a key part of the idea. Is that it would be on the front page instead of the carousel at the front, because if people that like the mustache don't quite get the idea, don't get why that's important. It's to funnel traffic from the front page into the website, to disperse it throughout the website, as opposed to how it works now, where the carousel like cuts off traffic. I wanted to push the traffic into the website, like so people had to pick like a game category first, right? Or like IRL or game or whatever. I wanted that to be the way it works because I think that way would be better for everyone. But this part of the idea gets lost in the shuffle. Front, you have different game categories by genre. You have that at the top. And the sorting is on the front page. You have the different categories. You can click,
You know, whether it's fighting
game.
FPS, whatever it is, and then you could tag the game
you make the tag with the game name.
in it, and then that way there's such, you know, you're expanding the viewer's taste subtly adjacent.
You maximize your odds of finding somebody else similar if it's a category by genre, because you like that genre. You already basically get it.
You know, if you're a big Call of Duty
I
person,
stand
you're
by
like,
this.
oh, Halo.
I stand by this idea. I stand by it. I think Kick should have done it. I think Kick should have implemented it, even without giving me credit. But I think the suing thing, I think they were worried about legal trouble, because after this happens, I can't get a single person to talk to me at Kick. Like they flat out act like I do not exist. To this day, they act like I don't exist. Staff will not reply to me. Staff acts like I don't exist. Mustache, of course, regularly acts like I don't exist. They basically blacklisted me. I went from being featured every day to never being featured, and no one would talk to me. Like I was like trying to talk to the staff I knew. One of the staff, the guy that put me on front page, was in my Discord at this time, and he ended up leaving it like 2 weeks later because I DM'd him and I said, bro, I feel kind of betrayed with the whole TikTok thing. I don't know what to do, bro. Can you give me some advice? That's what I messaged him, something like that. And he never responded, and he just disappeared. And I tried to give him the opportunity. I when I messaged everybody, I was like annoyed, but I wasn't like blaming them. I was asking like, you know, what do you guys, is this going to be made good? Like, what's going to go on here? Can I talk to someone? And just they wouldn't talk to me. Nobody at Kick would talk to me.
Oh, you know, I remember that game as well. And, you know, you're subtly moving that pollination throughout different streamers.
There's a fair amount of people where there'll be cross-pollination if they're all in the same shared category.
And all the streamers have more people to host, right? Because I know watching music, I know watching the art category, you know, and I know being in the retro category.
As a gamer that likes playing older games,
There are more genres than categories, and that knows between
he
communities.
knows. He's got some nerve, right, to say he knows anything. Oh, yeah. And what if I do this? Oh, that's too much. Whatever. Sorry, chat's a mess right now. I can't really read it. Cross-pollination.
I feel like if someone's like typing in a game because it's
Now, this part, to me, makes me wonder. I don't know if I'm paranoid posting, or whatever they call it right now. But Eddie doing this means it's either subconscious or intentional. You know, look, there's Koji in chat right down there. Oh, you can't see it that way. Well, he's in there. Let me fix the capture so you can see that. It's either intentional or subconscious. Because this part that he does here, let's go over again. Listen carefully and then watch. Pollination.
I feel like if someone's like typing in a game because it says like what game are you playing, right? And then you put in that game.
Sure.
And again, Eddie here on the upper left did see my presentation. He did see my presentation. Okay, I made this exact presentation to him.
And it's not there.
So they look up like Street Fighter 4 and they type it in or whatever game, and they don't see anybody playing it. They just see an empty category and they just turn off Kick and they leave. You know?
But
See, either subconsciously he was thinking of my presentation, or consciously he was thinking of my presentation. One or the other, right? Because it's almost like it's right at the same moment I did it in the presentation. It's the same words. It's the same words.
just to
Pretty crazy.
just to interrupt you on that, like, but if you still use the tags for the games, you'll still find it.
The tag needs to be in the game. Like, I don't know. That part right there makes me wonder if it was intentional from staff side, which I don't want to say it was, because that sounds crazy. Like, would they really steal my idea with like them knowing like that? That feels crazy. That feels fucked up. That feels not true. Like, it couldn't be true, right? I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to say that's what happened, but that's pretty sus that he says the actual part too, without realizing it. Eddie actually makes there's another statement that I edited out, where Eddie says, lots of people have pitched us this idea. I've said this idea. He means me when he says that.
And you need to be filtered by tag.
Yeah.
So,
no,
for
no,
instance, as a subcategory.
maybe it's about putting the genre before the category. You know what? That
Or else
could
I'm
actually be
talking
pretty
shite.
simple
I
to
don't
I left that in, of course, where he says I'm talking shite. I left that in, of course.
do.
know, but
That
They could implement that tomorrow if they wanted to.
because you already have all the data and you could just transfer that to tags.
Which I don't think would be too hard to implement when they've already got the database for games and stuff.
It's a love for kick. Do you know what I mean? It's
This part pisses me off to this day when he says this. That pisses me off to this day. What a fucking lying hypocrite fucker.
generally like, this is my home now, so
I say we because I consider myself Team Kick.
I'll succeed on it as much as me. Do you know what I
Yeah, as much as you, right. And you're a real success.
mean? Because that's what works for everyone.
But if you don't mind, like, it's like if you're streaming loads of viewers, I bet they talk to you. Yeah, right? It's like, because my numbers and whatever, my presence isn't something they can bargain, like they can really gain something from, they basically blacklisted me because, I wasn't big enough. Yeah, it's fucked up, right? Yeah, you're right, it's true. If somebody does adopt it, let them know I came up with it, or just steal it, whatever. I can't stop. Now you can see that I actually had a backup plan for this situation, and this is my. I left this in to show you. I'll do it one more time. I came up with it, or just steal it, whatever. I can't stop you.
And we have
When I came up with the idea in the presentation, I said to myself, if it gets stolen, that's fine too. Right? Why did I say that? Because I figured they would behave like a real company, and when they found out it was stolen, they would have me on. Right? Is what I thought would happen. Because that's like, here, and check this out right here. You see that? Shout out to Cracky Reads. Because he recognizes the idea. He recognized the idea. A number of people did. People came into my chat during this. I was watching it live. These people came in my chat saying, they're talking about you on Kick Talk, is what happened. We were just doing something else, and people came into my chat and said, hey, they're talking about you on Kick Talk. So there was there was regular people there that knew he was stealing it.
you and the other 21 creators to thank
Like
for that.
chatters, whatever you want to call them. See, and look, he sees it here, I think. You look at his eyes. I think he sees it there. I think he sees the shout out to Cracky Reads there. And he sees it right then. I think he does.
Notes, but you guys are constantly
if we could just have it so
Yeah, I was watching it live.
people are able to set their own tags, but also
So that happened, and that was pretty insane. I couldn't believe it, man. During the thing, like, Koji was like, maybe give us some time, maybe he'll shout you out, because he had another window at the end to shout people out. Did he shout me out? No, of course not. Just take your cool ideas. What can you do? Yeah, exactly. Right? What could I do? So like I said, when that happens, now there's one more detail I need to tell you about this whole story that is important. So Mustache, right? Mustache, I have been trying to talk to for a while. In fact, I did talk to him sometimes. My whole outreach to him started because in the VTuber section, you have these people you have these people with voice changers that were harassing people without voice changers. The ones with the stars were harassing the people without stars, and I found that kind of fucked up, and I tried to outreach to them and say, like, trying to get the moderation team to understand what's happening. And he just ignored me about it, which was fine, I guess. But I think it raised a red flag when I tried to talk to him. By the way I was talking. He never really replied to me. But then, so during my one outreach part where I was trying to get on front page and everything, I emailed their verification team. And when I did that, the day after, they started putting, after I was already kind of a favorite, but I stopped getting featured. I emailed the verification team, and they started featuring me again. And so I told my friends, hey, you guys do that. And two of my friends, now they had emailed twice. They didn't just do it once, but they emailed twice. They were given verification, and we had the same numbers, pretty much. You know, we were in the same ballpark of numbers. They were given verification, I was not. And I was pissed. So I went to Mustache in his chat and I said, what the fuck, bro? How often have you been giving verification to people that don't meet the requirements? How often have you been doing that? How often do you do that? Are you going to stop? And I was pissed. And so he reads my comment from his chat, because he'll do that. The only way I can talk to him now is from his chat, like some kind of chatter throwing rocks at his ivory tower. That's the only way he'll engage with me. So anyways, I'm throwing a rock at him. And he's like, so he starts replying to me. Now, I had sent him another DM, and I said, I know what you did. I know you gave, because he was the one that did it. He's the one that gave verification. He was in their chat right before it happens, and then they have verification. I said, I know what happened, and it's demoralized me. That I know that people are getting it without meeting the requirements. You demoralized me, bro. I don't know how to get my mind back in the game, is what I told him. In the DM. Now, I never replied to these DMs. But when he's talking to me from his chat, he says, I get it. You seem totally demoralized. And I'm like, what the fuck? You read my DMs? But you didn't reply to him? This motherfucker? I realized it then, and I know either he's smart enough to be playing like 4D chess a little bit and did that on purpose, or it was subconscious and he didn't really remember that, you know what I mean? Like, he had read it and it was a subconscious slip of saying that word to me. Like, either one's possible, because the guy's dumb. I don't think it was 4D chess. I think it was just a subconscious, like, priming connection, you know? Like, he had read the message and he had ignored it. And then when I was talking to him, he just like it came back without him realizing it came back. And that's why I use that word. That's why I use that word. He let it spill too. And we're almost near the end of the story. So that's something you need to know. I knew he lied to me before at this point. I knew he was a liar. So I'm trying to reach Kick any way I can. I can't get anybody to talk to me. But I have a buddy, Kick Clips. Kick Clips, buddy of mine, Kick Clips, who does like compilation videos. I'll show you what he does. I'll show you what Kick Clips does. Kick Clips is cool if you're into Kick at all. Well, I still like Kick Clips, of course, because he's my buddy, but yeah, I'll show you. Kick Clips. I'll show you something cool too, real quick. Hold on. If you look at the very end of this, hold on. Let me mute it, hold on. When he does the card at the end. There. Oh, come on, he covered me. Okay, well, my name is right there. He put a thank you to me there, and everybody else that helps with him. He's covered me that time though. It's not intentional, I'm sure. Hold on. It's like a different one. It's like a different one. Here, hold on. There you go. There you go. See, I'm not lying. There you go. There you go. Good buddy of mine. Anyway, I was hanging out in his chat. And Santa Maria sucks up to this guy. Putting the card on. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, he's really nice. Clips is a really nice guy. He also, when I made that evidence video, put it in one of his videos. I don't remember which one it's in, but it's in one of these. It's in one of these compilations. So that was good of him to do for me too. Yeah, it was kind of him, man. It was very kind of him. He put the evidence video in it, and he said like streamer steals idea or whatever it is. It was pretty. It was the best he could do, really. So anyways, I'm in his chat. It's the guy Santa Maria, the mustache guy. He sucks up to Kick Clips. Why? Because he knows Kick Clips is basically like kind of the news network of Kick. Like, he's connected to it. He knows everybody. He clips everybody. He knows what's going on everywhere on Kick. He's like if you want to know shit about Kick, talk to Kick Clips. He knows everything. Like he doesn't know anything about like the inner workings of the company. That I think I know more about that than he does. But any like streamer stuff, he knows all the stuff. If you're ever like checking out some story that leads into Kick, ask him. He can fill in whatever blank you got. The T clips of Kick. Yeah. Very useful guy to know. Very cool guy to know. But yeah, so I'm hanging out in his chat, and so of course the fucking mustache guy is in there. There's another guy, ABZ, who was a Kick staff who has a bunch of stock probably in Kick or private shares or something, and he was there too. And I knew because he was there. He's not Mustache's boss, but in a way, you know, he a little bit he is, because he's an investor. And so I caught both of them in the chat, right? And so then I confront him. I'm like, bro, shouldn't you be out there stealing hardworking streamers' ideas? And he gets and he ats me back. The first time I could get him to at me back, I've been trying to get him to, but because I was in front of ABZ, I think is why he did it. And he goes, and this was like a month after my idea had been stolen. This was a month later. I didn't get a single member of staff to talk to me for a month. They literally would not talk to me. Support, I did it on stream. Support would ignore my messages. That's how fucking crazy it was. Support would just ignore my messages. I would ask for help from support, nobody would reply. It's crazy. We were also being like quote unquote harassed by a guy during this too, which I don't know. People have said that guy's connected to Kick, like they have him harass people on purpose, like to try to make them leave. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't want to say it is. I think the guy kind of liked me a little bit too, even though he was harassing. But there's this guy who'll make a bunch of accounts and he'll say horrible things about your mother and all kinds of shit. But he just like prowls around Kick, and there's no moderation team that does anything. So Kick is a derelict building when it comes to moderation. Nobody does anything. Nobody cares. There's people on the sex offender registry on there that get KCIP, that get front page. It's an open sewer. Okay? Kick is an open sewer. Kick is an open sewer when it comes to moderation. Nobody gives a fuck. It's gonna get them in legal trouble someday, I believe, but you know, there's no rush to that, but it definitely might. They literally don't give a fuck. Like they just look away from all of it. Crazy. I could do that job? You could, yeah. So I get the guy, I got him in the chat, I'm like, hey man, what the fuck's the deal? And he goes, email support, tell him to pass the message to me in the subject line. And I'm like, okay, and I do it. I email him. And he's like, all right, we need to talk about this. Let's schedule a meeting. So we schedule a meeting. I talk to him. It was supposed to be a half-hour meeting. It goes on for an hour. I pitch him every idea I've ever had. I try to show him I'm an asset. You know what I mean? Like, I try to show him that I don't even really care about the idea being stolen so much as the opportunity to be on KickTalk and present my ideas was stolen. And so at a certain point he's like, okay, well, what do you want from us to make this even, to make this fine, to make this good? And I go, okay, let me stay in just chatting. Let me stay in the just chatting category. Don't move me anymore. And he goes, okay, I'll pass a note to the moderation team. You can stay in just chatting. And that lasted for about a week, that we were allowed to stay in just chatting before they started moving us around again. I think he did pass the note. I don't think he lied to me about that. I think he did do it. But the staff doesn't respect him is the thing. So it didn't matter. Staff didn't respect him. After the meeting, I also got front page for the last and final time, because I think he manually did it when he saw me go live after the call. I think he did it. I think Mustache did it. The rest of the staff wouldn't fuck with me, but I think he did that to show me, like, you know, try to make the point, like, we're back on the favorites if you want to be. But I did not end up wanting to be. Because You didn't keep the deal, man. They were fucking with me a week later. They were moving me around all the time. All Kick staff does is move people's categories. That's all they do. They do nothing else than that. They'll just move your category to, what is it, Watch Party, to like get fucked, and they'll move you to Watch Party, and that's all they do. That's the only thing staff ever does is moves your category. That's it. That's it. And then the final part of the story is I was pissed off still, right? And I go into his chat. And now here's the thing. Every time he tells me I can email him, now he won't reply to my emails. And every time after I would email him something, trying to get him on something, he would go live on his stream right after. And I had a feeling he was trying to catch me. And doesn't that sound paranoid? Like this guy that's head of Kick would be streaming just to get me in his chat and like to defuse me or something. Isn't that weird, you would think, right? But is it weird? Because a couple weeks later, I finally go in the chat after ignoring going in, like purposely avoiding it because I think he's trying to trap me. And you know what he does? He fucking traps me. He pulls up my Twitter with my name on it, which is fine, whatever. He pulls up my Twitter, and he pulls up the fucking video, the evidence video I've been posting, and he tries to debunk it in front of all of Kick. He was waiting. It was a trap. The motherfucker was waiting. I recorded my whole response to his fucking trap stream. And he just goes at me for like an hour, and saying my idea's not original. I think can we watch that? Yeah, we can, but it's long. We can, but it's long. Do you really want to? We could, but it's long. It was a long ass stream. So what happened was like, he does the stream, right? And then I do a response to the stream. And that I still have. I have that. But it's like a full stream. Sometimes, sure, we watch it sometime. We could review it. That's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, sure, if you want to, I'm down. I guess not everybody's seen that, huh? So it would be a good idea. Yeah, it's a full stream. Pretty crazy. I was pretty pissed off. Honestly, like, yeah, I was pretty pissed. But yeah, so he sets it. His chat starts going at me too. They start calling me retarded, right? They say I'm smoking crack because when he reads, they start saying I'm a crackhead. I smoke crack. And see, the thing is, like, about all this, he's egging it on, basically. He's egging it on, which is wild for the head of a company to be doing, right? You'd say, like, well, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, it's not. But it's the head of the company doing this. You know, like, what the fuck? How is this professional in any way? At all, man. I mean, the bit he pulls it up, you should save it. Yeah, well, I got the whole thing. I keep it. I'll show you real quick. I have the whole thing. Well, it's like a backup. Like it's my copy of when I watched it. Is what it is. Let me search my videos for it real quick. Yeah, I'll show you. I can show you a couple parts of it real quick. Sure, why not, right? I can link you it too if you want to watch it in full on your own sometime. It's unlisted, but it's not, it's just unlisted. I don't know, I was having trouble finding the video because it's unlisted, I think, huh? Show all. I know I said there it is. Found it. I'll show you. Yeah, there's the link if you want to check it out on your own sometime. Stop the music. So like you can see, I was addressing this thing. I made sure I pulled up chat, so there's a record of the chat to I don't know if I catch every chat though, because the way Kick is when it replays stuff, you don't always necessarily get all the chat. I got most of it though. I think I got most of it. First, he goes after Vagabond, another streamer, and says he's viewbotting him, which is not what's happening. But he has no problem just like making baseless accusations, and then he gets mad at us when we, like, if anybody else says anything about Kick, he gets all upset. But he just regularly makes baseless accusations. All right, let's see. I catch him in a couple lies, and maybe I can find that part. Get him out today. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, I was saying I gotta turn it up. I was saying I wasn't gonna talk about Kick anymore. That didn't totally work out. It wasn't really the greatest plan exactly. It wasn't really the greatest plan. So he's talking about DreamHack, and DreamHack is this event, right? That is done, and Kick goes to the event and tries to like take it over and act like got it nice and act like it's like their TwitchCon. And what the mustache guy does there is he gaslights everyone to think that they're like part of a family, Kick fam, something like this. It's like a cult of personality basically. So during this, his chat comes into my chat and, you know, calls me names and things, which, see, the thing is, TOS, they've banned people for what he did here. They banned Vagabond for doing something kind of like this. Vagabond is the sailor guy that complains about the view botting and stuff, and nobody really takes him serious because he kind of complains too much. But he's a good guy. We know each other. We became friends kind of a little bit when this happened. He's like people call him Crack Sparrow. I think he calls himself that too. He's like he's a sailor dude, and he streams himself sailing. It's actually pretty good content. It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty cool. He sails around. He streams it. It's kind of like an adventure thing, you know. It's pretty cool. I dig it. It's one of the more innovative streams on Kick, but he doesn't really get the same favoritism, and he's mad, and he gets mad about it, and, you know, he complains and yells and screams about it, and it does kind of hurt his content some that he's worried about that shit so much. But what are you gonna do? If he's gonna stay on Kick, he's got to deal with it. Mind your goddamn business. What am I talking about?
Drive home here.
Let's skip ahead some more. Say he's joking. Skip ahead some more. Just added to botted dot what? 3 letters in. Oh, and I'm mocking him because he can't type at this part. So it comes out as disperse. Yeah, watch him typing though, for real. Okay, let's go back to it before he starts typing. Watch his typing. We'll zoom in. We'll zoom in and watch this. Words in his You can tell I'm mad, man. I'm talking like in this one. I talk in this video like I don't know if I ever do again. You can tell I'm pissed. Okay, all right. Can we make it out? If we zoom in, is it too blurry? What if I make it, let's make it bigger. See if we can see it now. When he types, okay. Watch this.
Front page.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Watch him try to type.
I'll tell you who said it.
He's already making mistakes.
Oh, are you live? Wait,
yeah, come on over.
He's already making mistakes.
Guy
name.
Again, he's promoting. Here, I'll mute myself for this part. So we can just watch him type. We just watch him try to type. Okay, so we got that one. Now, see, here's the thing, too. The part where he's saying a guy named Clay is giving him a hard time, he gets the guy's name wrong, too. It's some other guy that says the comment. Somebody comes in and says, like, it's always favorites. Here, I'll unmute it, see if we can get some context here.
A guy named
gassed up.
I have
and
no idea.
Oh yeah, okay. Somebody came in chat and said it's always the same people on front page. What's the deal? And he's giving that person a hard time because he always mocks people for complaining about Kick. He mocks them and acts like it's funny to mock them, even if they're streamers. Like he just mocks anybody that has any issue with Kick, pretty much. But he got the name wrong. Clay didn't do anything. See, look at the chat over here. Oops. Back to big now. Okay, I'm all fucked up. Where is it? Over here. He says I never said that. I never said that. LOL. He gets it wrong. He doesn't even know who's talking.
Deserve.
Really?
Let's
He didn't say he doesn't deserve it. You asshole. Don't put
Yeah, no, he totally changed it too. Yeah, he changed what he said
words
too.
in his fucking mouth. That's fucking disgusting. No one said that. You made that up.
let him have it, chat.
And I don't know how you typed that poorly. Is it drugs? What the fuck was that? What the fuck
He is, bro.
was
Look at
that
him.
said? What the fuck was that? I gotta watch this typing again.
Yeah, I now I'll mute myself again. The typing is amazing. Typing is amazing. Tweaker, I think so. Right? I think so. W Vagabond, yeah, yeah. Look at this guy. He's not a very good typer. He's not a very good typer. So anyways, he goes and he gasses up these people, right? And yeah, that's what somebody's complaining about, that he does the same people every time. And now I'm in the chat right now, okay? And you know who he gasses up next? Check this out. You know who he gasses up after this guy? You know why I fall for the fucking trap? Watch. I'm gonna just keep myself muted still, so I don't spoil anything. Who does he pull up next? Can you guess? You already have enough information to guess who he pulls up next. And why? How do I get caught in the trap? You'll see. You'll see how I get caught in the trap. Who does he pull up next? Who is the next streamer that he gasses up? Interesting. Who is the next streamer he gasses up? How did I get caught? He starts fucking sucking this guy's penis, and I get pissed, and I say something. Yeah, I was there. Yeah. That was Dingus I was talking to right there, I think, right? You guys know what happens next? You guys know what happens next? Sorry for your eardrums, guys.
Let's go into Steam
I can't avoid that. That's not my fault.
streamers chat.
Anytime now,
This motherfucker.
join the conversation.
This motherfucker.
I don't want to say any version of his name again, because the dishonest thing Santa Maria already did to me was when I was emailing him stuff and I was trying to talk about the verification double standards, and I pointed out that he gave this guy verification as well as other people. He goes, I think you have a problem with him. You shouldn't mention his name to me anymore. And so I said, okay, but that's so dishonest to shift like that. That's really fucked up. Because in no way was that what I was saying. You ignored my... Yeah, that's true. That did happen. I forgot about that. When I was emailing him, like I was just talking about the double standards, right? And then I mentioned like 5 people's names that I know got verification without meeting the requirements, and he was one of them. And then his reply email to me was just about me mentioning his name. That was pretty dishonest. He was being a snake. He was trying to make me seem like, you know, like I got such an issue with this guy that I can't think straight, which is it was very transparent too. It wasn't a very good trick, but he thought it was. My issue is the double standards of verification and that you lie about it, Santa Maria. That's my issue. It has nothing to do with this guy. I don't give a fuck about this guy. This guy fucked me over, okay? This guy fucked me over. That's what happened. This guy fucked me over, but I don't care because people fuck you over, whatever, bro. I don't care about that. What I care about is the platform I'm on has somebody in charge that lies to me. That's what I care about, man. That's true. That's true, right? That is true. That is what I care about. Yeah.
All right.
That's what I care about, man. This place has somebody in power. You, Santa Maria, you are my problem, and you lie to me.
True.
That's my problem, and I've told you as much.
Clay, where are you?
Clay, where are you? Nobody said small streamers, big streamers. People said it's the same people. This guy is up on the front page every day pretty much. We all know that for hours. What are you pretending? What are you pretending?
The only single chatter in Stingy's chat that isn't a mod, yeah, true.
That's not true?
True. Well, he's not really that popular, right? Now, one of the things that does feel good, like Schadenfreude, how do you say the word? Is that this guy has not grown since any of this has happened. Now you see like 400 viewers, right? He really gets 30 when he's not on front page. He gets 20, he gets 30, he gets 40 on a good day. He hasn't grown at all for the like years this has been. He hasn't grown at all.
And you could say I haven't grown. Well, I think we have grown. 1 and 2, we switched platforms, so it was, we had to start over.
Hey.
That he doesn't hog the front page? Don't lie. We all know he does. What is that attempt here?
Where are you?
I don't want to be here anymore. Looks like a 440 viewer chat to me. Yeah.
Let's go into.
I don't know, man. I think maybe we should. I don't know, man. Maybe our whole point should be to stay here because I think that's what they want me to do, man. He wants to shame me away. Yeah, I thought about trying to stick around on Kick, right? It's probably not worth our time. It's been better ever since we've gone to YouTube. We've been doing we've been growing a bit and yada yada. We get new people again. I should have gone to YouTube sooner, probably. Control me. And we were recording VODs on YouTube, so I was technically here, but I wasn't really trying here. I wasn't trying to play the algorithm or do anything like that because I thought Kick. Well, I thought Kick was a real website at the time. I refuse. Well, I'm still going to stream here, and I'm going to bring sick ass
not anymore,
streamers.
huh?
We're not going to talk about Kick anymore after today. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Didn't really work out. All right, let me see if I can find where I start talking shit or any of it or what happens. I catch him in 2 lies during this.
I got a troll in chat saying you don't deserve it.
Do you see how he is? He mocks people for having any issue with Kick. He just mocks them. Look at him typing again. He typed retro. You kill me for retro category. Oh yeah, this motherfucker sings all the time. I forgot. This guy fucking sucks. Every time he just pulls out some fucking guitar and starts singing some stupid ass song. Oh my god, it's the worst. And then he flirts with his chat. He starts hitting on his chat and ugh. He's the worst. Oh, I've already triggered the guard dog, by the way. You'll see in a second. I've already triggered the guard. The march thing was on Rumble. My bad, bro. Not cool. This guy's the worst. The perimeter guard of sycophants are already triggered. Are already triggered right now. You'll see. Koji says, "Oh, that's the guy with the great category idea on the Kick Talk in Santa Maria's chat." That's pretty funny. Koji trolling Santa Maria. I've already stepped into the hornet's nest and not even really realized it. I barely said anything, right? Oh, look what I said up here. Oops. One fake phony. You know what? I stand by this. Was this not legit? This is pretty based. One fake phony complimenting another. I'm right. And this video proves that. This is not an insult. It's just an accurate description of what just took place. One fake phony complimented another.
Much love. Have
Yep.
a good one, man.
Much love.
And then I say this. Now clips. Oh yeah, now I'm talking to Kick Clips there. It says I was gonna DM you, right? So I go this. Yeah, see, Clips was gonna tell me this was going on too. See the the thing is, the mustache guy. I had more friends on Kick than he did, man. I had more streamers that liked me than he did, and he hated that too, by the way. He hated that. He hated that. Not only did we have more people that liked us, they trusted us more too, which is why they joined our replacement front page, because they trusted us more than they trust staff. This is ridiculous. He doesn't even know how this makes him look. I'm talking about Santa Maria, right? He doesn't even know how bad this looks because he's not a real streamer. He's a fake phony. Not Stinky, Santa Maria. He's a fake. Yeah, see, here's the other thing about Santa Maria. Look at this real quick. Notice this. Hold on. You see Santa Maria there? It doesn't have a check mark next to it. This was a thing he used to do. He didn't state his title in his Twitter bio, and he didn't put a verification check mark on his stream. Because he's trying to pretend like, he's just a common man. He's not staff. He's not whatever. But what he's actually trying to do is dodge accountability, so you don't know he's the boss. Fake phony streamer. He doesn't know the optics of that. The structure of Kick is like this. You have the donators. I mean, not the donators. Sorry, the shareholder people. Like the investors. You have Eddie. You have Bijan. And you have some other secret ones we don't know about. Like AVZ probably owns some. Aiden Ross almost certainly owns some, etc. I bet at this point, you know what I bet at this point? I bet Asmongold probably owns some. Probably a significant share. Because Asmongold is such a sellout for Kick now, it's crazy. Like, I don't get what that guy's fucking doing. He's such a Kick sellout now that it's insane to me. It's insane to me. Sam Pepper does? Yeah, okay. I assume all those streamers have some kind of like share in the company now. You? Don't you think so though, Dingus? Like, why else would he be such a sellout for Kick now? Asmongold. If he doesn't own part of the company, why is he like that now? Like why is he such a complete like soulless sellout? Like, he's pretending like, oh, it's my issues with Twitch. And then conveniently the timing is just after they roll out the multi-streaming thing, right? You don't think they made an offer to him in private and said, Asmongold, we can give you like this percentage of the company if you make it your thing to grow Kick?
This.
I think that's what happened.
Horrible. Now look at that. We love you, man.
Because like he'd rather have like a piece of a company than just be screwed around on Twitch, I think.
Keep killing.
Or he's using it to negotiate with Twitch. One or the other is true. Either way, he's a sellout.
In the retro
In
category.
my opinion.
Now that is the real reason that the idea of getting stolen sucked right there.
Hell yeah. All right. All right.
TBF, I think he was like that before Kick or anything. You think he was already a sellout? Yeah, maybe. I know when we watched that old video of him, I thought he was funny, and then when I watched like new Asmongold, I think he's not funny. Like, I thought he was like witty. You remember we watched that like 12-year-old video or something with his other name, Zach, whatever, like his real name, channel. I was like, this guy's interesting. This guy's funny. And then I watch a modern one and I have like no opinion like that. Like, I can't find him all that interesting at all.
Not because my idea got.
I think to me it seems like he just got crappier, but maybe he sold out. I don't know. I want to see if I can catch any of the.
Better out
Not because I didn't get any credit for it, but
there? Huh? Did we go in?
I want to see if I can get it when he starts.
I actually.
Let's skip to like when he starts talking to me.
Capturing the.
Sorry, we'll get you next month. Like, no, sorry, you're delayed until next month. They're still processing it or anything. Notification.
Oh yeah. At this point in time, I also didn't get paid by the website. Did you? You guys remember this? The website didn't pay me. They held my money.
It's my fault, I guess, but there was no.
Here, go back.
You know, I did it before the end of the month.
Between.
Did you update your tax rate? Yeah, I did, but I don't know, it was too late or whatever, and maybe that is why. But they brag about getting it done weekly for verified, but I have to wait an extra month or something now. You know?
Yeah, so what happened was they said, we're updating the tax terms, whatever, and I did it before the deadline, but then they just didn't pay me. And I guess, like, that's just how it was set up. And I ended up emailing them and getting them to pay me.
I did it before the end of the month. I did, but I don't.
But at this point, another reason I was mad, I was also owed a month of my sub money. Like, they were just holding it.
I don't know if maybe I did wait too long or something. It's possible. It's my fault, I guess, but there was
Bit of off to ask man something. Josie Dev, you think
no
so?
email like, sorry, we'll get you next month. Like, no, sorry, you're delayed until next month. They're still processing it or anything. Notification.
Yeah,
nothing.
they didn't tell me nothing.
There's no
That's
payment.
true. Yeah, that is
If it's
true.
any consolation, streaming on Kick costs them money. They'll get ads or change the sub percentage. No, that's true. That is a consolation. That's why I'm saying
Eventually, Kick does have to have ads if they're gonna actually make it. That is true. I used to think their plan was to dominate the market share, and maybe it's still their plan. You know what I think? Here's what I think. I think, okay, there's two possibilities for what Kick's true nature is. One, just a click-through for stake and nothing more. Two, they do plan to make it. What would that plan be? It would be trying to grow the viewer base to get the market share over Twitch. Then they can negotiate with advertisers. Then they can actually get ads that are, like, they actually have the negotiating power to negotiate with the advertisers then, right? If they're the biggest guy on the block, then they can. And if that's true, then I think Mustache is meant to be a fall guy, because the way it's run right now is like they promote people botting, they want people to bot. And so I think that he's like a fall guy maybe, and they're gonna like fire him when they go legit and be like, oh, he's the reason all this botting and stuff happened. It was all him. Because like he's so inconfident that I can't really understand any other plan than that. The idea is grow artificially with cheat, whatever cheat, throw any method at that you can, any dishonest method, doesn't matter. Just grow until you're more than 50% of the market share, and then pull the ripcord, get Santa Maria out of there, say you're going legit now, clean slate. Once you make the deal with the advertisers, do a clean slate, cut the ripcord, cut Santa Maria. Say he was the problem. Give him a kickback, probably. Like either Santa Maria is meant to be the fall guy, and he doesn't know it, or he does know it. I don't know about that part, but that's my theory. Because I don't know how else any of it makes sense. You know, I don't get it. If it's just the funnel, okay, that's also possible. It's just a stake funnel. One or the other is true though. Either it's a stake funnel, or they plan to like make this guy take the fall and try to go legit in the future, and that's why they hired him in the first place. Is they know how dishonesty looks, they know how snaky he is, but they don't care because that's a perfect fall guy. You know, he's a perfect fall guy. You're a tough spot. You get mad. They have all kinds of shady plausibility, deniability. People will buy. Sure, but it's all kind of over now. It's whatever now, you know. But yeah, at the time. And here's the thing. I think in a way they were scared of me, because that's why they wouldn't talk to me. Not like scared, like, oh my God, they're scared. I mean like the possible legal ramifications for what happened. I think like they were concerned about that, right? And that's why they said, okay, just radio silence. Don't talk to him. Ignore him until this blows over. I think that was the plan, right? It was like, he could make us look bad. He can maybe try some legal thing if we actually use his idea. Let's just shut up. Let's wait for this to blow over. That's what I think they were thinking, something like that. The reason I want to still use Kick is because we can free ride off the video servers, and there's nowhere else we can do that really. Oh yeah, so my plan at this point was to use our front page, the Legit Streamer Networks, and the Legit Streamer Network, Legit Streamers Network. Use that website as our front page, advertise that, and just use the video from Kick like as where I stream to. The reason this plan didn't totally work is because I just kept getting too annoyed with Kick that it like threw my streams off. It actually made my quality of streams go down, and I was getting annoyed with that. And so I just had to leave at a certain point. At a certain point I was just like, I can't, it's affecting my mind game too much. Like it's hurting the quality of the stream. So I just said, fuck it, we gotta do something else. And that's when I made like a leap to YouTube. YouTube kind of, but then it's the other time. That's what I ended up doing. Instead of trying to make the Legit Streamer Network work, which is probably the right call anyway, because if we had stuck around, we would have had to fix it when they updated the API. Would have been a hassle anyway. It would have been a hassle anyway. It would have been cool if it worked though. If my plan worked, it would have been cool. It's not totally. Twitch, no way. Twitch crazy story, right? Isn't this crazy? And the thing is, like, Kick is such like a bubble that nobody even really knows this happened, right? Like when I come to YouTube, like first nobody has any fucking idea that Kick is this sus. Like I've been trying to warn people that are like YouTube streamers that are trying to branch out into Kick. I try to warn them, but who am I? They don't know me from Adam, so I understand that. But I do try to warn people. I do go like, hey, it's a fake website. It's not what you think it is, and if they don't like you, you're gonna get screwed. But yeah, like how do they know me? So whatever. For the ads, Twitch super sucks. But at least I would get paid for them though, right? If I ran them regularly. Maybe I just time the ads and I pay. Oh yeah, there's no point in listening to this. Wait till we get to the part where he's actually talking about me or something. Yeah. This part, he said, he wanted anybody to talk to him a couple. Oh yeah, there was a point, I don't know if it's right before this, where he says, we were talking, right? Craggy reads, we were talking in email and Discord, he says. At some point, I'll see if I can find that. I think it's right before this part. Because this part, what happens is, he says that, and then I have to explain the story. Then I have to explain, that I had Discord DM'd him a bunch and he ignored them. And then he has the fucking nerve in this thing to say we were communicating on Discord, which means I was right before, right? He did read my DMs. He just never replied to them because he remembered in his mind, right? This guy's talked to me on Discord. This guy's talked to me on Discord, but he never fucking responded to a single DM I ever said. So, kind of a jerk off there.
Fair.
To be, oh, look at that. Cracky is bitter, Razor Red says. The devil worshipper, Razor Red, says Cracky is bitter. The devil worshipper, Razor Red, says that. And again, you can make that case that I'm just a bitter whatever person. I don't think so, though. Like, I feel like I was pretty fair every step of the way, and I gave them the opportunity to talk to me and etc. But this is when people start talking shit in the chat is around here. Be fair,
Cracky
you
is
don't allow
bitter,
me
it
to
says.
speak, man.
I have been talking with Cracky in
Right here, listen. Well, let me turn it up. He is bitter, they're so fucked, it's fucked, I know.
emails and
I see it more as an opportunity to cleanse this filth from my life. I understand what you're saying.
in Discords.
And Discords. You hear that? What did you say? It causes me to freak out when I hear that. What the fuck did you just say?
No, let's hear him out. To be fair,
Hear me out. They do not hear me out. They do not hear me out.
I have been talking with
What the fuck did you just say?
Cracky in email.
And I'll turn it down again, sorry.
In Discord.
In Discords, yeah. I was pissed. Because this is him admitting it, right? That he was reading my DMs the whole time. He's subconsciously or on purpose. I don't know if this guy is like a 4D chess player or retarded. You know? I don't know. I never know because like it could be either one with every freaking move like this. Is he doing something here where he's like slyly letting me know, or does he not realize what he's letting slip? Oh, you know what? I didn't turn the simp stream on today. Yeah. Hold on. I need to do that. Sorry, one sec. I want a regular simps, I think. I was thinking about Carl, but let me do the regular one. Hold on. We gotta turn that on. Gotta turn on the simps thing. Okay. Fix the key here. Okay. Save. Let's see if it connects right away or if I have to fix the other part too. That's good. Okay, Sims is up too. Back to this now. Video. Too many fucking tabs. Oh, here it is. Too many fucking tabs. When do they call you a crackhead? In chat, I don't know if we're gonna be able to catch that one. It's not like he doesn't call me. Chat starts calling me things like that. I'll see if we can find some of it. It's after the. So this part, I tell the story, right? So we can skip past that. You've already heard this story. Pick out what fucking part of that. Oh damn! Relax, bro. Oh yeah, then I show the moderation thing. That's worth showing, I think. In fact, sending you those messages because. Yes. This is me just telling the story. Look, I've become repetitive. You know what complaints I'm talking about when he's on the screen? Did you hear that? This son of a bitch again. I gotta get what we were talking about. I was right off. You sussed him out from the get-go. Yeah, I did. We're talking about Stinky, I think. If I had $1 for it and Craggy was right, I could start my own streaming platform. I'm telling you. That's Shrek 2 DVD is Dingus in chat right now. Okay, so not Beer Guy. Yeah, no. It's just people in chat. YouTube ate the message, not allowed to criticize the devil, sure. Shrek 2 DVD in chat right there is Dingus in chat now. Get this stuff right along, huh? Kick it through. I know I'm like overlapping everything though, so it's like impossible to read anything. I don't, we should hide the chat or something. Hold on. Should just hide the chat. It's just in the way for no reason. If I close this, yeah, there you go. I'll open it again. Reward of evil, it is. I got banned in the drama from where? From where, Steve? Where'd you get banned from? All companies mostly do reward evil. It sucks. He never responded and was saying that he also never put you on the front page after. Yeah. Good. So I'm looking for the next thing that he says because I comment on it a second. I want to hear. Much harder to control and manipulate. Yeah. You do, yes, yeah.
Say that the complaints have become repetitive.
Oh, that's it. The complaints have become repetitive. He says. Again, what were my complaints about? It was about him lying and the double standards to verification and all these kind of things that I talked about earlier. It's him lying. Oh, sorry, I gotta get this on the screen. It's him lying. I was mad. It was that was repetitive. Is him lying? Again, what is he talking about when he says? Also, you notice the audio levels are all fucked. That's on his end. His stream is always so quiet. You have to turn it up so much that if you go to something else after, it'll blow out your speakers. The complaints have become. Like there they go. Bitter trolls be crazy. Now they're starting to. The chat's starting to talk shit at this point. Repetitive. You know what complaints I'm talking about? This, look. Yeah, look at this. Hold on. If you if you type in my name, I mentioned that troll guy earlier, right? He made 1,000 names with Cracky Reads, and then he'd go to other chats, and he'd say, "Come watch Cracky Reads," and I would get banned from their chat at that point. The streamer would ban me for some reason, and they would actually assume that these alts and things were me, which of course they weren't. I'm just my regular name. All the other accounts, you know, obviously are fake. And I talked to the moderation team. I asked them to delete them. They never do. They're still there. That's what I'm pointing out here. The fact that there's a million fucking accounts on your fucking website that you don't take responsibility. She was here the other day for with my goddamn name in them. She was here the other day. She was here a couple days ago. And I've asked you thousands. But yeah, she doesn't stream anymore, and she doesn't hang out as much. I'm trying to get her to come on stream, and we do another collab. See if she enjoys streaming anymore. But yeah. The times to delete these. Why the fuck is there Cracky Reed's foreskin cheese on your Santa Maria right now to this day? Why does that exist? That guy we call PB Cheese, because a lot of his names have variations about. He talks about growing a certain kind of cheese for some reason. He's a really gross individual. And how do you? But you guys take no action whatsoever, and I'm repetitive. And here's the thing: this motherfucker. The 3 past emails I sent, I was about this. It was about this right here. It was about this motherfucker that goes around in other people's chats, pretends to be me, and then gets people in my chat mad at me, and nobody on Kick helps me or does anything about it. That's what the complaint. Yeah, but actually, Big E, the phony that I got banned from it, was it Big E? No, no, it wasn't. It was Matt Laugh. It was Matt Laugh. Sorry, I forgot. The guy had gone into his chat, and so his moderators come in my chat and they tell me, "You're not doing this right. You shouldn't be going to other people's chats and advertising. You should put in the hard work." Now, of course, I've streamed more than Matt Laugh every single day forever that I've ever streamed. He streams like 3 hours of the same Call of Duty game, and I don't know who the fuck they're talking to. And they tell me, you know, put in the work. And you'll get noticed, is what they say. It's like, who the fuck are you, bro? Who the fuck are you? You're dumb enough to think that that guy is me, and you're telling me advice? But that's all the stock advice the Kick streamers have, is put your head down, focus on yourself, and you'll get noticed. It's not true, of course. That advice is designed to make it so you don't notice all the corruption around you, around every corner. That's why I say, keep your head down, stay in your own lane. Don't worry about anybody else. What they mean is, don't notice all the corruption everywhere you look. Complaints that are quote-unquote repetitive are. And then this motherfucker, his like main account on Kick is it really? In my chat, threatens to rape my mother. And I... Sorry, I don't mean to lie with that now. He did say that, yeah, and I reported that too. Screenshot that. I send it to Santa Maria. That's my repetitive complaint. True. You fucking son of a bitch, bro. That's disgusting. I'm repetitive while you allow this guy to make threats about raping my mom? I'm repetitive. I'm repetitive.
I was pissed.
Well, I ask you to
Obviously.
start to help us, me and everybody else. And look at this.
Look at Leafy's ones. Look at Leafy's ones.
This one. What about Miss Leafy?
Yeah, the guy went after everybody we knew and did the same thing. The guy went after everybody we knew and did the same thing.
What about this, Santa Maria? How come none of these are fucking deleted, bro?
That's just the I'm telling you, the moderation team is just an open fire all the time. Nobody does anything in the moderation team. They don't exist.
Repetitive complaints, he says. I had 2 recent complaints. That, the guy saying he's going to rape my mom, and then what? The fact that I don't understand why they no longer put me on front page. Is there a path to getting me back on front page? I asked him. Those are my complaints, which he never responded to. And those
Yeah,
are the
he stopped emailing me back.
quote unquote.
At this point, when I go into his chat, he stopped emailing me.
How did he
stopped
refer to
replying.
me?
You know what's funny? If you just look at the brown parts of his mustache, it kind of reminds you of somebody else, doesn't it? Just the brown part, you know? Isn't
Asking
that
for
kind
this
of
kind of
interesting?
help? Repetitive complaints.
At least she had a check mark, so you knew which was the real one. Yeah, I brought that up too. I was like, is this not what the verification system is for? To stop this kind of thing? And he never responded to that either.
He said.
This is a honey trap. This
Yeah, I called it a honey trap, yeah.
I will say that.
What are you gonna
Wild
say?
have
You'll
not
say
been.
what?
In fact, Cracky Reed, well, not true. That he moves on.
Yeah, he tries to paint it like I'm just bitter and obsessed with this shit, which is not right. Not right at all. I stopped talking about everything for a good while.
In Discords.
In Discords
I
again.
will say that the
Now Miss Leafy's toilet doesn't even pop up. Clip, thank you.
Miss Leafy's toilet.
Santa's chat must have went
Jesus
after
Christ,
someone.
that
Yeah, I
guy.
don't know. Oh hell no.
He
Hell
did
no.
like
Busy
Leafy. He did like Leafy.
Don't improve.
He'd post some wild stuff in my
Repetitive,
chat.
Don't improve.
This right here is what made Leafy kick too, though.
That's what he calls repetitive chats. That's what he calls repetitive.
This made Leafy quit. It made me quit. This whole incident made us both quit, pretty much.
Complaints.
Kick. We
That's
both
who
quit
this
quick.
person
here.
is.
the complaints
Have what?
have become repetitive.
That's repetitive. Then
I'm
why don't you
stuck
do
on this
something
part,
about
huh?
it? You fucking lazy son of a bitch. How about you stop talking about your stupid convention and you do 1 day of work like the rest of us do? Too much to ask? Too much to ask for you to do 1 day of work? To actually be responsible for your fucking platform like the rest of us are? For things we do for our jobs? Why are there all these names under Cracky Reads, Mr. Santa Maria? Why is there alt? Why is there 80,000 alts? Why is there foreskin cheese? Why is that
Look at all the other ones too. Alt and
a
not.
thing?
The guy made a
Why? I've
limited.
reported them, haven't I? What,
The
you gonna
guy
say
made
I didn't
a
report
limited
them? I
names.
reported them every method I could, and I've emailed you about them.
He stopped replying me emails again. At this point, he stopped replying. He doesn't reply anymore. Still.
October's been sick, right? Here you go. You've been ghosting me for a while, I say. Look at all these people adding me, right? Bitter trolls be crazy. I'm just a bitter troll now. Look at them mocking me, man. Doesn't say
It gets worse here. That's why I'm mad about it.
Don't say I'm real like this, but he allows it on me.
Moves on with
How have one person from Kick help me then? Delete those accounts then. Do your job then.
his content because
Moves all my content. I've moved on. I'm in a total, clearly you don't watch my content. This is why I'm saying, Clips was saying earlier, he watches, he clearly doesn't. I'm in a whole new freaking storyline with Spooky Ghost. Look at right now, bro.
Yeah, see, I had made this, as a troll, I take offense to you crying over the mom grape thing. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. It's not like I was really mad about that too much. It's just like, the point was that the guy would post all this shit in my chat and like the most horrible shit you could post, and the moderators wouldn't ever show up no matter what. That was my point with that. That's the only reason I'm highlighting that. Obviously I agree with you of like,
who cares too? And if I had the power to actually like ban people and whatever, it'd be fine too. But the problem is on Kick, you can just make another account and you can make one with a 10-minute email at this point in time. So like, there was no way to for me to do anything. And I was asking like for some kind of, like on Twitch, for example, they make you got to use verified emails, something like that. You might be right that they sent it. Yeah. Well, multiple people have confirmed that idea on their own. Like they've told me that he works for him, and like in a like under the table kind of way. Moves on. Look at what I'm doing now. I have a character that wasn't even in the video
because he's a
that he brings up.
talented.
Yeah, great. Now I'm supposed to be thankful for him. Yeah, he glazes me a bunch in the thing, which is great, I guess. But like he's he's trying to gaslight me, saying I'm talented while he's throwing me under the actual bus and encouraging his chat to go after me. You've been ghosting me for a while, I say, right?
You have been ghosting me for a while. Not true.
Now do you consider this kind of thing a lie when somebody does this? Listen to him. Listen to what he says very carefully.
True.
Not true. You've been ghosting me for a while. Not true.
Not true.
What does he say?
True. I answered your email during DreamHack Week.
I answered your email during DreamHack Week. Now, do you consider it a lie when somebody says something that's flat out not true? The dishonesty that happens here is freaking wild. Watch how it goes. So he says that to me, right? So you know what? For the record, he did not. He did not reply to my DreamHack email. He did not. I do right now. I look at my email and I check the last time he emailed me. I check the dates of DreamHack, right? I Google. Right now what I'm doing is I was Googling like this. I'm going to recreate it. I Google what are the dates of DreamHack. What true he says, yeah. Atlanta dates. Okay? And it says Friday, October 4th to the 6th. So DreamHack Week would be someday in 7 days of, I mean, it would be what? What day would it have been with DreamHack Week? 4th? I already said it. I don't know why I'm asking. It was the weekend was 4th to 6th, right? What was the date? Hold on, let me get the date of. I mean, it would be day. What was it? So DreamHack Week would be someday in 7 days of October. That's the right month, right? It would be what? What day would it have been with DreamHack Week? 4th? October 4th, right? The 6th. So I check my email and I type in his name. And finally just start finishing the story. I look up, where was the last time he emailed me? Is that true? That doesn't seem true. It sounds like a lie. Is he telling the truth? And I check it. Last time he emails me was, what do I say it in the thing? October? Wait, no, there's me emailing him. Oh, that's sent. I guess I'm checking my email right now. Was September 27th. Right, September 27th is the last email. October 4th is the DreamHack Week. So I don't know how you can word that and say he emailed me then when the math doesn't add up, does it? It was September 27th was the last time he emailed me. It was September 27th. He had ignored 1, 2, 3, 4 emails since then. Me talking about who was how can we make this even message from again? Yeah, the beard. Okay, so like Mustache, when I confronted him about the about it in Clips's chat from earlier part of the story, he said from then on like he would answer all my emails basically, and just give him a day to reply. At a certain point, he just stops though. He just stops replying. The rape threats, me talking about not getting front page anymore, and me talking about the harassment and the accounts and why he hasn't anybody deleted them. Now again, I'm using the word harassment not because I actually feel harassed, but because I'm trying to point out that the moderation team doesn't do anything. I'm just trying to highlight that they don't help you no matter what. They don't. You can have like your chat spammed every day by different accounts, and they won't do anything. They won't delete the accounts. You have to manually do it all yourself, and it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass. They could do something. They could require verified emails like every other website on Earth does. You can literally sign up on Kick with a 10-minute email, and that's intentional, so they can have all those sign-ups and brag about them. He ignored all of that. He said,
Mustache
check
guy,
my
yeah.
email. He just didn't answer it, is why he's saying this, but he lies. Yeah, he checked my email. That's what he's thinking of, right? When he says I emailed you back, he means I read your email that you sent me during DreamHack. But he thought he replied maybe, right, in his head, but he didn't. So he's just lying. Right? Is this a lie? You consider it a lie?
Let's skip the next one. I catch on
I've
another
been
lie
ghosting
too.
you for a while.
Now, is September 27th in DreamHack week? Bro?
No, it's not.
Have
Is the
not been.
answer.
In fact,
Cracky reads, you were one
let's go back again. He tells two
He's about, yeah, this is the second lie he's about to tell.
lies back to back. It really pisses me off. He tells two lies back to back.
Not true. I answered your email during DreamHack week.
Lie one, right? Lie one. You did not. Last one, September 27th. Right?
Go on, bro.
Oh,
Come
look
on, what
at
am I waiting
Sigma
for?
Gabe. Nice of him. You write well too. Thank you, Gabe.
Yeah, somebody said a nice thing to me in the chat. Sigma Gabe's a nice guy.
I'm not-
I remember
Gabe
him.
is a nice guy. Gabe
Yeah.
is a nice guy.
Agreed, former me. Agreed.
He's pro LSN. That's a nice guy there. Yes,
Agreed.
true. Check your emails.
I've been ghosting you for a while.
And so,
You know what's funny, kind of too? This thing, I got the most followers I've ever gained from a single like thing. It was like 12 people followed me during this.
am I lying? No, right? I'm telling the
Isn't that crazy? Like he thought, well, he does throw me under the bus, but he thought like this was like, he doesn't know how many people hate Kick. This made me a lot of friends when this happened.
true. This guy lies to my face, and this is the kind of shit we get from kids.
Skip. I want to hear the second lie.
I have not been.
Fact, Cracky reads,
Here we go. Can we hear the second lie finally? Stop interrupting it.
What else?
you were one of the few streamers on
What else?
Kick.
That do what?
You are one of the few streamers on Kick that gets to do
What? What do I get to do, Mr. Special Privilege?
whatever content you want and not be moved out of the just chatting category.
Can you fucking believe he said this?
You know, the reason I was so mad, because everybody in chat knows that's not true. That's not true. I asked for that, yes. Like I was saying, I asked for that. And he said he'd pass a note. It didn't happen.
Can you
That didn't
fucking
happen.
believe he said this? Let's go back again.
Streamers on Kick. You are one of the few streamers on Kick that gets
But see, this makes me think he believes his staff listens to him, right? Or something. Because it didn't happen. For a week. Yeah. Yeah, it was maybe for a week. It's hard to remember now. I can't exactly specify, but it was something like a week. It was like a little, it was like a couple days, maybe a week, maybe a little bit longer than a week. Some kind of little chunk of time. And then it was back to just moved every like hour or something. Like they are crazy with moving you around. It's
whatever
wild.
content you
They forgot
want
that
and
bit,
not
yeah.
be moved out of the just
Yeah, true.
You lying son of a bitch.
True.
Now,
true.
this is why when Cliff says he watches my channel, I say no, he doesn't. I get moved every fucking day. You do not. Yes, he sent a memo supposedly to try and stop moving me. That never became a thing. They've always moved me. Yes, you minimized it, kinda. It stopped a little bit. Yesterday, I was moved 2 times. The day before that, I was moved. The day before that, I was moved. What are you talking about, you liar?
It's true. They move pretty much every day.
You fucking liar.
And you could say, is that a big deal? Yes and no, right? It's not the biggest deal, but it's annoying to get moved around by the moderation team. Just let me be in a category, man. Just like, what are you guys doing? I'm chatting. Come talk to me if you want. If you don't think I'm just chatting, chat at me and see if I get to the chat, because I will, you know? Isn't that automated though? No, that it's basically what I think it is what they do to try to look busy. I think they just do it to try to look busy. I think they're like, you know, like trying to pretend that, oh crap, you know what I just realized? I have the wrong Simps chat open. Fuck, hold on. The wrong Simps chat open.
Anybody was talking to me. Oh, Midnight's over there. Sorry, Midnight. Sorry, bro. What fuckers that worships Satan, the root of all evil, when you aren't a very nice person? That's the chat, YouTube 8. Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I missed that. I didn't have my chat up. What's AI? A lot of Indians. Yeah, it's true. True. You fucking liar. Everybody here knows you're lying, man. I don't like how whiny I sound. I was pissed though, man. But I'm like, ugh, I don't like how I sound. My chat right now knows you're a liar because of this. You lied twice, 2 times in a row. But I was pissed. What am I going to do? He's like acting like, oh, you get special privileges. Why are you even bitching? I don't get those privileges. I get moved. You said you were going to send a note to them. I'm going on about this, man. Now, I'm getting moved, fired from Twitch, or he quit on his own. Good question. You've been getting moved every day, basically a watch party for no reason. Yeah. I don't get that treatment, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Now, is there anything else interesting worth bringing up in here? I don't know. There is some more interesting stuff. There's when he actually pulls it up, right? See, he actually watches it. He actually watches it.
What I wanted to talk about, categories on Kick.
Notice how there's people liked it too.
Right, I'd love to talk about that. I've been talking.
And he tries to make fun of me, like, that's not an original idea. Everyone's had that idea. I got Koji put one. Oh, wait. Go back a little bit. At this point, at some point, I mention the date or something. 24/7. Oh yeah, they brag about their 24/7 support, but it's almost certainly AI or something. It sucks. Yeah. For anything critical, you say, yeah, fuck this site with a load of garbage. They can't even graphic design right. Yeah, Radbound's right about that. Well, I get in the feature like area, but I don't get front paged. What are you talking about here? On week of DreamHack, which was October 4th to 6th. Around the focus around the double standard to verification was so intense. Okay, so what happened here, I'm trying to find where it starts, but I say the date of my last email, and then he does this really weird thing. That they had to say something, they had to do something. So what they did was, they responded to it, and they said, we've got it more strict, and we're going to address it. And then they sent out all those emails to everybody saying, you guys did good on KCIP, remember that? You're killing it. So, I'm talking about the PR right now. This is fucked up as hell. This is an unhinged. What am I talking about? You calm down, sir. Bad, yeah.
So,
same game.
he thought about.
This is unhinged. Now, an unhinged rant. Behavior.
The sorting is on the front.
Look here, man. Is Razor Red right or am I right? Did he admit it or not? Did I make that up? Oh yeah, in chat I said that he admitted that. He did admit it. Okay, so right after we did that, right, I made a stream where I was gathering the evidence to prove it, and we made that video the day after the presentation got stolen. His mods came into my chat, said they were working on the idea on their own. Not true, by the way, not true. They tried to gaslight me, his mods did, until I made the video, and then he released a quote-unquote statement. And I was like, okay, I never watched this statement. People told me what it said. He called me crazy. He's like, yeah, I did get an idea from somebody in Retro, but it's kind of crazy in my opinion. And this guy's like a therapist degree or something. He's a practicing therapist. And he said, like, as a therapist, I find, and I don't know if this is legal, as a therapist, I find that his behavior was crazy to be so obsessed with his idea being stolen. It makes it seem like he doesn't really care about the community and he just cares about himself. That's what he said. That was his statement. It doesn't seem like he cares about the community. It seems like he cares about himself, and I think it's crazy. As a therapist, I think his behavior is crazy. Okay. All right. Okay, I guess. Trying to hold you accountable for stealing my presentation is crazy. Okay. But he did admit it. He says, yes, I did get the idea from him, but from somebody in Retro. But he doesn't even say my name, which is ridiculous. Fighting game. Like, they're fucking gaslighting me, like, no, the truth isn't even true. She has no idea. She has no idea. Why is she speaking
whatever
on
it
it?
is, and then you click
Yeah, I don't know why Razor Red talked to me at all. I don't know why Razor Red thinks like they have any. That this person is a devil worshipping freak. Hold on, you want to see Razor Red? Razor Red is a devil worshipping freak that paints on the front page for hours at a time. It's the most boring content I've ever seen in my life. It's proof that this website is just like charity or something, if you ask me. This chick is the most boring shit you'll ever see in your goddamn life, bro. Well, let's see if we can find one of her front page streams where she literally is just painting. Here we go. For hours at a time. Just the slowest fucking boring shit you'll ever see. Oh, now it's not. There we go. There we go. For hours at a time, just this. Hours at a time, just this.
So this is the xenomorph. This is the alien one.
Like, she's skilled, but it's not interesting
That's the
whatsoever.
original photograph that the photographer took for me.
Oh, sorry, never
Now I'm
mind.
just tidying it up.
It's a photograph.
So that it can be. I'm gonna take away some of the, the shine and
Never mind, it's a photograph. Never mind.
Stuff.
Never mind, it's a photograph.
idiot.
Lame, yeah. Therapists, they have rapists in their title. The rapist. I'm with you. I'm with you, Meta. I'm with you 100%. Aloha. Welcome. Being called crazy is a compliment. I think so too. I don't mind being called crazy. Mainly because it's like one of the few things people will just repeatedly call me. They'll call me dumb or they'll call me crazy. And neither one really bothers me. If you want to bother me, like, what would it be? Call me boring, probably. Say I'm not funny. Then they'll be like, what? What? Huh? Really? I'm boring? Come on, man. Boring? That's what would bother me, that kind of thing. Let them call you whatever you want. I'm with you.
Didn't know that tidying.
Being called crazy is the best when it comes to people who are lost. I agree 100%.
It was a thing people did.
I
to
agree
art.
100%.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Anyway, back to this part. So she tried to gaslight me into thinking that my presentation wasn't stolen and I was just being crazy, basically, right?
tag the game.
Stinky, to give him credit. Oh yeah, I used to call him Stinky. Stinky Steelers. Stinky Steelers. Did not pretend the idea was his. Yeah, he admits it. That's the thing. Other people try to gaslight me and tell me that he didn't admit it. He did, though. He called me crazy and admitted it. After I called him out. Nice. He admitted it was mine. He just said I was acting crazy, right? I think me and Robbie are going to start doing a Sunday Simp stream, I think is the idea, right? With anybody that wants to. A game day on Sundays. We did Chivalry 2 earlier. It was pretty fun. I definitely want to do it again. He isn't even being as dishonest as Razor Red is here in chat right now. Even he isn't. He didn't, at least, I got to give him credit for that. At least, let's give it a head.
Maximize your odds of finding somebody else similar.
I did Monday though, so I get it. Everyone hates Mondays, but I'm here for the clapbacks by the group in Santa Maria. This is an attack by Santa Maria on a small guy. That's what it is. You said you emailed me a dream hack. I don't see that email. And I fucked it up, though. I typed Santa Mara.
I remember
I did type Santa Mara.
that game as well. And you're subtly
Santa Mara.
moving that pollination throughout different streamers.
There's a fair amount of people where they'll be
Because I know watching
as a gamer.
Is that a JB Garfield about Hey Mondays? I don't. No way.
communities.
No, just
Cross-pollination.
I feel like if someone's like typing in a game because it says like
so
like Street
dishonest they even try this. And I'm a creator on your platform, bro. You're targeting me like this.
And they type it in.
Who have I ever hurt on this platform? What have I? Okay. Trying to. Very good. Listen to this motherfucker.
I'm gonna finish this video because he's talking about
Look at this. Look at people going, streamers shouldn't get a free pass to stream games in the. Yeah, see, then people start getting mad at me because he said that thing. Chatting category. And it wasn't a free pass. I chatted more than anybody else in Just Chatting. To this day, I still chat more than anybody in Just Chatting. So fucking stupid. To this day.
let's see where this goes.
Why did I even have to leave? Our perception of others is a reflection of us, and the reaction of others is the awareness of themselves, and vice versa. Yeah, I can see that, right? For me, what I try to do, right, is I don't know, man. I don't worry too much about disagreements usually. I just try to understand the other person and see where they're coming from. And then if I do that, I feel like I accomplished, you know, like I did if I'm having a conversation, it's never about like, am I right? Are they wrong? It's always about, for me, can I understand where they're coming from so I can see if I'm missing something, or like, you know, like I just think that's what's valuable about interacting with other people, is trying to understand them more and gain insights from, you know, what they've learned and who they are, that kind of thing. I think that's the point of, I mean, like the best thing you can do with your time when you're interacting with other people is try to understand them, not like win points against them or anything like that. Just like learn what you can from them and apply it to your own thought process. Leave retro. Why did I even have to leave retro? See, that's the thing though. When people or systems feel activated by me/us in any shape or form, is that we receive their power. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I kind of believe in something like that, I suppose. Life is definitely like in a lot of it's in the interaction between us more than it is like just us, right? Like the spark of life involves multiple people, right? It's like it's what happens in between people. Nobody's getting. I had to leave retro because the
last email I have from you is September 27th. Hey,
look at that. Look at this. I tell them why, because you said, oh yeah, this is the part I want to show you guys real quick before we're done. And then if you want to check this video out, you can on your own. I want to show this part real quick. This is the last part that I really want to show. So he says here, he does a really manipulative thing, and I want to point it out. So I say, last email I have from you is September 27th. Why am I saying this? Because he said, I emailed you back at DreamHack. So all I'm doing is trying to keep him honest and say, hey bro, last email I have from you is September 27th. And what does he do? What's his reaction to this? I emailed you DreamHack Week. When was DreamHack Week? You fucking liar. When was that? Now how does he behave instead of just owning the mistake?
hey chat.
Hey chat. Right, this is how he acts. This is the trick he pulls. Watch this trick. Oh, I muted him. He's good probably, but I gotta go back now. I go back now.
From
I'm
me,
mumbling.
reason that, let's see where this goes. Cracky reads. Last email I have.
Some people can view about hundreds, even thousands of views, and others can get false. Now I'm interrupting. Falsely bought it and shadow banned. It's crazy, Action. It's crazy, man. Oh, Action House Action Beta Boy. Is that Action House or a different person? The other wild thing is I haven't done a damn thing against this platform, and the guy fucking goes after me, man. Stop bitching. I tried to do his... And again, the reason I say this is because earlier he said, I emailed you DreamHack... Yeah, I'm explaining it. Hack Week. September 27th was not DreamHack Week. So I did not get emails. I emailed 3 times since then complaining about... Like the guy that's been harassing me that goes around, makes fake name. Again, you can prove this yourself by typing Cracky Reads into the chat,
it's still
into
there.
the search bar, and see all these names which I've asked them to delete.
We're all one organism, just pretending to be strangers. Here's the thing about, I don't know about that one. Because you know why? Because I think a lot of that leads into like Gnosticism and Hermeticism. And I think that kind of philosophy has a lot of problems with it. But I don't know if every version of it necessarily does, but I see lots of people go kind of like really self-centered from that kind of view. And I don't think everybody that has that view is, by no means. But I see lots of people follow that path, or like they think like they're piece of the Godhead, right? And then they get like this level of arrogance about that, that like makes them go off into space somewhere, and not in a good way, just off into space in their own way. And
So I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. For me, here's what I think about like the nature of reality. I think okay, so if you start from the base of I think therefore I am, right? We'll go to that. Then I think that implies a where, a when. Like I think therefore I am when. I think therefore I am where. It implies you exist. The circumstances of your existence are also implied by your thoughts. The fact that you can think not only implies your own existence, it implies the existence of the circumstances for you to be able to exist, right? That's what I go from there, and then I go, okay, so that would mean, then I decide to put that as, so there is a circumstances, there is a place or a thing that I'm inside of, and I put that as a separate entity or something, like a separate thing is not me, and I put that above me, because I find if you put yourself above that, a lot of people lose the anchor point and like they get really weird. So I put, but it's fine too, like if you believe that we're all the same, that it's just one instead of two. But I think there's the big divide, right? It's like oneism versus twoism or something. I forget, deism. Anyway, so that's kind of how I view things. I don't know what that thing is that I'm inside of or, you know, part of or what, but I consider it a separate thing. And then other people, I assume are real because they have ideas that I couldn't have. And that's the only thing I'm sure of, is that, like, that I exist somewhere, and other people also exist. But the last one, I'm using logic a little bit, so it could be wrong. I don't think it is though. I don't see a reason to assume that I haven't seen a strong thing to suggest to me that I'm the same as everybody else, in that we're all one thing. I think we're separate things. But I'm open to thinking about the ideas. I'm open to thinking about the ideas. All philosophies create problems. I agree. Like deciding you know, I think creates problems. I agree. Deciding you know the nature of reality or anything, being sure you know something, it creates problems. I try to think like I don't know things. I'm just trying to learn, like to be less wrong, like be further from not knowing. Like you have not knowing on one side, right, of like a topic or whatever. I try to move away from that. Basically, I don't know how close I am to the truth or to reality. I don't know how close I get, but I know I'm moving away from not knowing, something like that. If we are the same organism, send me some of your money. Imagine an existence. What is your favorite question to be asked? That's a good question. What do you care for wholeheartedly? That's a good question too. I gotta think about that. Imagine existence when we dare to say we don't know and choose to explore and find again. No, I agree with that one. I like that. What existence is paradox? Yeah, sure, could be. Why money? What do you believe money is, and what gives it worth? What is more? Well, for me, money's a good question there. I think of money as like meta energy to accomplish other things. I don't think of money as a goal. Most certainly not. But I do think that like the market works, like a free market. A lot of people hate a free market. I think it works. I think it's feeding needs. That's why I like Sims. But I don't think money is the goal. It's like, you know, purpose is the goal, right? Like, and what's purpose? I think you probably got to decide. Everybody got to decide on their own, probably. Mine's something like, I want to try to live up to my potential and figure out as much as I can and share that with anybody that's interested in talking about any of it or anything. Something like that, like entertain people maybe. Something like this could be my purpose. I don't really know for sure. do it. They will not do their job. Kick refuses to do a single job. All they can do is eat hot. I'm trying to get this part where he does the trick, but I talked through it so much. And when they get asked to do a job, they have Cheeto dust all over their hands, so they can't even type in stuff. You saw him earlier trying to type. They would try to type cracky reads and it would come out, what? And they would just give up. And they would just give up. You mean to email them 3 times in 15 days? What?
This guy in the white hood sure complains a lot. Hey, dingus. Yeah, Spooky Ghost does, huh? Money is energy, it's currency, currency. I agree. Yeah, I think so too.
I think so too. Now? You missed most of the stream? You emailed 3 times in 15 days? Since the 27th. Yeah, I did. So what? Because I've been harassed every single day on his platform, bro. Why wouldn't I? What's your fucking excuse for why I shouldn't do that or why that's weird?
This guy in white complains a lot, he says. I'll give you presents, I appreciate that. I prefer presents. You like the ones with a box? You like ones in a box?
Sucking kicks ass, and I got on front page. They will punish you for anything critical you say. Yeah, fuck this site with a load of...
Oh, that was Leafy saying that? Yeah, she did. Oh, yeah, we did an experiment with Leafy. You guys remember? Leafy stopped getting front page when she backed me up. And then what we did was we had her put in her title, I love Kick, Kick rules kind of thing. And then she got a front page immediately.
Garbage. They can't even graphic design right. What are you going to say, bro?
Wasn't that crazy?
They don't want to stream their content. They want laugh dogs.
It's supposed to flow, otherwise it gets stinky, like the trapped water without current. I agree with that too. That like we should just keep it flowing. Money should be flowing. 100% agree. This is why it's why I like Sims so much. Presence is the present.
Hey,
sure,
chat,
I get what you're
anyone
saying.
that has an email,
they talk about how they have 24/7.
Like our attention is possibly our most valuable asset. So I appreciate it. If you give me any attention to, I appreciate it very much.
Support and then punish.
I understand
you help.
it's very. I try to maximize the streams like value or something, so like it's hopefully worthwhile to give it your attention. But I definitely appreciate it too.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Is it not ridiculous that they don't delete any of these accounts, man?
Bro, how long till I get to the point, man? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I emailed 3 times, but he didn't respond to any one.
Oh, now I'm mad at Cabron.
So it's not like it's not like he was responding to him. It was the same complaint, and I couldn't get an answer for it. Kick staff won't respond to me. When I go to the support website and I tell them the problem, they say we're sending it to the other department. So I messaged Santa Maria because he
attention is currency, money is attention.
Told me message them whenever I have a problem like that, bro.
Like an IOU.
How am I being
attention.
fucked up? How am I being ridiculous emailing him 3 times?
Or sorry, yeah, like an IOU for your time, kind of, or something. Yeah.
The staff won't talk.
The problems are, of course, that all the markets are like, corrupt, and that corrupts the money itself, too. So people think money is corrupt. I don't think money is corrupt. I agree with you that it's like just an energy, and if it's flowing, then what's the problem? Like, yeah, that's how I see it. It's people choose to engage with it in dishonest ways, and that affects the market, and so the market becomes dishonest, and then the money becomes dishonest, and then people blame money, but it's not the money's fault, it's people's fault.
To me,
that are choosing.
He's my only
be
contact
that
that'll
way.
actually ever respond to me ever.
after 27th or
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so check this out.
September
And he stopped.
27th?
And again, he said
He opens it up and asks, "Who here gets an email from me?"
I emailed you back on week of DreamHack, which was October 4th to 6th.
Please put a 1.
We give value or not? Sure. Oh, let me go back up a little bit. What can you say? What can you get for $50? And what's spacious? Exactly. It's all nepotism. Money is no character. We give care. We give value or not. I agree. Yeah. Everything is that way, though, right? Nothing is value, unless we give it. All value is subjective, right? I agree. A value is subjective, but prices, and I've learned a lot about economics. Prices are in a non-corrupt system are the reflecting that subjective value, like of
that's a reflection of the subjective value. If the market was actually like not being, you know, pulled around by all these other things and controlled and locked down, then that price would basically reflect that current subjective value. That's the idea. And that's why free markets are good, even though they're painted as bad. They are good, I think. I believe they're good. The problem again is people wanting power and yada yada, and not really understanding that like social power is almost like, it's not a made up thing. Obviously there is social power, but in a way it's made up in that like fighting over it is kind of like this almost artificial game. Like you can approach life differently and not really fight for social power the way they do, and it's probably better, man. Like these people, I feel like they're just like broken, like they're envious of other people and they don't really know how to find contentment. I wouldn't say happiness, but like purpose or contentment or like a reason, something. What is it? Nietzsche said. Nietzsche. Well, my buddy Nietzsche says, a man that, what's this saying? He who has a why to live can bear almost any how, right? So you need a why. You need a why. Why do I live? You need a why. And if you have a good why, then nothing else really matters, right? You can do anything you want. You can, nothing can stop you if you have a why. Something like that.
In chat,
So, but most of those people don't have a why. And that's why they just like hoard money and resources and they never feel happy and they keep going for the next goal and nothing makes them feel good because they don't have a why. They don't really have a purpose for what they're doing.
One that's gotten an email directly from me.
Well, here it goes. Who has gotten an email directly from me? That's the tricky pulls.
Email directly from me. An email from Andrew.
He's like, you are so lucky to even get emails from me. Do you see this? Isn't this disgusting? Am I wrong to see this as disgusting? To me, this is a disgusting trick. He says, I emailed you during DreamHack. I say, okay, my last email was the 27th. And then he goes, chat, who here has got an email from me, Santa Maria? Me, right? Even though he should take responsibility for his website. Yes, I understand. He purposely turns his chat on me right here, right? He purposely tries to get them upset with me by saying this. There's no other reason to say it, as far as I can tell, besides to make them mad at me and make them like try and, you know, shame me into behaving, like get them envious of me. Because like the answer, of course, is most people are going to say, no, you didn't email me. But like the pretentiousness to act, the arrogance to act like an email from him is such a special gift they should be like sucking him off for is ridiculous too. And he went on vacation, and we're all supposed to stop our every stream agenda. And that pisses me off too, right? Their DreamHack event is supposed to be something we care about when when we run streams. We do digital entertainment on the internet. A physical event should not stop digital entertainment and the quality of it or any of that. Like, it shouldn't have any effect on it. But yeah, they stopped the whole fucking thing. Like, you're not supposed to contact support or Santa Maria or whatever because they're doing DreamHack. But DreamHack is less important than the website, right? Than the actual entertainment, or it should be. For his vacation.
At kick.com. Put a one in.
Following up once a week is reasonable. And how many days was it? 15 days? The last one was just one saying, put your money where your mouth is and have me on DreamHack. No, KickTalk.
Chat.
I said DreamHack there. I'm just noticing I said that. I said KickTalk. My last email to him said, put your money where your mouth is. Have me on KickTalk. That's all I said. That was my last email to Santa Maria. All replies actually AI chat help. That's all. That's all it is. It's fucking fake. I believe attention is priceless. I am present now with you, me, and all. I agree with that. I believe in similar. I have a similar worldview to that. If someone steals your bike, then don't think about how it makes you sad. The person who now owns it is probably happier than you are, so it adds a net positive to the world, and we are one happy organism. Well, I don't believe in that thing that you said there necessarily. don't think I really believe in that one. I think I really believe in that one. I don't know what my view on that is exactly, but I don't agree that you should necessarily be happy your bike was stolen. Yeah, I don't know. Should you be happy about that? I don't think you should let it break you up too much, right? Like you shouldn't let it get you down too much. But shouldn't people be held accountable for like things they do so they know in the future to behave appropriately? Like there was a time a kid stole my bike when I was a kid, and we found him, and the kid tried to say it wasn't my bike. But me and my friends were like, no, that's definitely his bike. But he tried to say it wasn't my bike. He tried to lie about that. I don't know. It doesn't seem like I'm happy that I should have been happy that he stole my bike. Or that I should have let him have it or anything. I took it back. Took my bike back. So I don't know. I don't know. What is a triathlon for a Pollock? I don't know. I don't know that much about Pollocks. They run to the public swimming pool, go for a swim, or return with a bike. I'm also a Pollock. Ah, okay. Okay. This is a joke about stealing bikes. If you steal my bike, you're going to be really sad when I find you. What are you going to do to him, right? Kill him? Kill him? I was doing the bike cuck meme. When one needs it more than let them. I don't know, man. I believe in property. I believe in personal property. I do also believe in charity, though, like lending it. Like, I agree that if somebody came to me and I had a bike, right? And they're like, can I borrow your bike? And they need it for something, I definitely might say yes. Yeah. But I think that negotiation has to happen, though, or it's fucked up, is what I think. Like, because the person earned the bike, right, through something. Through their time, through their effort, through their attention, they earn the bike. So I don't think it's anybody else's right to take the bike. But I do agree that if I owned a bike and somebody needs the bike and they ask me, very likely I would say yes. Like, okay, whatever. But without that question, I think, without the actual agreement or the negotiation or whatever, I think it's wrong. And it's definitely wrong. It's definitely wrong, man. But I do think we should try and help people and lend stuff and yada yada too. I do believe in property, though. I do believe you have a right to what you earn, because otherwise it's going to make people spiteful and mad, and like the people that try the hardest are going to be the most disenfranchised with society if you work that way. And that's not going to be good. You want your hard workers to, like the people that really put their soul into what they do, what they try to produce. You want those people to be incentivized even more, not less, Like that's how we change. That's how we get things in society that like change the way of life and make the world better for everyone, is by incentivizing the people that can build those things, right? And if we don't incentivize those people, or if we allow society to be a way that breaks their spirit, then quality of life will go down for everyone. So we got to incentivize, so that's why I believe in private property and things like that, because private property incentivizes production, and creativity and all that stuff. So I think private property is very good. I do. But I also do believe in sharing your stuff, Like I'm an older brother. I have 3 younger siblings. I've shared stuff my entire life, I'm not I'm not a miser when it comes to my property by any means. But I do think whoever owns it should be the one to say. I don't think anybody else should have a right to say. Yeah. That's what I think. Life gets high on me. I can't even do green tea, really. I believe in agency, same. Let me go back up a little bit. What else did I miss? I just spent 12K on a dirt bike. You ain't taking it. No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Skull Crusher. I'm with you. Enjoy your bike, man. That's awesome. What kind of dirt bike did you get? Like what? What's the engine and stuff? Okay, let's see. No, you should blast them with a mortar shell for coming on your property like a true American, yeah? Maybe. I like to walk, and usually my blissful state of being in my most circumstances provides me more than I could imagine. Like just in taking it in. Sure, it's good. Good. Ownership is funny concept to start with. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I mean, yeah, maybe the concept of ownership might not be totally right, but I definitely believe in private property, like being able to buy things that belongs to you, because like for real, otherwise how do you inspire the people that are going to change the world? If they can't earn things, then why are they going to do anything? Like Lincoln had a saying about it. Hold on. Lincoln had a saying about it that I liked. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I think he posted on Discord one time. Lincoln had a saying I liked about personal property. I guess there's a bunch of stuff about Lincoln in the Discord. This is a bunch of stuff. I wonder if I can remember an actual quote from the thing then. Maybe property was in it. Yeah, that's easier than. Oh, here it is. Lincoln said, "Owning stuff makes other people." Wait, no, that's my version of it. Is my rephrasing of it. Here it is. The strongest bond of human sympathy outside of the family relation should be one uniting all working people of all nations and tongues and kindreds. Nor should this lead us to a war upon property, over the owners of property. Property is the fruit of labor. Property is desirable, is a positive good in the world. That some should be rich shows that other may become rich, and hence is just encouragement to industry and enterprise. Let not him who is houseless pull down the house of another, but let him labor diligently and build one for himself. Thus, by example, assuring that his own shall be safe from violence when built. Lincoln said that. I like that a lot. I like that quote a lot. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do now, guys, because we covered the thing. I covered that video. I think I've shown enough of it. And we can chat one more time in case anyone wants to watch it on their own. Let's find something else to watch now. Meta poop, you ever take mushrooms? That's a good question. Life gets high on me, I can't even do green tea, sure. In a perfect world, the alligator moat would get the thief before they even get close to my bike. Alligator moat. And that's if they could make it past the Panthers. Maybe it's not about earning and more about belonging. That's definitely part of it. Being responsible, being able to respond is what freedom is, in my stinging opinion. Remember the two core questions I asked. What do you really care for, and what is your favorite questions? What do I really care for? I can answer the second one first. My favorite questions are to be asked is anything that makes me think about things that I haven't thought about a lot. Anything that like challenges me to think. I like any question that challenges me to think or has some kind of insight in it or anything interesting, really. Any question that allows me to actually ponder and think or have to actually solve it. Anything like that is what I like as a question. If it's engaging, right? Engaging questions are what I like. Let's put on music while I look for another video to watch. Let's watch, I don't know, let's find something to react to. That's not a bad idea, right? Yeah, let me think about the first one. What's very important to me? I know it's important to me, but it's hard to put into words. People are very important to me. Like, living by example is very important to me. Trying to figure out the nature of things and then test it and then see if I'm right. That's very important to me. Like that whole process, the scientific process is very important to me. People I care about, of course, right, are very important to me. I would do anything for, like, to help somebody I know, pretty much. I believe in giving over receiving. Because it's better, right? Giving is better than... Oh, I gotta change the title on YouTube. This is what the title screen. Okay, I think the interconnectivity between people is good, right? I like... So, this isn't really part of answering your question, but I think it's relevant. I think the natural, like, state of humans is like a tribe. Like... And I think religion kind of co-opted that, right? And so it made it so, like, your local tribe could, like, network with a bigger thing, which was religion, right? Like, your local church was still kind of your community for a lot of people. It was still kind of your tribe. Kind of replaced it. But tribal structure is probably our natural state, I think. Like, when we want to be useful to someone, we want to be useful to our tribe. We want to earn our value to our tribe. We want our tribe to respect us. We want to help them. And also it makes sense, too. There's something called Dunbar's number. You guys know about that? No problem, Skull Crusher. I'm happy to do it. I know. Everyone around here wants to ride it, and then I'm the bad guy. If I say no, you're dirtbag. Yeah, you're not really a bad guy. It's your bike, man. Just how people are. Hacking is cool. Yeah, hack the planet. Thanks for going to the kick step, by the way. That was interesting. Yeah? Nice. Okay. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Kind of crazy, right? That all that happened and, like, you know, nobody really knows. It's like, people still think kick is, like, a solid option, and I for real, I caught that guy in lie after lie. But, you know, everybody's like, well, try Kick. It's going to be a good website. No, I promise it won't. It's not going to. I promise you. It's going to suck forever. They don't know what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. That mustache man could not be more dishonest. Their plan now for the 1000th time is trick enough people to go over there that they think it'll turn into like a natural audience. It's not going to happen, though. It's never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. Marvelous, love it. Thank you. I'm glad you do. You will own nothing and be happy. Yeah. Happiness is totally overrated. Dopamine Nation is great and lizards eat butterflies. Agreed. Agreed. Dunbar's number is good, yet incomplete. The research done by a certain cultural perspective. That's true. Right? Oh, sure, I understand that. I'm just saying, I think something like it is probably true. Like 100-something people or whatever. The concept of that there's only so many people you can like have solid connections with is probably true. That's the overall takeaway, I think. Because there's tons of research on like population density, right? And most of it seems to show that the higher the population density goes, the less empathetic people are to each other, right? Because you become just another person in the crowd, basically. So I don't know the exact number, and who knows? But I do think that there's like an upper limit probably to how many people you can like really care about, and that makes sense to me too. Makes sense to me too. Like, people try to say they care about the whole world. I mean, I understand, like, loving humanity. I can get behind that, but it's hard to love people you don't know. I think it's kind of impossible. Like, if life is like the interconnectivity between people, then you have to have that to love someone. You have to have some contact with them, I think, to really love them. I mean, maybe the Bible way of love, where it means, like, I appreciate everyone, basically, like I'm positive towards everyone. That love you can have for people you don't know, sure. But I mean, like the real, like love, like you care your family, like your friends, like that love. You gotta actually have some interconnection with the person to feel that. Really, I think. For you to really care about him, there's got to be some kind of interconnection between you two. Because otherwise, you know, what are you loving? Just an idea, I think. Yeah. I try Rumble. I think they're worse. It is worse. It is worse than Rumble. You know those two books, Dopamine Nation, Lizards Eat Butterflies? I've heard the name before. I haven't read them. Do you know what is it called? The Medium is the Massage. You ever read that book? The Medium is the Massage. I think about those kind of concepts a lot. I try to experiment with them too. 150, they say, yeah. 5 is supposedly the closest regarding Dunbar's number of research. Depends on your cultural background. Dunbar's numbers add up. Sure, makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. I think it seems to add up to me that, you know, that we have just limited empathy capacity. Like, we're not endless. And you have to know someone to really care about them. Makes a lot of sense to me too, you know? Like, but of course you can't, the more you know about someone, I don't know, man, people are very like casual now, right? And there's this podcast I used to listen to, Tell 'Em Steve Dave. It's a couple people that were friends with Kevin Smith. Like, he kind of based the characters in his movies on. Walt Flanagan, Brian Johnson, this guy they call Get 'Em or something. Some weird guy. And then the third guy was Practical Jokers. I think his name's Brian something too. Forget his name. But anyway, the two guys have been friends for like life. And they still talk, and they're very interested in each other. And I think that's not weird. And I think like people don't understand the value of that kind of thing. Like, people think like they're gonna get bored of their friends or something. I don't know, man. I think if everybody's growing, if your friends are growing, your family's growing, why would you ever be bored by them? Like, there'd always be new things to talk about. And you know them really well, so it's like, it's really comfortable to talk to them. I think people should have, like, focus on their long relationships more and stop giving them up so easily. I try not to anyway. I used to be much more of a vagabond with like my friendships and places I'd hang out. Like, I'd go, I'd have a group of friends and I'd go to a new group of friends, you know, and I did that dozens of times. I've had dozens of like different friend groups. And now when I started the stream, I was like, I'm just putting up a flag. And if anybody wants to talk to me, here I am, you know? Like, I'm not moving around anymore. I'm just, even though I moved 3 platforms. But you get what I mean. I'm just saying, like, I'm tired of being that way, though. I don't think it's right. I think it kind of sucks. You do meet a lot of people, but it's nicer to have people that you know that have your back more than anything, and that care about like trying to understand stuff and all that kind of thing. Have you tried Rumble? Yeah, Rumble sucks. Rumble. You guys know that there's this guy called Joker. Do you know about him? Skullcrusher on Twitter. He calls himself Joker. He was one of the first partner or verified people on Kick. And he's had an issue with Kick for a long time. That guy, he's now a Rumble spokesman, basically. And I talk to him sometimes. I think he's a nice enough guy. Lots of people don't like him, though. Because he's kind of phony a little bit. A bit of a try-hard phony. But, you know, I feel like I should. I mean, I don't know, man. I handle myself the way I do, but I know this world is like messed up. I don't blame everyone for like, I don't know, trying to fit in. Like, I get it. I think you shouldn't try too hard. You should make your own tribe if you don't fit in. But I get it too. I get people kind of try to fit in with the current world, and the current world's kind of fake, and so they become kind of fake. And I'm not going to judge anyone too harshly for that. As long as they don't treat people poorly, you know, like as long as they're not dickheads to people. If they treat people poorly, then that's a different story. That's when I have an issue with them. No reply. Not really. Not really. Not really. Which one? Which one is the thing? Not really? Not really makes sense. The guy's not that well known, but he's somewhat well known. Not that well known though. The biggest spokesperson for Kick is what's his name now, right? Dr. Disrespect. What were they thinking with that? Well then I'm going to be the odd one challenging your current belief that wholesome empathy is limited to the closer circle. But here's the thing, let me point out though, Meta, I don't think that the circle has to be physical, okay? Like just to clarify that. I don't think it has to be physical. Like, I do believe in online, like meeting people online and being friends with them. I do believe in that. I don't believe that you can't be friends with people online or anything like that. I don't believe that the circle is just physical in that, like just around you. I think it'd totally be, thanks to like modern technology, right? Modern communication, it can totally connect you to people anywhere. People in my circle can be anywhere in the world. Yeah, definitely. There's definitely people that are in my circle that live all over the place. I breathe more spirally, less circular, like our heart is more vortexy, less pumping. Interesting. I'm preening from my stream, no marvelous, to get to know you and anticipating more inspirational energy exchange. Awesome. Hell yeah. I think that maybe what's the most important thing to me, the question, inspiring people, I think is. I try very hard to be a little like flame of inspiration if I can. If I give anybody any ideas, that's like what makes me feel the best. It's kind of pretentious or arrogant, I think, a little bit to talk about it, so I don't. But I would like to inspire people, and I like when I do. I like it very much. It's probably my favorite thing. When I know somebody, like, from watching my stream or hanging out with me, like, went on to do something, like build something or do some creative thing, that makes me feel the best ever, pretty much. Yeah. I'd say so. I send it same here? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, that's when, like, the reasons I started streaming was, like, I feel like creativity was dying out. And I wanted to, like, fill the role of some of those things that were dying. Like, late night entertainment. Basically, that's the biggest one. Late night entertainment. I wanted to fill that role. And also, like, just general creativity, like, is going down. I wanted to do something that, you know, when people look at it, they go, that's creative, that's interesting. And then, like, you know, it's just so novel that at some point it might give them an idea. That's definitely a goal, possibly my biggest goal. Yeah, definitely. I'm obsessed with inspiration. Obsession is more coming from me, and inspiration is something passing by, like a refreshing breeze. Yeah, I can see that. I figure I gotta have something that I like is worth telling people about. If I was able to teach myself Japanese, right? How many people do that? You know, how many people lock themselves, like build themselves a fake, an artificial, what do you call it? An artificial immersion environment, and teach themselves Japanese well enough to become a technical translator. How many people even do that, you know? I feel like I definitely have good willpower or drive or something. Something like this. Let me look on YouTube or something to watch. Let's see. Spinal Cylinder. New Perry's talking about Spinal. Oh, check this guy out. This guy is wild, kind of. I found his stream not too long ago. He does a phone stream. And the guy is kind of wild. He's talking about making his own cult. I found him a little while ago. He also said like they banned who's this girl? He had his wife or something with him last time, but she was blonde. I'm kind of confused about that. There's this guy, the Opie the Animal, the Gutter Punk King. I kind of find him pretty cool. Because he's just, how much more punk rock can you be than just streaming on a phone? And look how many subs he's got, bro. 330 subs. How'd he get that? 320 subs. What is he doing? Like, okay, how's he doing it? How's he doing it? And he just kind of like, I don't know. It's not the most entertaining stream, but it's just like a place to hang out. It looks like it's blowing my mind that he's doing well though. You know, like I guess you could do anything on YouTube, bro. I guess you can just do anything. I remember this guy. Fortnite is punk as fuck. Agreed. Here, we'll say hi to him. See what he says. Hey guys, what up? See what he says to me.
We'll make you a mod over there, man.
Let's see what he says to me.
Them two are like.
I think that's the same girl. She's just wearing a wig or something.
Cracky.
She's wearing a wig. They got a play button. Look, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? They got a play button. They got a play button.
Why, honey?
I run with obsession and joy, inspirational encounter. Same. Obsession, applied discipline, focus, willpower. I like that version of it, definitely.
Cause I don't know tech.
You don't know about the Discord.
So
Yeah, it's the same girl.
He's trying to take my
Yeah, it's still
Discord
the same
over.
girl.
He will literally exempt the Discord.
She was blonde yesterday though, so either this is a wig or
allowed in Discord?
If you guys act up on Discord, he
One
will
or the
delete
other.
it.
YouTube loves me. Will Discord like me?
I'm the one that made the Discord for you guys.
how did they have so many subs, man? I don't get it. What are they doing?
Why'd you
I mean,
delete it, Jeff?
That's crazy. How do they have 300,000 subs, man?
We on Discord.
I gotta learn from these
You better
people.
not act up on Discord.
I don't do the Discord.
You better not be showing no bow pictures on Discord. You are not allowed.
This reminds you know why I like this guy though, is because it reminds me of old people I used to know. I don't know if you guys ever knew people like this, like anarchy kind of dudes. I dig it. And they're a couple too, which is nice to see. Like this kind of highlights that if you're anti conformity, anti-authority, you can definitely get a woman. Don't think you have to kowtow to society standards to get a nice lady. You definitely do not. In fact, the opposite is true. If you're a bit of a, you know, like a rebel, whatever, it increases your odds, not hurts them.
YouTube is like.
What actually hurts your odds is probably conformity.
Goodbye.
Conforming is probably hurts your odds more.
Oh my god, no way.
Women want to conform,
He had to
but they
get
don't want
so
men that
skinny
conform,
for
in
that
my
movie.
opinion.
I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch that movie, Blake.
Is a femboy girlfriend punk? It's a lady.
Times, too.
No? There's definitely a lady.
Oh, I can bring the chat up here.
You think there's not a lady, Dingus? Why? It only seems like a lady to me.
Dang, what's up, you guys? He said 25 a pack for some cigarettes. That's insane,
That's New
dude.
York.
Boner.
That's insane.
Anyways,
Sit that
enough.
way.
So,
I'm looking at your phone, so it's just like,
Enough
whoa.
watching this. This is a curious thing to me. Like they're doing so good.
I could
14
could
watching,
never
it's not the
be
best
me,
ever,
family. I could
but-
never spend that much on a pack of cigarettes. It
But I could
never
use the
be.
subs.
I would
I could use the
literally
subs.
lose my mind if
Yeah,
I
let's go find something else now. I could use those subs, bro. I need to learn from them. Let's see what Spinal's doing. I mean, sorry, Perry's doing. See what Perry's doing. Check in with Perry real quick.
Exactly, Quilla. He's doing the cat scared emoji, right? So he's
Who's
obviously
this?
feigning it. He doesn't actually
Who's this?
care. So apparently, like,
What's up, Sam?
if this is as serious as Dean's putting it, he has to fake his
No, I
emotions,
don't mean
which is
her. I just
embarrassing.
mean in general. Oh,
Um,
okay.
That's point number one. Point number two.
Oh, I
This is
should cut off
disgusting,
the side or
and
something. And
I
then-
think that Dean should be held to the exact same
There you go.
standard, right? Like, I mean,
There we go.
how the
Looks
fuck,
good.
like how the
Okay.
fuck?
No,
You're
keep
a
it.
public figure,
Yes.
right? You're a public figure, and you're doing shit like this. This is like,
Yeah.
this is honestly, this is like Ethan Klein tier.
I like Perry, but I think he, I think it's wild he released. I mean, he let those DMs out. I think that was over the line about a certain cat individual. I think those rumors are, I don't think it was. I think that was out of the line to release those. What rumors? I don't know if I should repeat them. I think that was out of the line. Ah, man, we totally forgot about Fish Tank. Did it get shut down or something? People said, right? It get shut down. Get shut down. Chud Noir's on. Welcome to the circus. This week in communism. I don't feel like most people really talk about communism legitimately. So, I'm not often interested in that. 10 hours of DSP's mental. Should we watch a DSP video? See, another one comes up. The auctions junk for thousands. I don't want one with a guy talking though. I just want the restream video so I can do the talking. Metal Gear, where it all began. Oh, you guys can't see the full thing now that I cut it off. I don't like Metal Gear. I don't like Metal Gear. Metal Gear now. Jim Stephanie Sterling, under 800,000 subscribers special. Oh wow. Oh wow, they did another one? Oh wow. Oh wow. Hold on. Should we watch that? We can watch that. Jim Sterling. Did they really do another one? Sorry, Stephanie Sterling. Sorry. Sorry, my bad. Would I get in I won't get in trouble, right, to watch that? Live. I don't see it. I don't see the 800,000 special. See it. Shut the fuck up, video games. Games are made to be broken. I used to watch Jimquisition once upon a time. You guys ever watch them? I watched them before he was like a weirdo. And just complained about capitalism every video. I watched him so. Now he just complains about capitalism every single video and how companies are bad and you know. Okay, well let's watch this one since I don't know where the actual thing is. We'll watch this guy's restream.
They
whatever it is.
said it couldn't be done. They said I couldn't lose another 100,000 subscribers as
Now here's the thing, I get he wants to be ironic or whatever, right? But isn't it not is it not actually just sad? Like, it's not funny. It's not a good bit. I'm making people hate me. Isn't that funny? It's no, not really, right? No, it's not really funny. How come? Hold on, let me check the scene. That's the other version of the old face. This one. Notice chat. Move it. I want to make it so the chat pops. So chat pops up when I look over instead of the way it is now. One sec. Oh, how would I do that? How come I didn't do it already? My real question. Let's see. Does Normal Face have one? With a pop-up chat? No. This one? No. One has a pop-up chat here. This one? No. Does Linda have a pop-up chat? No. He just has it on the screen like that. Has it on the screen like that. Okay, one sec. Let me look at some old scenes somewhere here. How about this one? This one has a pop-up chat, no? No. What are the Carl scenes? And here, these. These have pop-up chats, yes? Yes. Okay. Just steal it from here. gonna steal. I've already built here. This all over. Get it all. Wait, what are these two things? Well, I guess I don't need that. They're just overlapping. It's in my way. Yeah. So, and that plugs in where now? Transparency? Holy moly, I have a lot of things here. Okay, so if I put all this together, that should be copy, and then I'll go back to this one, and I'll paste it, and then plug it in. The other one is, and what? Did I fuck something up? Bro! Oh, you know what? There's a Luma key or something maybe? Does chat pop up at least? Ah, it does, yes. Yes, it does. Okay, Luma key there? No, but that totally kills it. I want it to be visible. I think I'm gonna turn the fall off up. And there we go. Turn it down maybe a little bit. It'd be nice to have background. I could add a background though, right? I could give it one. But I guess let's just leave it like this for now. It's not that big a deal.
Part of a sub-league that started on literally the same day I publicly came out as trans femme. Well, I mean, they did say I could lose more. In fact, a lot of them have been gleefully looking forward to it.
Is chat broken? Where are you guys? No? Alright. What do you guys say? What question would I ask right now? Let's just skip.
Very reasonable video to watch and react to. And
what is the video? I want to see the actual video. Does it link it?
It doesn't fit directly on top as I planned, but that's okay.
Does it link the actual
I'm going
video?
to be watching, I think, the Hogwarts video first. They're each about 20 minutes long. Very reasonable video to watch and react to. And then
Hogwarts.
I will pause it and I'll give my commentary because there is a lot to say. He is so salty for so many different reasons, and it's sort of an undertaking to endeavor to sort of pull it apart and just kind of enjoy it for what it is. So let us begin. Let's start.
Okay, bro. Let's
start with the Hogwarts one because that happened first, and I think the other one will be funnier.
Oh, so he's going back in time. He's watching an old thing. Okay.
We're gonna save that for later on.
What does it say at the top? Atomic Heart and High on Life right now. My PC on Ultra to prove point against wokeness. Giants by the neighbors about a burning smell coming from an apartment. The police have been called. Sorry, bro. It's just the end. Why does it say that here?
I am happy. As far as a man missing a tooth can be happy, I am pretty happy. So
it's not that. You can be pretty happy without a tooth.
I probably want to. I'm debating. Let's just do a quick show of hands in the chat.
Log farts.
Press 1 if you want me to sit through every cringe-inducing second of his video, including the shit about wrestling and all the other garbage he shoves.
I want to do it myself.
Press
I want to
2
know what
if you want me
videos
to
he
skip
means.
to just the. Oh, geez. Okay, everyone. No, there's not even a point to this.
So he said the Hogwarts video. All right, there it is. There's the video at the bottom. Hogwarts: The Legacy of Hate. Okay. Hogwarts: The Legacy of Hate. We'll watch that one. And then the under 800,000 special. All right, I'm just gonna steal this guy's content. And now, well, I mean, he's just stealing content. Okay, I'm just stealing his content idea. Let's watch Hogwarts: The Legacy of Hate. Search. I'm just gonna steal this idea. Hogwarts. There we go. Okay. Here we go.
It starts.
What's that word? I'm just listening. Were you? I like him. But I figure I should. We should do our own reaction to him. But I watch him. I've seen a couple of his streams or whatever. The VODs of them. Okay. Again, I used to watch Jimquisition once upon a time. Any of you guys too, or just me? Once upon a time, I used to watch him, guys. I used to watch him. I thought he was kind of funny when he first like started doing his thing. I thought he was kind of entertaining. I thought it was kind of entertaining. None of it really repulsed me immediately.
Nah, I don't care.
But you know, times change, and I've never heard of this person. Okay, well, let's look. Hold on. If you've never heard of him, you know, we should cover an old video first. If you've never heard of him. Okay. Wow, they're down to 730k subscribers. They just keep falling. Wow. Okay, let's go by oldest or something. How many? 18 years ago? Yeah, that's not the way to do it, I guess. Popular? Go by popular. There we go. 8 years ago. Okay, let's pick one of these out. The Slaughtering Grounds. Pick one of these out and watch it. 10 years ago. The top 10 shittiest games of 2017. How to not free to play like a total wanker. Top 10 shittiest games. His top 10 shittiest games are his most popular things, huh? He hated Fallout 76. Randy Pitchford is Poison. I don't know who that is, so what that means. Homicide, the Jimquisition. Now that seems ominous, right? Let's watch this one. Think it's a her or something? Well, let's not worry too much about that. Let's just not talk about that part almost at all, and see, you know, like, I think we'll still have plenty of issues.
I have a texter document.
Now, his desk is a fucking mess, man. It didn't used to be like this. Oh, let's go back, actually. We're gonna watch this one, I think. Ah, crap. Let's watch that one. But that thing's a fucking mess now. Oldest, popular, there you go. Sexy serial killer, direct to video. It's as good as it sounds. Which one? This one? Trying to find an older one. It's 9 years ago. Wow, 9 years ago, really? Okay. One of these was 10 years ago. This one. Let's see what his desk looks like now. You know what's funny? This guy bragged about getting one video done a week and acting like it was like the most impressive thing you ever seen. One video a week. He's proud of. A few weeks ago. It's already a mess, isn't it? It's already a fucking mess, isn't it? Right.
Oh yes, it's true.
What a fucking mess. That sucks. To clear that shit off, bro. It looks horrible.
Ideas, loads of topic ideas, a wide variety, a huge.
Now that's a man. Yeah, I remember this channel back in the day. Yeah, I used to watch this. Back in this age, I watched it a little bit, right? I saw some of his videos. I wasn't like, I'm not saying I was like the biggest fan of him or anything, but I would like, if I saw a video and it seemed interesting, I'd put it on.
Bored of subject matter that I want to talk about.
I did find it weird he'd wear these gloves and things. The whole fascist like aesthetic, considering he's a communist, is more fitting than ironic. He thinks it's ironic, but he doesn't know. But communists are basically fascists anyway, so it's not really ironic. It's just actually his true nature.
And we'll get round to talking about eventually. Just as
so it's not funny because he's not like an individualist or something. He's another type of collectivist.
As the usual suspects stop fucking up. Like Konami, stop it. Ubisoft, drop it. Digital Homicide, please stop.
He only hates video games, in my opinion, because he doesn't get what he wants from them.
If you stop.
Which I think is a lot of people like this. Like, they don't really hate corporations. They would be fine with them if they just gave them what they want. If they gave them the slop they wanted, they wouldn't care.
You have my permission to cry. And then just fuck.
AAA game studios, yeah, dumb
Speaking of
things.
which, we're going to talk about Digital Homicide. I know.
Now, I'm with him on hating those. Maybe that's why I liked him at the time, you know? Because I don't like this. I don't like AAA game studios either. I don't like... Because they've gone down to formula, and they basically... they don't really need to make a profit to keep making stuff, and that's kind of ridiculous.
No, I know some of you think this is going on a bit too much, but, well, it's almost the year anniversary between them and I, and, well, have I got an anniversary?
I keep looking at the stuff on his desk, man. It's really distracting. He has no real woman in his life, right? I guess that's why this happens, but, right? I guess that's why this happens. But, like, if he had a woman in his life, she would not let him have this clutter, right? Up on this fucking thing here. She'd be like, what are you doing? This is clutter like crazy. Get rid of this. No woman would stand for this. No woman would stand for this mess on his fucking desk. Am I right or wrong? Would they be like, no, God, no. What is this?
Gift for them. Enjoy.
Loot Crate Warrior,
Digital
yeah.
Homicide became infamous after initiating a fight with...
Okay, so this kind of thing happened with some kind of company, right, that made like a fake game. And I remember following this a bit.
Yours truly over my...
Yeah, they made like a shitty little asset flip game and it gave him a hard time, which is good, right to do.
Coverage of the slaughtering grounds.
And this is why I liked him at the time. He was doing stuff like that. Like I'm a fan of investigative journalism, right? And that kind of idea of like calling out people when they're full of shit. I'm a fan of that. And that's why I think I liked him. Because like this kind of thing, calling out this fake shitty flop game, asset flip game is good.
Multiple
People
worst
should do
games
that.
of 2014 lists due to it being, well, horribly horrible.
This guy's voice, I don't think I could ever like him or watch him. Well, okay, I'm telling you, my bad, I guess. Why you not use fake microphone? Might have been smarter. Good point. Yeah, maybe. Like my place turns into a frat house without a woman to look after it? Yeah, well, of course, yeah. I'm definitely way more messy. Like when I'm living with, if I'm living with a woman, I'm definitely less messy than not. But see, the thing is, I like putting stuff, I like putting stuff where I think I'm going to use it, and then women don't get that, and they just move it and put it away, and you're like, what the fuck? Can you put my book back? Yes, I have 5 books around the house. Okay, but I need to read those, okay? I'm reading them. Put them back, okay? Thank you for helping. I appreciate your cleaning up, but can you put my books back, okay? Can you leave them where I put them? I'm putting them there so I remember to read them, all right?
After petulantly insulting me, trying to censor me, and...
Jeez. Some of you guys understand, right? You've been there. One on either side, one side or the other of that. Yeah, this was when Steam opened up for anyone publishing. Yeah. What do you think about Godwinson? I recognize the name, but I don't really know if I've seen him or not.
eventually taking part in a supposed interview where the studio attempted to dox me
A
and
supposed interview? What was that?
leveled false allegations at me. It disappeared for quite some time. Or so we initially thought. See, well,
It might look like an earthquake and tornado hit my place, but I can tell you where exactly anything is. Agreed. This guy looks like how I feel when I'm constipated.
Digital Homicide maintained public radio silence. Its subsidiaries, or should I say its sock puppets, did not. I cover a lot of indie games on Steam and was quite surprised to learn that
Wait, I'm confused. The company has what now?
sock puppets did maintain public radio silence. Its subsidiaries
Subsidiaries? This fake ass company has subsidiaries? That's wild, huh?
or should I say its sock puppets did
Yeah, sure, but that's kind of wild. This little fake company was structured in a way that has subsidiaries. It's wild.
not. I cover a lot of indie games on Steam and was
If anything, at least this person was industrious, right? They have multiple companies. Good job, man. High five to that asset flipper.
quite surprised to learn that I'd been playing and criticizing Digital Homicide games without even knowing it. Both Devil's Share and Galactic Hitman, both games I've played before, were published under the name ECC Games. And while the horrific quality and asset-laden nature of them should have been a giveaway, it was quite a shock to find.
So this guy, not Stephanie here. This guy, we'll just call him Stephanie now, right? We'll just get ahead of the train. We'll call him Stephanie now. Yeah, he was Jim then. Here's the thing. Why not go with a similar name? Stephanie's too weird. I think it's better when they go with a name that's similar. Like, Jamie Sterling, maybe. Stephanie? No, go with Jamie.
Out that it was
Jamie
our good old
Sterling.
friends James and Robert Romaine. This initially was something of an amusing situation, but after
I like his videos when he plays Rocket League, yeah. I still gotta reinstall that. I reinstalled Chivalry. Maybe Rocket League will be the next thing I get back
deeper,
into.
things became quite troublesome indeed.
People make LLC to publish because you can be sued by patent trolls, etc. Oh, that makes sense.
As well as ECC Games.
9 years ago, asset flipping was controversial. Now it's standard practice. Sure, I mean, don't shrug. You might like this video. There's one he follows Sargon to a fan meetup. That might be interesting. Yeah, that might be funny. Sargon of Akkad.
Digital Homicide
Sure.
also developed games under the name Micro-Strategic Game Designs, through which it managed to push Attrition Nuclear Domination onto Steam via Greenlight.
Right, so all these games are connected to the company in some way, huh?
Around this time, it also
Now again, we're just watching this video to get a flavor for what he wants. I mean, we are just watching this video to get a flavor for the type of content Stephanie was produced back in the day, 9 years ago.
attempted to get Bombing Run Heavy Fire onto Steam under the name The Mac. The gig was rumbled when a Sailnauts page listed Galactic Hitman as belonging to Digital Homicide, and the issue was compounded further when Nuclear Domination was added to the recently compiled Digital Homicide bundle on Steam.
I mean, I know, like, again, I'm not saying anything. I know I'm not allowed to, but, yeah, I mean, doesn't it make more sense when they pick, like, a similar name, but, like, the female version? I don't know. The thing is about names, I think it, like, it's respectful to keep your name, right? So it'd be more respectful to pick a similar name, then at least, like, you're not pissing on what your parents gave you, you know? That's kind of what I'm thinking there. Also, it's easier for people to switch and whatever else.
That game was removed quickly by Robert and James, but evidence of
But some of these people hate their parents, so. Now, I have a deadbeat dad. Well, my dad was a deadbeat when I was young. And he's not, I'm not going to say he's still a deadbeat, but he was a deadbeat when I was young. I know him now. But I had a real grudge against my father. But even still, like, I wouldn't just change my name, like, and throw it away.
the alteration was found, and the jig was up. Furthermore, a curious website that offered free download key giveaways, bundleblitz.com, was somehow linked to Digital Homicide, though I could find no substantial evidence for it at the time. It did, however, promote several games belonging to
You said it now? We heard ya? Yeah. No, it's fine. He gets so repetitive. Yeah, no, it's fine. Everything is meta, and he's now on is pretty funny. Yeah, well, check it out. We're definitely gonna check that out. I am curious.
the Romine brothers.
Cheese
and
on. I ain't saying
used
no.
the Rubbish Slaughtering Grounds font on its page alongside inexplicable stock images of half.
I don't believe in getting upset about that. Like, I think it's ridiculous. I don't think people call it like kindness, but it's like you can't demand other people talk about you a certain way. That's beyond the pale. Let's just be honest. That's beyond the pale. If you're talking to your friend and you're like, hey man, I feel like a woman or whatever, I feel like a man now. I'd appreciate it if you treated me that way. And my friend's saying this to me, I'd be like, okay, whatever, fine. But if it's some random person I've never met and they're like, you better talk about me that way, it's like, get fucked. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are even? No. The rest of us don't do that. I'm not telling people how to refer to me. You can say whatever you want. Like, you're free to say anything about me if you want. If you have a rude thing to say, you're free to say it. I might be offended, but you're free to say it. I'm not going to try to control your speech. And I think it's deranged to do so.
Naked women with footballs. While all this muck was unearthing, I received an email from ECC Games.
That's my view
but
on
not
that stuff.
the ECC Games that Digital Homicide was trading under. This ECC
It just started randomly adding wrestle clips. Yeah, I heard that. I want to see that. I heard that. I want to get see a clip of
Games
that.
was
I'm
a mobile
excited.
developer from Poland. Quite a lot.
Why am I excited? I'm probably going to be let down, right? This excitement is probably not good. I don't know what it is. I'm excited to see it. I'm probably going to be let down, but
that its
Let's call it at 5 minutes, right? You'll get a good view of what we used to be at like 5
name was
minutes.
being used to sell utter shite on Steam. In an
See, you can see why I kind of liked it though. I like calling people out. I like going after liars and cheaters and this kind of thing. I dig that. I like when people do that. I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of that. But it's not really what it does anymore, right?
email to me, the real ECC game said it was taking legal action against the brothers in order to stop them infringing on its name. Now, despite being rumbled, Digihom maintained its bullshit. It changed ECC games quite quickly to every click counts.
What the fuck?
And tried to show official Facebook pages to prove it was a real company.
So this company is pretty sus, right?
Being careful not to deny allegations, but conveniently ignoring them. Under the name of Every Click Counts,
Find an A-log, get all the best bits. I probably should, huh?
it
Find
tried to
somebody
get a
that
game
does
called
that.
Primate greenlit.
That knows all the best ones, yeah. Saves the trouble and just use the pronouns. Sure. I went for the memorable porno name. Now that's an interesting thought, Stevie. Do you guys think any? I don't know what we can talk about on YouTube. On Simps, I would not be at all afraid for this conversation, but on YouTube, I have to tread a little carefully. Do you think there's any involvement with pornography and certain people's choices? That's a good way to put it. I didn't say anything.
Surprise, surprise, it looked like a pile of red raw anuses. After pressure from my own coverage and other
I think yes.
commentators,
I think the
however,
answer is
Digital
yes.
Homicide eventually gave all this up. It revealed
It seems to me to be true. It seems to me to be true.
and showcased an absolutely amazing commitment to flooding Steam with an obscene number of horrible
100%,
looking
yeah.
games.
Yeah, I think so.
BundledBlitz.com was unceremoniously transformed into
Like it's like like what do they call it? Like normalization of stuff like that, and then you reach a point where they're like, yeah, I think it's somewhat connected, but I don't think like I respect people's right to do whatever they want, and I'm always going to, but but I do wonder about that kind of thing too.
to an official Digital Homicide page, confessing that all those potentially unrelated games being given away
I'm never going to tell anybody what to do, just for the record. I'm never going to. That's my stance.
and promoted to viewers was, in fact, entirely the work of Robert and James Romaine. Currently, the site lists not one, not two, but 9 games
Yeah.
trying to get through Greenlight. Yes, 9 games
Zog
at
Chow,
once,
yeah.
all from one
Well, Steph Sterling, Defo seems like one of those names. No, you're right. I'll be surprised if you two let that through.
studio that
What,
claims it
the
works
Zog
hard
Chow?
on its products.
Which
Looking
thing?
at the Greenlight pages,
Did you say some of the guy ate?
however, they still use different fucking studio names. Assault on Orion 7 by
Man, I am working on a game. First I want to get the card game done, which will be this week. Oh, speaking of, I should probably work on it some today, huh? I'll end stream in a couple hours still, but I'll work on it on the card game. I want to get some of that done.
Runtime Game Net.
And then we can play that Saturday. You guys want to play Saturday card game?
Bombing Run by The Mac. Coastal Carnage by MicroStrategy Designs. Grimmer's Journey by Jerkco123.
I got it mostly written out about how I want it to work. I just need to like make up the art and build a template for the cards and stuff, right? To like list things, in the right resolution and yada yada. Make the images of the decks. I don't have the images at all yet. I have the write up of like a bunch of the cards is what I have right now, and I need to actually make them.
Tank Attack by Jerkco123. Starship Nova by Runtime.
All right, enough of this. This is boring now. Let's watch current one. Well, no, 2 years ago, but more current. Now, this stance, this pose, very feminine, right? This is what I think about when I'm like, man, I sure need some feminine presence around me. And then I'm like thinking of somebody standing like this, right? With a beer in their hand, you know? I guess it's a monster, sorry.
It's stupid. Harry Potter is stupid, and it's about time someone said.
Now, to give him a little bit of credit, his production isn't dog shit. It's better than actually a lot of people on YouTube. However, he doesn't notice that the thing he's using, the background there, actually causes a lot of artifacting around the edges because of the way it moves. And even though he's like green screened himself, it makes it almost pointless that he did that, because it fucks up the edges because of how the background moves.
Said it was bad because nobody in the history of ever has ever.
It causes artifacts all around the edge of the image around him.
Suggested that Harry Potter is bad. I'm a trendsetter. No, but it is stupid though, right? We're supposed.
It's because of the way it's animated and it moves. He's used the same background for a long time now. I guess he just doesn't care, or he didn't notice, or something. You can see it, right? You can see him talking
to
about.
Believe that wizards and the wizarding
If you look
world
around the edges of his clothes, it doesn't look clean. It looks blurry.
is so much superior to the muggles, right? We've got phones. They use owls. Chuds. Right?
So I don't understand what the joke is. The joke is Hogwarts use owls, and we have phones. And so we're winning or losing? Are we winning or are we losing, sir?
Fucking Hagar the Horrible, right, bicycled into my
What's wild is to pretend... No, I'm not going to say it. We're on YouTube. I need to be careful. I need to zip a little bit. But, I'm an appreciator of women, and a certain part of women, very much so. I don't see that far on the screen right now, despite I don't see that on the screen right now, but despite the facsimile, I don't see that. Does that make sense? Is what I'm saying clear?
fucking house and went, oh, you're a...
Hello, if it's a monster, all right, and a can of pop, yeah. Muggle equals trans. Oh, is that the... Wait, wait, what? Muggle was which ones? Were those were the non-magic people? Is it... This is why I mostly listen to the audio version. Sure, I get you, Wirt, sure.
A wizard, Stephanie.
I thought about translating Japanese games tonight, right? I'm sure doing something drastically different from that, aren't I? I'm glad I didn't advertise. Tonight's stream is doing that. I wouldn't want to bait and switch people on that.
Be excited at first. I'd be all, oh, that's brilliant, Hagar the Horrible. How do we go? Am I going to go in a car? What? No! We don't ride cars.
That's yeah. Again, watch their movements and things and think like, this is feminine energy, right? This feels very feminine.
The wizarding world, we fly about
right?
on flippity-doos. What's a flippity-doo? Well, first of all, you gotta get yourself an 8-legged one. We're not gonna get on.
The hand on their hip thing, that was kind of feminine, huh? That was their feminine move of the whole dance there.
I insist on bringing my 3DS. Hagar, have you got wall charges? What's wall charges? Oh dear. Okay then, so what do you do for entertainment? Oh, it's brilliant.
Do you think he does that consciously? Do you think he puts his hand on his hip like that consciously? Or do you think it's like, it's gotta be, right?
Eat sweets that make you do elephant noises.
But then look at the other side of his body. You know what I mean? The way he's holding the monster at the same time.
Fucking what?
It's like the one guy. It's the Baron from, what was it? Mazinger? You guys know what I'm talking about? The Baron Ashura? It's like that. Hold on. Let me show you. It's like Baron Ashura, right? It's like Baron Ashura. Like Baron Ashura. You guys remember this guy? I mean, this individual? Like Baron Ashura. You see what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying here? Like Baron Ashura.
And what is the shit with the all flavour beans, right? I could, right, get a McDonald's, or I could eat bonbons that taste of literal sick and mucus. And we're supposed to think that this is charming and quaint. Well, it's not. Oh!
Yeah, okay. I think, is this not mansplaining? What do we call this now? Transplaining?
How do we get to school? Well, first of all, you gotta go to King's
Is this
Cross
transplaining?
Station. Even if you're already in the wizarding world, you gotta get out of it.
And okay, let's close your... Hold on, guys. Let's do a quick experiment. Hold on.
Even if
Close your eyes for a second and imagine the person that is making this noise.
you're already in the wizarding world, you gotta get out
Who's yelling at you like that?
of here and then run
Ah, it's an old professor. Let me open my eyes now.
it first into
Oh.
a fucking wall. This is bollocks, right? If I were there, I'd sort it all the fuck out, right? I wouldn't bother with the fucking wands they've got at Gringotts, right? Oh, what wand have you got, Stephanie? Is it a dragon heartstring?
Transplaning? I'm just saying.
Corn?
We
No,
need a name for
it's
this.
a gun, and it's only got one spell. Bang! That's your Voldemort problem taken care of. Bang, bang! That's the fucking snake.
Two for the snake.
It's long, innit?
That's a joke. It's a joke. That's a joke. Some drunk dude about to get locked in a rubber room. That's what it sounds. It sounds like, yeah.
I don't fucking care. I don't care what the one shop is. A little
Yeah, but why are you doing this episode if you don't care, right? Don't you want to get it right? Like, don't you want to debunk it or whatever? Like own it legitimately? That would be knowing this stuff, not being like, I don't even care.
Thea Newton-Johns. I don't care that the one shop is.
If you don't respect it, then in any way, then none of this is going to come off as a real critique or a real, anything of value because you don't respect it even a little bit.
Olivia Newton-Johns. I don't give a fuck. I don't even want to
Do we even know you understand it?
do this episode.
Well, why'd you make it then? What? What do you mean? What? Huh? Who? Did somebody put a gun to your head? What do you mean you didn't want to do the episode? Who? Huh?
I've known it's coming for a year.
What do you mean known it's coming? You're making it. What do you mean known it's coming? What does that mean? You're making it.
But I don't want to have to talk about fucking Hogwarts.
Then don't. I ain't making you.
Right? I made my peace.
Then why is this a video?
With the Harry Potter series, I made my peace a long time ago. But
Why is this a video then? Why am I watching this?
it's inevitable.
Who made it? It's your channel. You produced it. You published it. You didn't want to do it? Why'd you do it?
It's here, and we've got to talk about it. The fucking Wizard Game.
Got to. No, you could just talk about something else, ma'am. Just talk about something else, ma'am.
Warning, of course, for what you're about to see. There's going to be a lot of
Sounds like Shaun of the Dead. That's a good one.
transphobic rhetoric that I have to show you in order to talk about some of this shit. So, let's talk about J.K. Rowling. Let's talk about Hogwarts Legacy.
You know me, man. I don't consider mentally ill a classification. Because, we write off a lot of people with it, but,
And let's talk about how allyship really works.
I don't really believe in it as a classification. But, oh, I hate this. Because this is them, like mocking, like, certain women, but in a way where it's like, this is me. Do you get it? This little part, watch. Does anybody else feel this, or is it just me? It's like they're mocking certain women that they know in their life, kind of. Like, bigger women. With this. They're, like, mocking them with their caricature of them in that movement there. Ugh.
J.K. Rowling is a transphobe. This is a fact. It's a fact I've never seen disputed in good faith, only challenged by fellow transphobes who have a pre-baked line since these people all read from the same script.
Right, well, it's a script. Right. Ah, man, the sun comes up every day. You know what that is? That must be the script that the sun's reading, Ah, the sun's back. Hey, sun, how about trying something new out for a change, okay, mister? Hey, moon, what are you doing up there every night, jerk? Are you reading from the same script as the sun? You got some nerve to be up there in the sky, okay, every single night? What's with the stars, too? All you guys reading from the same script, you come out at night? How about you don't do that? How about you try to subvert some expectations here? What are you doing?
What did she say exactly that's transphobic? Rowling couches her hatred in
Now they're mocking people asking that because people call you names and they don't explain why they're calling you names, and that's what they're asking. They're like, "Hey man, what do you call? What I do?" And they never can answer it, right? They just call you more names.
Plausible deniability, but her daily obsessive takes on us, her constant comparisons of trans women to men, her verbatim repetition of gender-critical talking
I got no opinion on J.K. Rowling, really.
points makes her feeling
I never was into Harry Potter. The reason this causes issues for so many people, though, is because they are into Harry Potter. They love it, and they want to keep being into Harry Potter, but they can't deal with what she said, right? They can't, what is the thing? They can't come to terms with what she said. They can't, what's the word? Square away that she said stuff like that and that they love the work. They can't deal with it. That's what's really going on with J.K. Rowling. The reason they hate her is because they love her work. And they want to detach those two things. They want to detach her from her work because they want her work. They want to steal it from her, basically.
It's clear.
Like in their own mind, you know what I mean? They want to make it theirs and not hers.
She follows, is best friends with, and outright claims to be one of the many prominent TERFs.
Old British comic used to be a skit on his show as a big woman and did that in a move a lot. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. She said, as she read from her script for the YouTube video, Les Dawson was the comic.
Trans-exclusive radical feminists, these days rebranded to gender criticals. Her
Rebranded.
slide into open fascism as a result has...
Oh, open fascism again. Yes. 1 second. Let me show you guys something for anybody that's never seen it. What is this playbook of calling everyone fascist all the time? Where did it come from? Why does everyone do it now? Hold on, I got you. I can show you exactly why. This isn't a new thing. These are standing orders from a certain political party that has been the case for how long now? At least 80 years. At least 80 years. It's not a coincidence. It's not a mistake. Not anything like that. You play for a second and I'll show you.
Has been horrifying.
Looking for
she is a fan of Matt Walsh, a fascist so into fascism that he self-describes as one, and has made a career from accusing LGBTQ plus people of the very pedophilia he himself seems to be a fan of.
Now, the reason they say he's a pedophile, right, is because he said something about now I'm no fan of Matt Walsh. I don't watch Matt Walsh, but I know of what he's talking about. They call him that because he said something in his radio show about like getting married before 18. I think it was something about getting married under 18. Is what he was talking about, and so that's why they're calling him a pedophile. Which is okay. So there's certain people, and I don't trust any of these people, that they basically look for like a way to technically be correct. And it's a very dishonest way to be. It's very scummy. It's very, they don't care about the spirit of what's said. They only care about getting you in a technical way. And that's all they ever care about. Here we go. Cheers out.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read,
"Oh, what now?
When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable build-ups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to
use the term fascism to win the argument. Call them fascists to just win the argument, and use the pre-established power that gives you. What?
Discredit them. In the public,
it just makes you able to discredit anyone you want,
mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind."
And again, what political party is that a standing order from?
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States.
Yes, of course. Ah, you got me, communist. You got me.
Of the very pedophilia he himself.
Oops, too loud. Sorry, you're deaf now. Shit. Sorry. I apologize.
Seems to be a fan of. She's liked tweets from the abjectly abhorrent Libs of TikTok account, a notorious.
Uh-oh. They like somebody. They like to tweet. Basically the worst. This is association fallacy, right? But again, certain political party likes using this because it's their only tool.
Right-wing platform that outs queer people and is used to organize attacks against drag shows as well as threats against hospitals. She retweets unscientific drivel by queerphobes like Baroness Nicholson. She stands with Maya Forstater, who, after losing her job at a progressive organization over demeaning anti-trans comments, has dedicated her life to combating trans rights.
To combating trans rights?
She once sent accidental transphobic profanity to a 9-year-old girl after pasting a comment from an anti-trans website she was reading.
None of these words mean anything to me, Stephanie. Can you say something that isn't like circular in its definition and its reasoning? Just a statement that's not just transphobic this and transphobic that. Just give me a statement that isn't circular.
And copying at the time, she called criticism of this censorship and authoritarianism, seeming to
Well, yeah, it is, right?
defend her right to rope kids into her obsession. And she
Rope kids into her obsession. What are public school teachers doing?
is obsessive. Scroll through her Twitter and you'll find that she thinks about trans people all day, every day.
How would you ever know what she thinks about? That's crazy. I don't know what you think about, man. Sorry, ma'am.
She herself has fought against Scotland's gender recognition reforms, scaremongering and spreading outright lies about a law that would simply make being trans a tiny bit easier. She's
Being trans a tiny bit easier. If you are trans, how can the law affect you being trans at all?
still has the nerve to act
Like, isn't it not a binary? If you're trans, right? Like, what are you talking about? What does it mean being easier?
offended at accusations of phobia while literally campaigning against our basic rights and legal dignity. At first, she tried to keep up the mask of someone who supports trans people but just has concerns and wanted to...
See, this is dishonest too, saying it's a mask. That's probably really how she felt, right? She was trying not to like be mean to like the trans people that are like, you know, they're not hurting anybody. She was probably trying not to do not to hurt those people, right? See, I know and love trans people. She's trying not to hurt those people, right? That's what she was thinking. That's what she was thinking about. And you say it's just a mask? That's not really fair, man. I don't know her personally. I don't even follow her, but I might follow her on Twitter. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. But like, come on, man. Everything isn't a mask. Everything is a deception. Even if you disagree with her, she clearly had some compassion to hold back like that. It's not a mask. It wasn't like trying to fool people. It was just like she did feel bad about it.
protect women's spaces, a long-time gender-critical dog whistle. She claims her liking of transphobic tweets was just her fingers slipping, honest, and now she's an ardent supporter of Helen Joyce.
Wait, what was the middle-aged moment for liking tweet calling trans women in dresses? Okay.
Fingers slipping, honest, and now she's an ardent supporter of Helen Joyce.
While we're trying
What's wrong with Helen Joyce now? I gotta hate her too.
we have to try to limit the harm, and that means reducing.
9-year-olds aren't allowed and shouldn't be on Twitter. Agreed.
Keeping down the number of people who transition. Every one of those people is basically, you know, a huge problem to a sane world. Like if you've got people that, and whether they're transitioned, whether they're happily transitioned, whether they're unhappily transitioned, whether they're detransitioned, if you've got people who've dissociated from their sex in some way, every one of those people is someone who needs special accommodation. Every one of them is a difficulty.
She's saying they're trying to create forever patients, right? Is what she's saying. Are they? That's a good question. Are they trying to? Are the different industries trying to create forever patients? Do you think so? It's very possible. Yeah.
Oh dear.
That's someone J.K. Rowling agrees with, platforms, is a friend of. Indeed, the people Rowling
I
champions.
mean, they get Bennett, like, it works out for them if they do that, right? Like, so, I mean, there's at least an argument there. You can dismiss it, say it's hateful, whatever, sure. But there is an argument there. Are they trying to create forever patience so they can make money off you forever? Seems like it could be the case. So how come we hate the medicine, like we hate these industries when it's about other things, right? We're like, these industries are so corrupt and we hate them then. But now when it's about trans stuff for some reason, we're like, no, plastic surgery is good. Trust any plastic surgeon. Plastic surgeons I'm trusting now? Okay, I guess. Like, like... Any other thing, you'd get like second opinions, like any other condition or something, you'd get second opinions. You wouldn't be so like, but trans, it's like, no, once you consider yourself trans, it's something that people can't even question. Nobody can talk to you about it in any way you don't agree with. If they say anything you don't agree with, they're being transphobic. It's very bizarre and not normal.
Are fucking monsters. Here's GC figurehead Posey Parker telling cis men to patrol women's bathrooms on the hunt for trans women.
Talking about you, Dan.
Well, if men aren't going to protect women from men, who is?
Who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't.
Go back, who is she talking about though?
Patrol women's bathrooms on the hunt. Here's GC figurehead Posey Parker telling cis men to patrol women's bathrooms on the hunt for trans women.
Talking about you, dads, who maybe carry, I think that's what you say.
She said dads. She said dads. She's talking about dads protecting their daughters, correct?
American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us.
I think naturally men and women are like yin and yang, you know? Like men do want to protect women naturally, I think. But I think we're taught to go against that instinct, but I do think it is there, right? I definitely think so. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it either. I don't see why there is. Like, I think men do have a natural instinct to protect women and children. Yeah, that seems true. It does seem true. It's not a bad thing. Why would that be a bad thing? We're basically kind of taught that that's like sexist, right? It's not. There's nothing wrong with that.
I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
So much for keeping women's spaces for women.
Well, don't you get it, bro? She's saying that if we're already going to break that law, we're already going to break that rule, then why not just let the guys in there and, you know, too, then? Why not just make it one bathroom then?
Of course, Rowling has tried to be smart. She doesn't record herself outright
if we're not going to protect it, we're not going to give women their own spaces, then why protect it at all? It's a good question.
Repeating the violent sentiment.
What's the answer to it? I don't know.
No, she contents herself with laughing at us.
That's how I saw him.
I will never tell this to anyone, so hopefully not with a transgender person.
So he's saying that's laughing at transgender people as a whole. Okay. Oh my god.
Such a pleasure.
Her slimy, cowardly behaviour goes back years.
God.
What's shown in this video so far is just from stuff I started collecting in the
slimy, cowardly. They always use all these words, like they condemn you in every way possible, trying to say you're such a piece of shit.
Past year, because I knew this subject was inevitable. While she's been careful enough not
They are so filled with hate, man.
to use plainly direct.
Like, okay, let's say if you're happier in life, Stephanie, why are you even making videos like this? If this was what you needed to do to be happy, then why are you so filled with spite and vitriol and so gross? You know? Why aren't you like a more positive person in what you're creating? Why isn't this like inspiring instead of hateful? If this journey you're on is giving you grace or like, you know, something good, then how come it's not reflected in your work?
Hate speech. I don't think
How come it's just really hateful, vitriolic work?
deniability is close to plausible anymore. Look at the lies she tells, the fascists she supports.
I laughed,
Look at
yeah.
how much she talks about us. This is not what someone who doesn't
About us. Ain't nobody talking about you.
this does.
I
This
am
is
now,
the
but
activity of someone with a genuine, deep-seated problem.
how self-obsessed are you to think that it's about us?
You don't have to believe me. You can believe the Harry Potter cast members who've condemned her. You can
Yes.
believe the historians who've catalogued a clear time.
Oh, historians. They never lied to us. And again, the Nazis were what party? The National Socialist Party? And you're saying what? They weren't socialist? Okay.
Timeline of her descent into frothing bigotry. Or, if you'd rather,
Wait, but what about all the policies they have that resemble socialist policies about taking care of people that don't have money and things like this? So what about all that kind of thing they have built into their movement? And what about unionizing all the workers? What about that? What do you mean? That's not socialism? What is it then?
believe the Republican
Nazism?
politicians who are actually citing her words in their anti-LGBTQ plus legislative efforts. Believe the virulently right-wing male supremacy group Honey Badgers who call JKR their queen. Believe the photos of her at GC meetings. Believe the trans-exclusionary women
They say believe why? Because there's that statement they quote all the time from Maya Angelou, I think. When people show you who they are, believe them. That's basically, that statement is designed, I mean not designed, like she didn't mean it when she said it exactly, but it's used now to excuse any attack on anyone you want, because you can say actually they're evil despite what they seem to be presenting as. They're actually evil, and that's why I'm showing you that they're evil. They're actually evil. That's all that statement's used to do, is call people evil.
shelter she set up to replace the trans-inclusive women's shelter that her movement bullied.
They
harassed,
just like, well, they're showing us they're evil, right? This thing that I'm saying is them showing us they're evil.
out of operation. Or maybe you just believe J.K. Rowling when she says it is dangerous to assert that any category of
It's
people
true.
deserves
That's true.
a
It is
blanket
dangerous.
presumption of innocence.
That is very dangerous to assume, yeah. Yeah, it should be based on the individual, right? And not on a category.
She meant trans people, of course.
Yeah, of course she did. That's fine. There's no problem with that. But she could mean any... She meant trans people in the example, jerk. But she's saying that as a universal principle, and she's saying it generically so you can think about it and think of a different group. And then wonder about it and go like, yeah, is that messed up? Oh, it is. She's saying it because it's a universal thing. And she's saying it without saying trans, not because she's hiding it, but to make the point so you can think of it in a more universal way. She's trying to make her point. Okay.
But if she's right, then hell, she gets no presumption either. She is a TERF, loud and proud, Merry Turfmas, as she would say.
Well, you got her, I guess.
And has said.
I guess just line her up against the wall, Stephanie. Get your gun. Get your gun, line her up against the wall. Let's go.
Oh, dear.
Get your gun, line her up against the wall. What's the eggs thing? Is J.K. Rowling, like, infertile or something? Is that what this egg thing is?
Said.
Is J.K. Rowling able to have kids, or no? Not anymore? She's too old, right? Is that what this is, mocking her for that?
Dear.
Is that what this is? To say, like, are you even a woman anyway? You can't even have kids. Is that what he's doing? That's disgusting, and that's true. But I might be misunderstanding this.
I've been out as a trans.
She's definitely more... That's gross if that's what you're doing. I sure hope that's not what you're doing. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, though. Maybe it means something else. What's the eggs thing, Stephanie?
Now for over 2 years. With my coming out, much about the world around me has changed, be it through my new perspective or the
Stupid. That doesn't change the world. Your perspective doesn't change the world.
difference in treatment I receive. There's a lot of good. I'm complimented by sweet old ladies who like my boots. I'm hit on by lesbians in Leeds.
Sure you are. I'll believe it when I see it. Can you show me some proof of this?
People in general say nice things about me, and I
Can you show me this proof that lesbians are out there hitting on you, please? Can I please see this? Can I please see proof of this? I'm not gonna. That's an outrageous claim. Jim, sorry, Stephanie. It's an outrageous claim that anyone is hitting on you, much less lesbians. So, can we see some proof of this? Not your own tweet complaining about it.
I'm hit on by
The trans people. Why do so many? Can we see some proof of this, please?
lesbians in Leeds. People in general say nice things about me, and I feel more.
Do they? Okay. So wait a second. You're saying that since you transitioned, people have been nicer to you, and you don't see a problem with that? You're saying that people are crueler to men than they are to trans women? Huh. Interesting. And that's just casually implied there, and you don't really focus on that too much, do you?
Comfortable saying them back. Mostly, I'm more
Interesting.
confident. I like who I am and how I.
So you're saying there's many advantages to transitioning. You're saying there's many advantages socially, many, right? People are nicer to you, people hit on you, people say good things about you generally, and you're saying this was different from when you were a man. Okay? And you don't see the problem with what you're saying? That you're saying that people treat men kind of crappy?
I look, things that weren't true before. But while good things happened, and to be honest, 90% of people really don't care if I'm trans or not, there are negatives. It's
Yeah, I understand there are negatives, but do you understand what you said? And why that's pretty interesting in itself?
no secret what it did to my career. The way in which I'm
She
criticized
has 3
online
kids.
changed. So
But is she infertile now? Right? She is, right? She's gone through menopause, I assume.
suddenly I was diagnosed by commenters as mentally ill. My age comes up a lot now, and my writing is tone
Oy
policed,
vey.
accused of being rude and screeching where it wasn't before.
Like, why is he saying the thing about no eggs or whatever?
But most of all, the world
If
has
that's not it. If it's not mocking her for reaching an older age and no longer being fertile, then what is it? I don't know.
become scarier. Scarier because of the right-wingers calling us all groomers and engaging in violence against us.
Because they always bring that up when they're like, when you bring up like what is a woman kind of thing, they always say, when people talk about the what is a woman thing, they always say, well, women that can't have babies, women then, if you define it by having children. But there's a very simple definition. Okay, there's a very simple explanation, and they fight this left and right, but I'll tell you really quickly, there's a very simple way to answer the question. Your mother, the concept of the concept of woman comes from your mother. The concept of man comes from your father. That's it. That's it. That's true, right? Your first introduction to both man and woman is your mother and your father. That's where you get the concepts from. Not the general society. It's those two people. That's your strongest conception of those two things. Your man, your father. Woman, your mother. And you can fight against that all you want. You can pretend it's not true. You can say, oh, society enforces these labels, but somebody birthed you, okay? Somebody birthed you. And you can't wash that away. You can't pretend that's not true. You can't. It doesn't work. It's just fake.
Scarier because of the GOP and Tories scapegoating us and legislating our rights away with increased ferocity. Scarier because of media outlets like the BBC engaging in
Like being trans or non-binary and the shit isn't like a new gender. You're just choosing to not like have the human race go on, basically, right? You're just choosing to like end. You're just choosing to be a dead end.
transphobia as a matter of policy. Scarier because of the people
That's
JKR has
all.
emboldened with her support. The gender criticals who preach eugenics and partake in phrenology to call for our eradication. Scarier because culturally and legally and increasingly physically.
What if you have two dads? How? When you have two dads?
We've been staring down the barrel of
A
genocide
stepdad? Your dad married a dude? And you have a stepdad?
for a long, long time. If you're not trans, if you're not
You have a dad and a stepdad?
so aware of how
That'd be
there's a
shitty,
new
probably.
attack on us and our rights multiple times a day, every day,
Might be okay though, I don't know.
you won't quite know how bad it is.
I feel like you need both. Look at those videos of Well, I
It's
don't want to
horrific.
talk about that right now.
It's exhausting. We're less than 2% of the population, but we're called an epidemic. We're demonized in the press with extremely disproportionate coverage and
No, you're not called an epidemic. What's happening to people is the epidemic.
wealthy, powerful people
It's not that they're calling you an epidemic.
like JKR can't stop thinking about
They got
us.
butt pregnant,
Look,
had
some
a
people
butt
might be
baby. That's not a
delighted to
thing.
hear this from me, but I'm going to admit it plainly. I'm afraid.
Who cares?
I'm really,
Who gives a shit?
really afraid.
Who cares? Who cares?
And every day,
Why should we care about that? Why should we care about that? You're a big dude. Sorry. You're a big lady. You can protect yourself. What are you worried about?
for months,
Nobody's attacking you. Nobody cares. I'm never going to attack you. Nobody that dislikes what you're saying is ever going to attack you. Nobody gives a shit. Never. Never going to bother. You're not that important. You're a baby. Come on.
I've seen a video game that directly
You think people are going to try to hurt you? Who gives a shit, man? Nobody thinks you're that important to hurt you. That's narcissism, bro. Nobody gives a fuck about you like that. They're going to hurt you. Shut up.
benefits one of the largest sources
The people that actually get attacked in real life are people that speak out against this stuff, not the other way around. And I've seen it tons of times, right? Like Billboard Chris, right? He gets attacked regularly. Billboard Chris gets attacked regularly. He's had broken bones, all kinds of stuff.
of that fear promoted on the PlayStation Store
And yet you're saying you're scared? Why? You've ever been attacked? No.
Xbox Live, hyped
What's
up
your
by the gaming
problem?
press and championed by a community with a long-running vein of transphobia running through it that goes back to the hateful
Every measure taken says kids with the same ex-parents do just as good. Same-sex parents? I don't think that sample is big enough to say that. And what does just as good mean? By what metric? The fact that anybody would even try to make that claim is kind of ridiculous. Just as good. It makes me distrust it for sure. Like, we don't make claims like that in regular science. Yet all of a sudden we do. Like, we make ridiculous, absurd claims. I don't trust that one bit, no. Just as good. What the fuck does that mean? Just as good. And how could we ever say? The fact that you can say that confidently makes me distrust the whole thing completely.
protests against a bit part trans
No, I don't
NPC
buy
in
that.
Dragon Age Inquisition.
I
Every
think
day,
I think the fact that you're saying that, and again, so matter-of-factly, makes me think you're completely wrong.
constant reminder that we as trans people have so few friends, so few allies. Every day a reminder that the game industry and community are contemptuous. You know, as much as y'all
Because, like, that's not how science works. There's no way for it to say that, man. Just as good. The fuck metric does that mean? Like, no. In any other field, any other time, any other topic, nobody would use verbiage like that. Nobody would use language like that. Nobody would be so certain. But all of a sudden, this is the topic. All of a sudden, you're this certain.
TM have tried.
No,
You've
no,
not
no.
owned me by posting the glowing review scores for Hogwarts Legacy or boasting about its sales success. That just proves what I knew. That people don't get
Drag queen, she hasn't even had the chop. Has she? I don't know. There's plenty of data suggesting the opposite. I'm annoyed with the idea that data could say that, right? Taken says, see, and when Tinder, you're not even saying suggest. You says kids with same-sex parents do just as good. Says that? How do you say, how does the data, what I want you to explain to me is how data can say that. Because you're the one saying that to me, right? You're willing to say that. Tell me, explain to me how data can ever say that. I've never seen data one time in my goddamn life say something like that. But you say it can. Explain to me how. Explain to me how the fuck that works.
give a fuck.
How the fucking data say that? One, data doesn't speak, number one. Data doesn't fucking talk. Data sure as fuck doesn't make statements like that. You do. Don't say the data said that. That's fucking dishonest as hell.
That's not new information.
The
It's
data
not a
doesn't. You're claiming the legitimacy of the data for your inference. Fucking gross, man.
surprise. It's half of the course. That's all. Those of you actively trying to harass me over it aren't the actual offensive ones. No, the offense comes purely from the self-described allies who want to have it both ways, who want to play their wizard game and get...
I'm sorry, Nintendo. I know, Nintendo, bro, we're cool always, but you gotta get me on this, man. Put yourself in my shoes. You're saying things that nobody could say, but Data says under any other circumstances, but all of a sudden, Data can say this, and it can say it definitively. How the fuck, why, how am I supposed to accept that? And how am I not supposed to be thrown off by you saying it? And how am I not supposed to have an issue with it? Did you get me? Like, all of a sudden, Data works totally different. All of a sudden, you can make statements like that. Any other topic, no. This one, yes. I don't like it, man. It's fucking dishonest.
Really upset when criticized over it.
There's no way the Data says that for anything. Data doesn't say that, man. To go after me? After you? You're going after me, man. By being rude as fuck to me and saying a statement like that. Don't fucking try to play victim now. Fuck you, bro.
Media outlets who justify their uncritical...
You say some bullshit to me and say I'm going after you? Fuck you.
...reviews by having the fucking nerve to compare our protests against them to fucking Gamergate. Transphobe...
You're the fucking victim, boo-hoo. 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 Boo-hoo.
You need to up your game, because none of you will ever be as insulting as a self-styled cis ally who...
Because I don't like being fucking lied to, I'm going after you? Don't say bullshit to me, man. Don't say bullshit to my face. Data says... What are you talking about, man? Every measure taken says... Every measure taken says... Kids with same-sex parents do just as good. Measuring what, bro? What are they measuring? Jerk off? Huh? And then you want to try to pretend like, oh, I didn't even say that because you didn't use the specific word. But you implied it. Am I wrong? Measured what? What did they measure? Nintendo? What did they measure? You didn't say it. What'd you say then? How'd I get you wrong?
Do not take a stand.
Every measure. Measure again of what?
How the same gamers TM who spent nearly 10 years calling game reviewers corrupt suddenly started trusting...
What did they measure? Space? They measured imagination? What did they measure? What was the measure of? What were they measuring?
And touting them when a game they rallied around got 8s and 9s. Some of them even tried to twist Gamergate's ethics in game journalism.
If Data isn't saying it, what the fuck are they measuring, bro? What are they measuring? Every measure says. Measuring of what? Data, no?
Text to defend outlets.
You didn't use that specific two words, but you implied that you implied it. So I'm wrong for reading the implication that's clear as day?
Like IGN from criticism. IGN! Suddenly, the Ethics Brigade are standing for IGN, the Too Much Water website, the site whose credibility they've done nothing but meme. Way to prove that you've only ever wanted to be agreed
Gonna take big measure to get all the way around Jimbo? It's funny.
with. You'll suddenly stop believing reviewers were paid off and attacked me when I posted what I'd heard from a Warner Brothers contact, that WB stacked the deck and only gave review code to outlets it trusted to give positive reviews. Like, that wasn't even a shocking revelation. It's a known fact this happens, an expected practice. I've covered the deck stacking elimination of wildcard reviewers for years, but now I'm lying. Now game reviews are above board. Oh, by the way, I've never believed game reviewers are paid off. That's not what happened with Hogwarts. Reviews aren't high stakes enough that publishers are gonna bribe over it. No, the sad thing is that there doesn't have to...
Well, thank you for the keys. Thank you. Thank you. Holy moly. 3 keys. 2 keys. Thank you, E7. That's awesome. On the main channel? That's crazy. You're crazy.
To be bribery. Search engine optimization is...
Whoa, what's the Sims channel at now, bro? What are we at now? $17? Crazy. Thank you. Thank you again. Holy moly. How do I pause this dummy on my screen now? There we go. There we go. Well, this isn't the right one. This one is.
All outlets need to.
Okay, time to. Okay, Nintendo, I'm not mad at you, bro, but I feel like you're lying to me.
keep covering games as
I don't like it.
enthusiastically as possible. Hell, they wouldn't even refuse to cover Ubisoft games after all the sex abuse. They can't be trusted to do the right thing. While I don't think game critics outright lie, I think they have an incentive to not rock the boat, to do conspicuous things like, say, litter a Hogwarts Legacy review with so many negative statements, it sounds like shit, and then give it a 9 out of 10 regardless. From
I think you're one of the highest on Sims. Brian and Fluff about 14, 16. Yeah. Yeah, I go up there. Robbie is higher, but that's because Banjo just like holds a bunch of his, which is cool. But that's why I
from a
think
general fear of controversy to wanting to
he's
avoid
shot up there.
Gamer Boy harassment and
But he's starting to stream on. He streamed this morning on Sims. I think when he starts streaming here, he's going to see a lot more market activity, and then he's going to see the real value of Sims. It's not having a high price. Having a high price in itself doesn't really matter, right? It's moving. It's selling it. It's buying it. It's that kind of thing. There's no chance in hell I'd be worth. Well, I'm not, Nintendo, I'm not saying because you're gay. Okay, let's back up a second, all right? I am not saying that you would be a worse parent or like you shouldn't adopt or something like that. I'm saying the question was two dads, right? And I'm thinking like, yeah, but what would it not suck some for the kid to not have a mother? And you're saying like, oh, I'm like a bigot or something for thinking that. I think it would, man. And yes, I'm not saying that if like a kid, adopted kid, isn't better off in the two dads' household than on the streets. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. If they adopt, great, man. Great on them. I don't have it like great, but is it not going to suck for the kid to not have a mother? Is that not going to be any trouble in that kid, boy or girl's life because they don't have a mother? They're not going to have any issues from that. It's not going to cause any developmental issues. I'm not saying that the two dads are going to be bad parents. I'm saying the little kid doesn't have a mother is what I'm saying, and that is going to affect them. Same if it was two moms and they don't have a father. Like, that's what I'm saying, and I don't see how that is ridiculous or against gay people or anything. It's not even has nothing to do with gay people. Like, I know you'd say it does, because I'm saying, but I'm thinking about from the perspective of that child, not the gay people. I don't give it, like, I don't care about the fact that like that isn't a part of the equation for me, my thought process here. It's the kid doesn't have a mother. He has two fathers. He has a real dad, okay? And then he has what? Like, how would you even have a kid that actually has two dads? The one's a stepdad. Stepdads are shitheads. Now, am I saying if you were the stepdad, would you be a shithead? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying in general, stepdads, and there's plenty of data to reflect this, are shitheads. They beat their kids on, like a lot of times they end up beating the kid. They treat them poorly. It never really works out to the point where it's like not never. There are good stepdads, but by and large, stepdads are dog shit, man. Am I wrong on this? Like, I don't think so. So we're saying because it's two guys, the stepdad's going to be a saint now because he's gay, or what? Like, what? All I'm doing is reasoning from the pieces I understand to be true. I'm not trying to insult gay people. I'm not trying to. Nor am I saying gay people are worse parents. I'm not saying that. I'm saying for a kid to not have a mother or a father is going to be detrimental to their growth. Now, could you make up for that? Could, like, you have their, let's say they don't have a mother, but their grandmother's a lot more in their life, or their aunt or something. Yeah, but what I'm saying is if we're not honest about the fact that that kid is missing something from their life, how are we going to replace it? If we're not honest about the fact that that kid is missing out on a piece of what they need to grow up and have a full, developed life, then how are we going to address it? How are you going to make sure to, like, think about, like, okay, he should see his grandmother more, or, you know, his aunt, or whatever the case may be. You get your sister, well, that'd be his aunt. Like, does it make sense? I own my home with no mortgage. There's no chance in hell I'd be a worse parent. I own my home with no mortgage. I have no record. I work out. I've helped raise tons of kids. I don't see what I'm saying against that. Yeah, Raleigh forgot about him. Yeah. You come from a stance. I don't, though, Nintendo. I don't. I'm coming. The only reason I dropped that view, like, I don't have that view of you casually. I have it when you say something that sounds like you do. Maybe I'm wrong, okay? But I don't prejudge you like that, bro. I try to read what you're saying and I have no issue with it. But that statement made me uncomfortable, if that's not obvious. Because I think my criticism of it was correct. How are you saying it says this, like, when no other type of data we look at is as confident? It suggests things, it implies things. But you're saying, you know, it says this, they're just as good. And was I wrong? Was I wrong on saying you're saying that too far? I don't think so. I still don't think so. Am I saying you have an agenda? No. I think that's a little bit of projection, if I'm being honest. You think I think that, and so you see that. Is that totally true? I don't think so. I maybe misunderstand here or there. I'll own that if I am and you point to it. But in this case, I don't think I'm doing that, and I stand by everything I said so far. I do. So, I don't know. I too always want the truth and not what just Nintendo, bro, I talk to you like this, right? If I thought that of you, if I really thought you were programmed and you had an agenda, I wouldn't engage with you, man. We wouldn't be cool. We wouldn't be friends. It wouldn't be a thing. Do you understand, man? Don't think I think of that like I do. I don't know how to put it. I do think, I don't want to say programming. I do think you have some stuff where it's like from other people. I don't know. I have programming in my head, but I don't think you don't have personal agency. I do believe you have personal agency. I do think you're a decent person. So, like, you know, I don't don't take it that way. Don't take it so or just when you tell me about the data or whatever, tell me it in a way that's a little less just as good. Like what am I supposed to do with that? Just as good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even if I was to accept it, it doesn't make sense to me. Even if I was to accept the statement, just as good, what does that mean? What the heck does that mean? Like, there's so much to raising children. Just as good doesn't, you know, really describe anything. So. In proven cases of serial unalivers, they're generally a male and adopted with mother issues. Sure. Yeah. Sure. You're doing a deep dive and then be coming off like a dismissive, a single statement. I see you looking at it. Well, that's how it seems to me, yes. Crime Psychology 101. Just as good as because the studies say better than. I didn't want to say that. How would it say that, though, bro? Better than in what way? Like, what are you talking about? How do you... You're saying that we can... The implication of what you're saying is that we can put, like, a rating on a person's life and then compare it, right? That's implied there. You're saying we can put a rating... And you're not giving me descriptions like, did they have better jobs? They made more money? They had less psychological issues? Whatever, like, I don't know what the things you're talking about are. I'm making guesses here, right? I'm making guesses here. But you're not giving me any substance. What does that mean? Better than? In what ways? And in all of the ways? It doesn't make sense at all to me. It implies a value to human life, and then it implies you can compare them, and then like to human success or life, success, or reword it. I'm not trying to say put words in your mouth. Human success. And then you compare those numbers, and the one number is higher. That's what you're saying. That's ridiculous to me. I don't really know much about Cornell as a source even. These measures include academic performance, social and emotional development. Link me to study. And overall psychological health. Link me to study. Because there's so many things like, is it a meta-analysis of many studies? Is it one study? Like, there's so many issues I have with just quoting like a study and saying, that's a fact, that's a thing. Do you know what I'm saying? You're saying all the measures. You're talking about one study really though, right? There's other studies that may disagree with you. But you again, do you see my issues here? You're saying measures taken like as if every study done and they've done meta-analysis of these studies and those all suggest the same thing. I don't think that's true.
Of course, maintaining a good
I
enough
would need to see
relationship with
the
publishers
evidence
to keep
of that.
having access. They've plenty of reason to go soft on big name games. I left The Escapist in 2014 because parent company Defy Media refused to publish my review of Assassin's Creed Unity and jeopardized their relationship with Ubisoft. I'm famously
And there's studies,
blacklisted
but
by
yeah, you're
Konami
not
for being
saying
such a
anything I
harsh
disagree with,
critic.
and
The
studies
PR
are not my
company
Bible.
47
Okay.
told me EA wouldn't send me review copies because I'm a wild card. The only access I get in gaming comes from sources acting alone that need anonymity because they're not allowed to talk to me. My standing in the industry, that is to say, no standing, is the
Even if we have two dads, one's always more feminine, sort of mommy. Sure. But you still need a mother, man. Like, I'm not going to accept that you don't need a mother, or you don't need a father. I can accept that sometimes, like, the circumstances happen where people don't have everything they need in their lives, pretty much. Sure, it happens all the time. Does that mean it's wrong or it shouldn't exist or anything like that? No.
result of doing everything my former peers are incentivized not to do. I burned every bridge I had for not wanting to play with deeply corrupt organizations, and
I'm not buying that two dudes are going to raise every child on earth better than a mother and a father, or that's even possible. I'm not buying that. I need to see these studies. 75 studies. This does not, like, you're telling me it's really hard to believe claim. I don't know.
I'm proud of it. I also acknowledge that I can afford to not play in that sludgy water. Most reviewers can't. I scarcely blame them for the
Oh, I'm so rich. Is that what he's saying now?
with deeply corrupt organizations, and I'm proud of it. I also acknowledge that I can afford to not play in that sludgy
Isn't it interesting the communists always do this? They always go, oh yeah, actually I make way more money than that, and actually I have to acknowledge that I make this money, but they're humble bragging, right?
water. Most reviewers can't.
It's pretty gross.
I scarcely blame them for the system they're stuck
Pretty
in.
gross.
I've been there, I know how it is, and I don't think reviewers are
Pretty
unethical
gross.
so much as forced to compromise with unethical
No, call them sellouts, man. Have a spine. Call them sellouts.
companies while in the thrall to the all-important
Have a spine. Call them sellouts.
SEO. They're not paid off,
Have a
but as we've seen
spine.
with Hogwarts Legacy and with how quickly they wanted to move on
Have
from
a
mentioning
spine.
Ubisoft and Activision's abuse in their
Did you two? Yeah, probably. Just put it on Discord and in errata or something, and I'll check it.
game coverage, not many of them have any damn principles. Multiple times in the past few years, press outlets had opportunities to make a stand. They did not. So yeah, to the born-again Potter fans who spammed me with screenshots of IGN's Big Ol' 9, I'm not sure what y'all proved other than your own hypocritical opportunism. You'll be back to calling game reviewers SJW soon enough, won't you? I know.
Now, the thing is, people don't understand what SJWs really means, right? What they mean is communists. That's what they mean.
I'm not changing any minds here.
I'm tired of playing this game where we pretend like these things are different things. They're talking about communists, bro. They mean communists. They mean communists. You're a communist. Own it. Stop being a wuss about it. You're a communist. You love communism. Just own it. Stop playing this game where it's like, oh, they're SJWs. Oh, they're wokes. No, you're a communist. You believe in communism. That's it.
The bigots and Potter fans and people who just want to enjoy a video game.
You talk about the systems of corruption and blah, 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 internalize this, internalize that. That's all communist nonsense. Just call yourself what you are. Stop hiding. You're communist. You're communist. That's the truth.
Made their decision. The allies who want to separate.
Allies for what? Communism. Communism. That's what ally means. Why is there an ally for every disenfranchised group? Because communists are trying to make all the disenfranchised groups overthrow the government. It's the same fucking plan that's always been there. They went from middle class workers to now they're like, well, let's look for all the anybody unhappy with their situation in society and let's turn them into soldiers to fight for the revolution. That's what's happening. If you're not seeing it, you're not looking very hard. And why they say ally is because that's what they mean. You're an ally to the communist revolution. That's what you're an ally to. Not trans people, to the communist revolution. That's what you're an ally to. Just be honest about it. Just own it. Enough like with this bullshit where it's like, no, I'm an ally to trans people and black people. But no, you're an ally to communism. Just say the truth.
Separate art from artists or hate JKR but just always wanted to Skyrim or Hogwarts made their decision. And regardless of it.
I'm too misanthrope for communism. You think so, Nintendo? I don't think you're a communist. I don't think you're a communist. I don't think so. I like that you're at the opposite end of the spectrum. You have too much love for humanity for communism. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Jim is British. Why would we listen to British people? Yeah, I don't know. Good point.
Intent. All of you look.
It has very often been claimed that traditional families are the best way. Sure. Sure. Traditional families, I think, now when we say things like that, that's not a condemnation of untraditional families. That's the thing. Like, everybody always takes it the other way. Like, if let's say, like, I don't know, somebody dies or something, right? Like, then of course you have to figure out how to make it work and, like, give the kids the best life you can, right? And nobody should fault anyone for that or have a problem with that. Sometimes it doesn't always work out. The liking traditional families does not mean you hate untraditional families. You know? Of course it doesn't.
Look exactly the same to J.K. Rowling. See, while people have tried to justify Hogwarts Legacy by saying JKR had no direct involvement.
Stephanie, not Jim. Oh yeah. Oops. Old Jamie. You two only speak. Jim is Jim. He still calls it. Yeah, that's funny too, guys.
That doesn't change the fact
that's
she
true.
makes direct money from sales. More importantly, it doesn't change the truly insidious aspect of Harry Potter's continued success. JKR takes it as explicit.
I think this video is going in a circle. Let's skip ahead a bit and see if there's anything interesting left in it.
To support the developers can especially get in the bin. Oh, they worked hard and should be supported. That's probably.
You're saying why we can't buy the Harry Potter game? Yeah, I mean that's a good answer because you think the game is good and it has nothing to do with J.K. Rowling, so you just buy the game anyway. That's a solid answer.
Probably the dumbest attempt to.
Oh, oops, never mind. Sorry guys, I said the dumbest thing. Ah, man. I said the dumbest thing, guys. I thought my bad. I said the dumbest thing.
Ionized consumerism I've ever seen.
Well, I'm a consumerist now. That describes me accurately, huh? Well, I guess he's got me. I'm a dumb consumer.
I've seen this excuse so much, and I'm like,
doesn't this show that these people have no fucking idea what they're talking about? The fact that they'll label like things like that, and then you actually look at why people think a thing, and it doesn't line up with that at all.
How dare you?
Like, at what point do you stop trusting these people when they say bullshit after bullshit after bullshit after bullshit?
How dare you?
At what point do you know they're full of shit? They're not lying, dickhead.
You don't buy games just to support developers.
What else do you buy games for then?
You buy them because you want to play them.
What? Yes. Duh.
Tell me, Do you buy literally every single game that's ever made and released? If
No, but they're saying they like the game, and so they're going to buy the game to support the developers that made a game they like. That's what they're saying.
you're motivated,
And they're saying the game doesn't have. It's not like J.K. Rowling is like the main character of the game, so they don't have to get all offended by the fact that J.K. Rowling has said things they don't agree with, and they can play the game and support the developers. That's what they're saying, and you're not getting it.
purely by dev support, that's what you do, right? Every game.
No, nothing. Nobody is suggesting that we operate on supporting developers. That's communism. You're saying none of us think like that. None of us non-communists think like that. That's only you communists think this way.
Game is developed by game developers, so why aren't you buying every game?
Because that's stupid and you're not getting what people are saying. That's why.
Every single one.
Because that's really retarded.
Get the fuck out of here without
You're making a stupid argument.
blatant bullshit.
It's not bullshit. You just didn't get it.
Of course it's bollocks from a results standpoint too. The devs got paid already. They get paid for their work up front.
That's not bollocks. It's not supporting him, but it's supporting future projects. If you buy the game, they get future projects. Also, sometimes there are bonuses tied to sales, so that's dishonest. You're pretending like you don't know that when you do know that. There are definitely bonuses tied to sales that people will get bonuses if there's a certain amount of sales or a certain amount of like quality of reviews and other things in their contract for bonuses. You know that exists. You're being dishonest. Of course there's bonuses for like certain sale numbers and things. There's bonuses built into people's contracts for performance of the game. Yes, there definitely is. So why are you being dishonest about that and saying they got paid already? They did, but they have many studios have bonuses for selling more, right? For certain sale thresholds. For certain sale thresholds, they have bonuses. So what are you talking about, man? You're dishonest. And it helps keep the studio's lights on to work on the next game. It's funding the next game that they make, is what it does. We're just pretending like the future doesn't exist.
Like JKR, they don't get royalty checks. They're not the ones
No, they don't get royalties. They can earn bonuses, though.
supported by your purchase. She is.
Well, no, that's not really true either. They are supported by your... What? No, they are supported by your purchase in the future. What? What are you talking about? The game they're working on right now is supported by the sales of the last game. What are you talking about, bro?
Warner Brothers is.
Yeah, yes, the publishers get a cut, yes, but so does the developer.
Those are the beneficiaries.
No, they make... What? The developers make money too?
As we've discussed on this show before, game studios mostly live or die regardless of the success of one game. And
What does that mean?
thanks to the way public companies work, they're sometimes hurt by it, as layoffs often follow an influx of revenue to maintain the illusion of financial growth. Corporations don't operate based on customer support. If they did, we'd get...
What? He's right that corporations don't really need to make sales, which is why there's so much communism and everything. But he's wrong that a lot of developers don't work that way. They do. Publishers don't. Developers do, right? Developers need the money to work on the next game. That doesn't mean that sometimes they didn't like save enough money on the side or run the company in a way where they can recoup their losses and keep the lights on long enough to get the next game out just because their last game failed, which was his point, I guess. That still, the money, it's still a fact that when you buy a game, some of that money is going to the development studio, and that's good if you want more stuff from that studio. You just dismiss it and lie and pretend that's not true? That's not... Okay.
Get more single-player games and fewer ones based around financially exploiting a minority of whale players. You're not supporting the devs that tossed in a token trans
You are, again, you are.
called Sir Owner Ryan.
Just because they threw in a token character, we're supposed to wish death on them or
Explicitly
something?
to try and steer us all away from the subject of J.K. Rowling. Support wasn't even your intent. That's a retroactive justification for something you were always going to do. And
No, you don't have a right to say what's going on in people's minds, man.
honestly, fuck
Disgusting.
any of you who've come at
Shut
me
up. Stop being so mean to everyone. If you weren't so mean and vitriolic, you would be happy and you wouldn't be so disgusting all the
the
time.
past few months with that excuse or any other excuse.
Like, do you not hear your own voice? You're so angry. Relax, man.
That attempts to paint your purchase of a video game in a noble light.
They can do whatever they want, man. You can't run their lives. Leave them alone.
You're not noble. You're not a fucking hero.
They are heroes.
Play the game if you must, but
They're heroes. If I'm calling them heroes now, you tell me I can't call them heroes. They're heroes. Those people that bought Hogwarts Legacy are heroes, and you're a jerk.
don't you dare tell me you did it for any reason
I'm gonna call them heroes because you told me I can't.
other than self-service. Don't you ever,
Don't you ever tell anyone what to do. Those men are heroes.
ever look to me for validation.
Those men are fucking heroes, man.
Expect me to assuage your guilt. Toss
Nobody gives a shit if you give validation. Those men are heroes. They don't need it.
hypothetical scenarios at me that you think allow you to have it both ways. Just play your fucking wizard game. How you
Don't tell people what to do, man. Why do you get to stand on a soapbox and say you're doing things for noble reasons, but nobody else does? Sit down.
feel about that is not my problem.
And if you don't sit down, I don't know how much longer your stage can support you.
You clearly decided how we feel isn't yours. Cis feelings aren't our responsibility. It's so telling guilt isn't yours.
See, do you see how mean this is?
That is not my problem. You clearly decided how we feel isn't yours.
Yes, we don't care how you feel about this. Yes. Yes, nobody cares. Why would anybody care about that?
Cis feelings aren't our
So you want to be really mean and try and stab a knife back because you got your feelings hurt? That's pathetic. That's very pathetic.
responsibility. It's so telling that the only real coverage
Very
of alleged
pathetic.
harassment in games media this week.
This did happen. We were one of those people that were do you guys remember that? We were playing Hogwarts kind of things and people came in our chat and were a little rude about it. We didn't see most of it though. Most of it was like other people came talking to us about it, remember? We did see some. Well, we didn't play the Hogwarts Legacy game. We played browser games because I didn't want to buy it. We played browser games on the day it launched and put us in the category. You guys remember this? And we did get a lot of mean people on Twitch, yeah. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. It was true. It was a thing. There were a lot of deranged weirdos out that day being mean to streamers. Yeah. Yeah, we saw it. I tested. I did it. I was part of that. Yeah, they were total dickheads. Yep. True.
Week has been about cis streamers getting upset at some mild pushback.
Mild pushback. Why are they bothering us for streaming a game, like doing what we want to do? They should mind their own fucking business. Our chat is not just because you're trans doesn't give you a right to go in other people's chat and shit it up with whatever stupid political opinion you have. Like the chat is part of my property. It's part of my production. You don't have a right to go in there and type anything you want. You don't. You don't. I know like a lot of people don't want to accept this, but you don't. The chat is actually part of my part of the production, whatever YouTube channel's production, and that's why TOS applies to it, and they have to monitor and things, is because it's part of the production. It's their property. So they're not pushing back. They're going into little streamers who are little guys, and they're like throwing shit all over their place of business, and that's fucked up. And there's no reason for that. And to act like it's pushback is just dishonest, man. You're just being dishonest. You're just a liar.
It's a really old play. Whenever trans
What's up, Snorch?
people advocate for themselves, we're
I've never in my life bought something based. Well, you know, Nintendo, there were people that were doing it like that. I gave a hard time too. What was, like Tally? Do you remember that? Tally bought it, and I made fun of him for that. Do you guys remember? Tally bought it. He got really mad at me. It's one of the times when Tally first started getting mad at me. I made fun of him because he bought the game, but he never gave a shit about Harry Potter before this, right? And then he bought the game like, ha ha ha, fuck trans people, ha ha ha. He bought the game, right? The fuck censorship, buys the game. The fuck censorship, buys the game. I'm gonna hear myself. Anyway, you guys remember this? You guys remember when this happened? And I did make fun of him for it, and he got really upset.
Painted as unreasonable bullies.
Cause like, what the fuck? Buy a game you actually want. Don't buy a game just because it has some political statement. You're lame, man. It's
Unsurprisingly,
lame.
I've been asked to answer for the alleged harassment because minorities are all
Stolen women valor. Straight people are the norm and always will be. Well, sure, of course. My wife bought Hogwarts Legacy and her trans friend berated her about it. Yeah, right? It happens. Yeah. Yeah, Tally bought it for that reason. They made fun of him about it. It
always
got really
expected
mad.
to take responsibility for each other.
But I stand by that. There's, like, if you have money, right? I really believe in being a responsible consumer. I think you should be very careful with every dollar you spend because anybody you do business with, you're helping them continue to do business, right? Like, your money, like we were talking about earlier, money is like a stand-in for attention almost, like your time, right? For your time and attention. So be very careful with it. Spend it on give it to people that deserve it, like people that you're happy to, you feel the price is fair, and you feel like what they're doing is fair, and you want them to continue to stay in business. That's what I believe.
You know what? I'll answer it when I can go a day online without someone saying something truly vile about me, when I can stream without harassment myself.
But the Hogwarts shit was just a sorcerer circle on both sides. Like, same with people that watch those YouTube videos that just dunk on woke stuff or whatever. I don't like any of that. I think it's a waste of your time. Just enjoy the things you like, you know?
When I can post a selfie without being called
Enjoy
a
the
man or
things
getting
you
some
like.
other derogatory comment.
I'm gonna post a selfie without being called a man. I mean, you should be flattered, right? You should be happy that you're so manly that it still shows through. You should be flattered. It's a compliment.
When what trans people go through gets as much attention in the press, and when I feel people give as much of a shit about all of us as one cis person.
We're never gonna give a shit about you as a group. I'm sorry, because I don't care about cis people as a group either. So I'm never gonna give a shit about you guys as a group. I will give a shit about individuals, and that's all I'm ever gonna do. So you can get fucked with saying I need to care about a group. You can get fucked. If your group needs me to care about them, they can get fucked. They can just not talk. They can go talk to somebody else who's stupid and dumb and can be beat into agreement, but don't talk to me.
If all that happens, I'll prostrate myself
Who
before you
cares?
on behalf of all.
I don't want you in front of me, much less on your knees. I definitely do not want that. I'll tell you that right now. I'll tell you that right now, Mr. James, Mrs. James, ma'am. I do not want you to do that in front of me. I do not. Please don't. I do not want that at all.
Trans is everywhere. Until then, this'll do.
I heard Nintendo has such a large cash reserve they could lose through 250 million every year when it go bankrupt. Yeah, I don't know. Corporations are, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to make any of that. I wish I could post a picture of a tree without people calling it a tree.
Check out the big one that they're hailing as like the innocent streamer who got harassed off of the.
This is so gross too when these women like justify the cruel treatment of other people, and they think like it's so cool to do. These women piss me off. These kind of disgusting, vulgar, they're so vitriolic. They hate society. They want it to fall, and so they're fine that some people got harassed because they hate everyone.
The live stream, and what I have learned is that y'all genuinely think that accountability.
Y'all again is another communist phrase. If you hear anyone say y'all and they're not from the South, you know they're communist. You know they're communist. You all, y'all means, what is it standing in for? It means all of you out there that aren't communists, that don't agree with my view of the world. All of you. You're something else than me. I am this group, which is this collectivist group that wants to hold the whole world accountable, supposedly. And you are the other side. Y'all. It means, and like, that's what it always means pretty much. Y'all means all the people that I disagree with that aren't part of my group. Everybody on the out group that isn't a communist.
Accountability and basic criticism is the same thing as harassment and discrimination. Here we have somebody saying, "Oh."
And listen to the way she talks too. Like, she thinks there's like a convincing way to talk. It just sounds. It's not, ma'am. I don't know why nobody tells you, but it's not.
Criticism is the same thing as harassment and discrimination. Here we have somebody saying, "OMG."
Basic criticism. The thing is, why are you criticizing streamers? You're criticizing the game, right? Why are you going to streamers' chat and criticizing them? You understand what the problem is?
Transphobia, because obviously they think that it's a big joke. And then,
Yeah, of course they do think it's a big joke because you're coming in their chat and complaining.
well, that's kind of disappointing. Then we have yikes.
Yikes, agreed. Yikes, yep, yikes to you, ma'am. That's the face everybody makes when they see you. Yes.
Then we have, yeah, I don't care how much you donate to Trevor Project. I'm done. Unfollowed so fast.
Who cares?
Sorry, can't support this. Goodbye. Very disappointing.
Yeah, it's really mean. These are really mean, fucked up comments. Yes.
Really feel the discrimination, and there are tons of video games, guys.
Fuck you. Who cares?
Here we have the comments they just let slide on through. Like, Rowling is a good person. Didn't have a problem with that one. And then she had to
What, did you want them to ban him for that?
step away. And then she came back, and then they continued to stream for another 6 hours. And here's the thing, it wasn't even a comment that made her cry from what I could see. It was
Oh, she didn't even cry. Well, I guess you didn't hurt her then.
her and her boyfriend fighting this imaginary angry trans person, and her getting more and more overwhelmed
What's wrong with her eyes? She wearing
at
contacts?
her
What's the
defending
deal with
herself
those?
against somebody who wasn't there.
Boycotts don't work. I said that about, I don't know,
I say y'all. Are you Southern?
10 years ago, and boy, people
Are you
love
Southern dingus?
blinging that one at me lately.
Southern's
I think
fine.
there's still some truth to that, though looking back, it really is just what people are using it for. Permission to not take a stand. Kinda like how people have appropriated and
Permission to take a stand. Why do we have to take a stand for you all the time? You don't take a stand for anyone else. Why don't you take a stand for cis people once in a while or whatever, you know? Like, how about you guys stop telling us we need to take a stand for you? Fuck you. What have you ever done for us, man? Just bitch and moan. I'm supposed to help you? You've never done a single thing for me, man.
ethical consumption under capitalism.
I don't give a shit about helping you. See, he's just a goddamn communist. It all boils down to what? Can I get a point for being right on this? It all boils down to what? And it's near the end of the video. Look.
Take a stand. Kinda like how people have appropriated and no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Kinda like, you mean the only thing you fucking care about is this stupid communist shit. That's what you mean, kinda like. That's the way you see everything, because that's all you can understand as a communist is everything's corrupt and you gotta point fingers at everybody else and you don't actually take any accountability yourself, but you point at other people and tell them to. It's gross. It's gross. Take accountability yourself. Take responsibility yourself and then live by example.
Regardless, I know that in this case a boycott would never have worked. It's Harry Potter.
Well, it wouldn't have worked because nobody gives a shit about what you're saying, and it's stupid. That's why. Not because boycotts don't work. Boycotts do work. They can, of course they can. But your mission is stupid, and so nobody's going to listen because you have no point and no one cares what you're saying.
And people don't care enough about...
Exactly, yes, no one cares. Yep. Not about trans people, don't even say that. They don't care about this stupid political bullshit. There's no reason people should care about trans people as a group anyway. What even is the reasoning for that?
Trans people to pay JKR's crusade
Who cares? Who cares about trans people? Sorry, but who cares?
much attention. A boycott is not what I want.
Why would I ever care? Why would I ever care? I care about individuals. I care about an individual that's trans and that's in trouble. But I'm not going to care about a group of people. That's not a thing. It's not even real. It's collectivist brain rot.
Wanted nor expected. What most of us wanted was to simply point out why supporting a
Most of us? Stop saying us, you collectivist
Hogwarts
weirdo.
legacy is harmful to at least get
Just
good
say
people
your
to
view.
think about the
Good people. Good people. Good people.
implications, to be heard on this, and to
You're good if you agree with them. That's what makes you good. If you agree with them.
find out who our allies really were.
Not me. I will never be your ally. Ever. Communist.
We certainly found out about
I
the
hate
last
communists. I will never be your ally.
one. We don't have many. And
I
we're
will never
sadly
be
not
it.
shocked. For me, it's not about stopping you buying
That's supposed to be you? This woman here?
Hogwarts, but to get you to accept the accountability of it. I know many of you want to consume guilt-free, but I'm not the girl who
Nobody's gonna watch your stupid fucking video and accept accountability from watching it. You, if this is your mission statement for this video, what? That's not gonna work. People are just gonna make fun of you.
is going to condone that. It's really quite simple. If you buy it, you're not a trans ally. Yes.
Good. 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 I wish I bought the game then.
It's that stark and either or
Good.
choice. And this is coming from someone who rejects the binary whenever possible. You might not be against us.
I just had a butt baby that looked better. Sometimes a bit of an accent comes out when talking. I spent most of my childhood in West Virginia. Well, yeah, I've noticed you have a little bit of an accent.
But you're right.
I figured the answer was yes. I just didn't. I didn't want to say for
You
sure.
aren't. Have fun Skyrimming a Hogwarts. And Merry Turfmas.
Nagini, help! They've got a fucking Glock! Anyway, stochastic terrorism.
Guys, you have
V-
big
V
tit.
suggested I just briefly let you know.
Stochastic terrorism is another communist, stupid, retarded term. It's the idea that you could cause like terrorism by just saying things. It's a way to label regular people as terrorists.
Stochastic terrorism is. It's basically what we're seeing a lot of against not just trans people.
Again, notice he doesn't have an actual definition for it. I defined it. He has no definition. He doesn't know even what it is. He just heard the term before.
But LGBTQ plus people on the wider spectrum. That knobhead Tucker Carlson does it all.
See, again, he has no actual description for what it is. He just keeps saying buzzwords and naming people he knows you don't like.
The time. It's causing indirect harm through rhetoric, through the
It's saying you talk. Guess what, idiot? You're a terrorist now for saying things we don't like. That's exactly what it is. It's fucking evil.
normalization of bigotry and hateful ideas.
Yes, it's an evil idea. Stochastic terrorism is an evil idea made up by communists so they can smear regular people for disagreeing with them with any size of platform as if they are terrorists, as if they're terrorists. It's really disgusting.
Through incitement.
No, I understand. I know exactly what it is.
This is what...
You're a really gross person for playing this. This is agitprop, sir. This video and everything you do is agitprop. You know that, right? This is agitprop. You're an agitpropagandist. You're an agitation propagandist, sir. Let's just be honest. That's what you do. That's what you are. You gave up any semblance of creative, real output and standing by your drive to produce something inspiring or creative, and you sold all of that out to become an agitational propagandist. That's all you are now. That's all you are. An agitational propagandist that tries to make people talk about the things you want them to talk about, and that's all you exist to do now. To just be a political puppet instead of a human being.
Carlson, a lot of these right-wingers that I've mentioned on this episode, including Rowling,
Disgusting.
They incite
Pathetic.
Hatred of a minority, of a marginalized group, in the hopes that some harm comes to them. It's no surprise that violence against trans people is on the rise.
Shut up. The violence against trans people, you don't want to talk about that, do you? What's actually going on there that you're talking about, that you're referencing? You just want to use the terminology violence against trans people. What happens that he's actually talking about? It's like trans people taking somebody home and not telling them they're trans, and then they beat, and then something happens. Now, I'm not saying that's right to happen, but I'm saying a lot of that violence is that. Can we be honest about that? That a fair amount of violence, and it's a certain community that does a lot of it. Am I a bigot for saying this? A certain community does this a lot more. Do you know? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? A certain community does it a lot more than anybody else.
And that it's rising in conjunction with people like Carlson going on TV and engaging in groomer libel, telling everyone that...
Groomer libel. You are groomers. They're not wrong on that. I know, like, there was this big movement to try to condemn the term groomer as if, like, the only definition of groomer is like sexual grooming. But that's, no one is ever believing that. No. Grooming can be any kind of grooming. There's all kinds of grooming. Don't be dishonest and try to say, no, that doesn't mean that, haha. No, we know what grooming is. You groom a successor, for example. That's a common definition of the word. It's so dishonest to be like, oh no, it's only sexual grooming. No, no one's saying that. No one's saying that. They're saying grooming in the more general term, and it is true. People are grooming children in the more general term. If you don't have a problem with that, that's okay, whatever. But don't be dishonest about it. Don't act like we don't know what the word grooming means. We do.
We're out to get their children. Anyway, that's stochastic
You are out to get their children because you don't reproduce. Yes, it's true.
terrorism, a very insidious method of causing harm because, as we've seen...
If you guys can't reproduce, so you need to indoctrinate children. Yes, that's true. It's true. It's true, man. Don't lie. Don't lie about your communist agenda. Just own it.
Rowling do now for years.
Just wear, instead of that heart, rip that fucking heart off. Put a hammer and sickle there, man. Be true to yourself. Be true to who you really are. Embrace your true fascist nature, which you've always been trying to embrace. Truly embrace it with the Jimquisition. Embrace your fascist nature. Embrace your true communist nature. Put a hammer and sickle on your throat instead. Be a man.
It allows you to plausibly deny your involvement. Well, had nothing to do with me. Of course, with JKR, there's a lot more we could talk about. We could talk about the many criticisms people have had of the anti...
Non-disclosure is a big chunk of the stat, yes, but the biggest is from sex work. Sex work is, how are you saying it's not connected to non-disclosure too? You know what I mean? Like, how can you identify that the sex work part is not connected to non-disclosure too? How do you isolate that? How can you tell?
Anti-Semitic portrayal of...
I would very much doubt that there's no non-disclosure in sex work.
Of goblins in her work. We could talk about how she constantly equates her idea of physical attractiveness to goodness. Certainly when it comes to using fatness as a visual indicator of evil. For this episode, I stuck with what
But again, I'm fine accepting that there's some connection to, like, pimps. Is that what we're saying? What are you saying with the sex work thing? Let's be more specific. So I know what you're talking about. Not like I don't think you're being dishonest. I'm not trying to say anything like that, Nintendo. But let's be more specific. What do you mean, like, by sex work? Do you mean like pimps are beating up their trans hookers? Like, what? What are we talking about otherwise? Because I can accept that exists too, but I need to know what you're talking about.
Personally feel is my field of experience, what I feel I can speak to most powerfully.
Because if we're talking about clients, then how do I know non-disclosure is not involved? If we're talking about pimps, okay, that might be true. I don't, you know.
But J.K. Rowling is a shit. That's the bottom line. She's a shit.
For all I know, that's true. I don't know.
That is the sad look at Hogwarts.
What's up, Arctic? Welp. Good morning, y'all. Had to stop by the stream. What's up, Arctic Husky? Welcome.
Legacy. I have been putting this one off. I've not wanted to do it. Although, if I'm honest, I'm actually quite proud of the script we put together. I'm quite proud of the video that's been put together.
Does your cat have an increased interest in mine? Oh, Jesus.
I am pleased that I got that off my ample chest. Which not J.K. Rowling or Mayo Forstater or Julie Pintle are going to take away from me. It's my tits.
You can have whatever you want.
I earned them.
Okay.
Can't have them.
If they're using Jimquisition in the title of the video, aren't they dead naming themselves? Yeah, that's what Brabham brought up too. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. If you're not supposed to call them Jim, why do they call it the Jimquisition? Good question. I don't know.
Thank God for me. Up next, why?
I don't think I would ever thank God for that.
Metroid Prime is.
I like at the end how he pretends like it's some kind of video gaming channel still when he says, "Up next, Metroid Prime." As if this has anything to do with gaming whatsoever. He's proud of the video, you think? He said that? I didn't miss that part. Okay, well, my conclusion is this is agitprop. This is agitprop is my conclusion. This is agitprop. And the gross thing is, as I was saying, the people that they say they're protecting, like trans people, yada yada, are put in the crossfire by stuff like this, and they know it. And I think they know it, and I think it is messed up. Because I don't have an issue with people that just, you know, live their lives and whatever, and they say, oh, I think I'm a woman, whatever thing. I have no issue with those people. So I don't think they should be drawn into the middle and used as a political token. I don't think so. I think they should be allowed to live their lives as however they want and not drawn in. But, you know, these people disagree. Being Stephanie Sterling, sure. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna call the stream. I'm gonna try to work on the card game. I'm gonna play us out. I think that was interesting. I don't know. I'm sure it pissed people off talking about that. I'm still curious about if you mean pimps or you know, etc. I'm curious about that still. But that's always my critique of the term sex work, honestly, is that it's too vague for me to make any sense of what people are saying when they say it. Because it could be like phone sex is sex work, taking pictures of yourself online is sex work, hooking is sex work. You know what I'm saying? Like being a pimp. If you're saying a pimps beat their trans they bitches. Sorry, that's pimp speak, not my speak. You know, okay. Sure, I could see that happening and being a problem. Pimps in general is not a practice I agree with. But I don't know what you're saying when you say sex work. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. No problem. No problem at all. We sold some keys on Simps, which is pretty exciting, huh? Just seeking some clarification there. Piss people off? You didn't even mention public schools. Yeah. Yeah, true. Sure. But again, I know if somebody watches parts of that, they might say something about, like, you know, might think I'm some kind of way, but personally, I don't care what people do, man. I don't. I really don't. But I'm sick of all the politics down everyone's throat, you know? I'm anti-political, and I wish people would actually take accountability, as he was saying, and be responsible themselves and act in accordance with that. And then we would all have, you know, like, all of us would have like better lives if everybody just like took responsibility for their own life. So enough of this stupid group shit. This group needs that group needs that. Just be a cool individual to me, and I will be a cool individual to you. And I don't care about your skin color or who you have sex with or anything like that. So, all right, have a good day, guys.
Bitcoin is strong. Bitcoin is powerful. We are powerful. And our work is not over. It's time to wake up. It's time to take the next step. I've spent the last 8 years watching Bitcoin grow up. I've seen incredible innovation, inspiring courage. We didn't know how things would turn out for Bitcoin back in the beginning, but over the years, I've been continually impressed what you've accomplished. I am proud of you, and I have no doubt we can do anything we set our minds to. challenge you to set us free. I've seen several of my friends go home after years, even decades in prison. More than one overcame a life sentence. Each time it happened, I wept for joy.